Welcome to the supercut of Zoo Sicily. In the next 10 hours, you are going to see how this park over here has been created. This was an ongoing series in the last couple of years on my channel, where we created an Italian-inspired zoo on the island of Sicily, and obviously we have been doing a lot of various episodes with all the trivia behind the architecture, the animals, and so on. In this video, you're going to have all the edits, all the speed builds, including new voiceovers here and there, and a brand new voiceover and a showcase at the very end of the video, because I've never been doing this with my new computer, so hopefully that's gonna be super enjoyable. And in the meantime, enjoy 10 hours of me building this Italian zoo. Can't wait to talk to you after the next 10 hours. Welcome to Italy, everyone, and welcome to Sicily. This is going to be our brand new project in Planet Zoo. So, a big successor of Yosemite Valley. This is going to be my big new project, and if you are in for a Mediterranean-inspired park build, this is your place to be, because this is going to be our new main series. We are building a Sicily-inspired zoo that is going to be sitting on the half continent, or half island, I should say, of Sicily, and this first episode is going to set sails for what is going to happen in the future. Now, I'm freaking happy with how it turned out, so please stick with me throughout the entire video. You're going to learn about the project, everything, kind of the rules we are going to set ourselves, because it's going to be different from what you know from my usual sandbox builds, and it's going to be a huge, explanation going on what is going to happen in the next couple of episodes. Little spoiler ahead, this first episode is not going to feature an animal. This is going to be in the second episode, which is almost done as well, so that's going to be there for you on the weekend, most likely. And today we are going to build in this park. So first things first, I thought that this is going to be a work in progress thing that I have to change because of the new park skirts. However, there was not really a new skirt or backdrop that fits the Sicilian style better than this one. Well, actually, there were a couple I could imagine, but it's nothing like major. And since I've done most of the terrain work in the old version before we had the DLC and before we had the 1.11 update, I thought, I'm gonna keep that. But you will see already after today's episode that the theme we are going for is again very much using the nature to our favor. We will have like a huge cliffside over here. The zoo is going to be located a little bit raised on a plateau, and we will look down onto a big kind of waterfront, which is not necessarily the Mediterranean Sea. Like, realistically it would be that, but because we don't have a fully aquatic map with a kind of sea biome in which we can be, like an island biome. We do have one from the scenarios though. However, this one is not big enough to build a zoo in. It's very tiny. It's looking fantastic, and it would actually be the perfect spot. But even with mods, I couldn't make it usable enough to make a zoo like that on it. That's the first thing. The second thing to keep in mind is that this zoo is going to be different. While you see me doing a parking lot and everything that is, needed to have a zoo, that's going to be styled later on. All the stuff from Yosemite. But speaking of parking lots and stuff, this is going to be a lot more realistic and a lot more realism going on in this park build, in this zoo build. Now, that's not going to mean I'm going into the route of No Name Landia, for example, or other projects from Bro Nation members that go into crazy amounts of realism aspects, where each build takes like 2 weeks or something to assemble and 60 hours. That's just not doable, and I don't want to make this project. I don't want to lose myself in these type of things, even though I love it, and this is why we still have the realistic habitats going on. But this is going to be a good mixture of being very realistic and welfare oriented while not going too crazy overboard. So it's going to be a little less fantasy, is not the right word, but a little bit less free form like Yosemite was. It's going to be a bit more focused and a bit more straightforward. And I think the biggest change to Yosemite is that this is not a organically grown zoo in terms of using the landscape that has been there. This is going to be a fully man-made zoo, like a fully planned out zoo with an investor behind it, with a plan. You know, it's not going to be something where we have to use the nature to our favor. We basically have the money to go all in and change the nature according to us. So this zoo is obviously trying to still capture the essence of what Italy and Sicily specifically is, but then again, we are going to do this in a manner as if we had first of all, the money, but second of all the necessary regulations and forms from the local government to do whatever we want. And that means that this is going to be a change, obviously, because we can change the habitats and stuff as we like. Now, speaking of habitats, we are going to have welfare enabled. Yes, I said it, and it's actually going to happen. We will have a little bit changed sandbox settings, so we are not going to have the usual everything kind of, everything sandbox, everything free, everything power, endless power and stuff. Nope, we are going to work our way in here with realistic settings in terms of welfare, energy and water supply. We will have some guest needs turned on. I will, though, turn off a couple of these annoying things. So first of all, we are going to disable the plant needs of animals, because honestly, that would mean we have to go with tropical and tundra and whatever plants, and I still want to keep it somewhat realistic and close to the environment we are in, which is the Mediterranean area, and specifically the climate is the way it is, and also the fauna we have to use and flora is basically connected to this area, and I want to make it look like that, so that we are not going to start building here with, I don't know, too many cacti at the one hand, but too many Arctic things on the other. That's it. Also, another element of realism and focus is going to be the guest. So we will have to look at guest flow. I want to try this zoo to keep the zoo not small, but definitely a lot smaller than Yosemite and Koala Zoo are, for example, which is purely because I want to ensure that we can play in this zoo. Hence, I will try to focus on a couple less, or just more focused habitats, and focus also on the guest flow, so that we will always have guests in here. So after the first habitat, which is again the next episode, it's gonna be the Wombat, by the way, and if I'm feeling very lucky and feeling very good, I might actually bring the peafowl in, because I decided to have the peafowl roaming around in the entrance area, which, by the way, we are just building over here. We are building one of the two main entrance buildings. I'm going to talk about this in the real-time part a little bit more. So that's going to be the entrance area on the left-hand side, which has like an information kiosk and stuff. And on the other hand, there will be also some audio guides and on. The other thing I need to talk about is also the setting of the zoo. As I said, it's going to be located on the top of a little plateau, as you can actually see from over here quite nicely, and we will work our way on top of this plateau with a couple of things. So there will be like a little, people asked already in the live stream for waterfall. We might not have a classic waterfall, but we will have like a little water stream going downhill. I found some very nice reference images from these type of very much almost valley looking like water, almost like rapid rivers, going downhill a little, and then you have all the white stones and very green kind of little cacti in between. I loved how this looked, and I am already pretty much sold on that idea for the otters, for example, the small clawed Asian otters. That's going to be awesome. But yeah, just in general, we are trying also to keep the list of animal very different to Yosemite. I try to really bring in the animals that we haven't featured in Yosemite. Now, that makes a lot of sense, because in Yosemite we featured a lot of animals that would technically fit way better in this small northern located, almost tundra-ish zoo, while we still had a lot of different animals from tropical regions, and we needed to build like a tropical dome and stuff. But this zoo, for example, over here, we can way more easily feature like Australian animals. We can way more easily feature like specific Asian animals. We can way more easily feature South American animals, simply because the climate does help quite a lot. So you will definitely see a lot more animals in here that we didn't have, or actually not in a nice way, in Yosemite Valley, because Yosemite Valley might actually be a bad example, because we nearly have, I don't know if we have every species in the base game and stuff, but we have a lot of species in this game featured in Yosemite. I think there's not that many different animals that are missing out, but I think you get the idea. The main focus also on the best habitats was to use the animals that live there. We've got the bisons living in a free area, the wolves living in a free area. We had this wetlands area now with a lot of animals that live in a free area. So a lot of things that just fitted into this. And so we will do the same over here. So the peafowl, for example, does fit very well. We will have a lot of other things like the crane and so on, some birdies, because we are so close to the sea that you have a lot of birds also being in here. So hopefully in the future we're going to see some actual birds in here, and they will most likely fit a lot better into this project. So a couple of things I made my mind up to. And also I think one of the biggest points I have to make here, and this is now 10 minutes into the video, but I think the Mediterranean style hasn't been featured too often in Planet Zoo. Now, I remember when we saw the first screenshot just a couple days earlier to the Europe DLC being announced, we all thought it's going to be a Mediterranean DLC, which I would have loved, by the way. I like the European DLC, but I was a little bit disappointed that the region they featured wasn't necessarily the southern European region like that. I mean, the pack was amazing, don't get me wrong. The pieces were maybe the best pieces we have so far in the game. However, I wished it was even more focused on Mediterranean, maybe also because I hoped for a couple of Mediterranean animals, specifically sea animals and, you know, water living animals, but obviously we didn't get that. Now, I am particularly happy to have chosen this. I had a couple other projects in my mind as well. There was like an Arctic project in my mind, but I thought this might be a little bit too seasonal. There was a South American idea on my list, which went a little bit more into the Maya kind of theme. And there were a couple of other things on my list, but I ended up going with the Mediterranean-inspired Sicily Zoo. So I hope you guys are fine with this idea. At least I am very happy with this choice. Now, I have to explain also why I chose this. I think, first of all, it's a very versatile theme, and I wanted to have something completely different from the Yosemite style. I wanted to have a lot less wood. It's, you know, I wanted to really go with a couple more open areas, open spaces, not too dense forest. That's not that I didn't like that, but it's not very screenshot friendly whatsoever for Planet Zoo. And at the end of the day, I need a couple of good screenshots to make some good thumbnails. That's a very practical reason. But also the zoo just feels so much more better if it's all bright. You can make so many more nice screenshots. Then one thing that Yosemite lacks completely, and I will not finish because it's just way too much work, is lighting. And this time around, I really want to feature a lot more lighting, which means, because like, is there anything better than a very warm, cozy, little, amazing Mediterranean night with a couple of, you know, just having a cocktail, chilling at the seaside, you know, being in a beautiful climate. It's not too hot, it's not too chilly. It is amazing, and you just have that Mediterranean music playing, a couple of lights hanging around, you know, l'ambiance and whatnot. That's just the Dolce Vita, okay? So the wording does make sense that this is from Italy. So I just feel like this is the perfect thing to do. Now, obviously, we have to work our way there. This is also a good example over here. This whole build you are watching in a little less than 20 minutes today took me over 20 hours to do. Like, don't get me wrong. I did a couple of things on stream, which makes me a bit slower than usual. But just in general, it took me over 20 hours to assemble what you can see. There's a whole lot of planning involved. There's a whole lot of trial and error involved. And this is by any means complaining. This is just emphasizing on how much I needed that change. These 20 hours felt exactly like 2 hours in Yosemite. And the reason why is because I had Yosemite for over 3 years now. It was so much kind of nailed into my body. It almost like was part of my body, that everything about Yosemite felt kind of easy in a way, but then again, it didn't challenge me enough. And this over here challenged me insanely, like ridiculously. This one building over here, which looks fairly decent at the end, I must say, took 2 live streams almost, and a lot of time in between, and still isn't fully done, simply because the problem is I had no idea about the style. I have like a folder on my computer now with like a million photos in from Sicily, a lot of inspiration that went in there. But I also had a couple of issues with a couple of images because they just didn't give me the vibe I wanted to have. So really a lot of smaller things that I don't even want to call issues, because essentially they are not issues. But it was a challenge, and I loved to have that challenge. This is what you need to do for creativity at some point. So there has never been the point where I didn't want to build in Yosemite at all. It was just like, it felt too normal. It felt too easy. It felt too straightforward. I'm just blankly saying it that way. So I needed that challenge. As you can see over here, I'm putting a planter down, which is forming the logo of this zoo. And I also did a spelling mistake, as always. I don't know, like these things just keep happening. I'm not entirely sure if it's going to stay that way. It looks fairly decent, not going to lie. It looks fairly decent at the end. And again, it will also set the scene for what is going on in the entire zoo. We have to just work our way in here with a lot more simplistic building and simplistic planters, and just trying to make the nature do the job for us. You can see I did a couple of different variations of foliage already. These are some blueprints we are going to use throughout the zoo. I made myself a little palette already, something I learned from Mike, so I will definitely carry that through. And then a lot of good input came from the live stream. So again, just as a little reminder, if you guys want to see me build this live and see that this actually takes hours to do, it's a very good idea to follow me on Twitch as well, because I recently started streaming on a regular basis again. I can't even imagine saying that, but it's true, I do. So no worries, you can follow and you will eventually see me live. Maybe not this week, because I'll be in Greece for a couple of days, so getting a bit more Mediterranean inspiration, just a little bit too far to the east. But we are going there with our work agency as like a little bonus travel with the agency, so actually not for work necessarily. Anyhow, let's have a look how this is looking in game actually, and then close this off for today. Today we are going to build the Wombat habitat, and if you guys are in for some architectural exploration of the Mediterranean area, you're completely right here. This is going to be a fun episode today. We are going to have a lot of fun talking about all the different styles I'm exploring for this build, and honestly, I might not say even too much if I say that this is one of my better habitats I've ever built, one of the best, well, realistic themed habitats I've done. Let me just quickly explain. There is a way of making realistic habitats, and they not necessarily are themed in a way. They are just realistic, good looking, because of following the rules of realistic habitats. But then again, I don't want to call it trend, but it's kind of a development that happened in the last, I would say, decade, is that zoos now start to also theme their areas according to where the animal actually comes from, or where the zoo is located, or whatever you want to say. So potentially that's something that hasn't been done in the past, and not necessarily declares if a habitat is good or not. But in this particular case over here, we are building a habitat that is themed to the area we are in. It's not themed to the animal per se, you know, in particular, because the Wombat is obviously from Australia, and so we are not going to do an Australian themed habitat. We are going to do a Mediterranean, Sicily inspired habitat. However, they do have all the requirements that need to be met. They have more than enough space. They have a shelter. They have a lot of shade. They have a good area to live in, and everything that they need, even if the winter is a little bit, colder, but temperature-wise, it's pretty similar to where they live in Australia. So it's not very different from what they need. So there is not really that much we need to do with like crazy big shelters so they can spend all the time in the winter. It's necessarily exactly the same as you would do in Australia itself. So I didn't see a big need to do certain things like that. But as you can see, the habitat is a sunken habitat, so a very common thing that has been done in zoos, and also a very common thing for the common wombat. Okay, sorry. But this is a build I was looking forward to, because when I made my mind up what shall I do, I had a couple of ideas what I wanted to have as the entrance building. For the longest time, the Meerkat has been in my mind as a way smaller addition to the center and a bigger plaza, but I'm very happy that we got the Wombat. There are a couple of things that made me decide made me go for the Wombat. And I think the biggest reason is that I had no other idea to create a Wombat habitat at this point. So just as Yosemite is filled in, didn't see the need of it. Our franchise zoo is for, you know, big cats and cats only. And there's not really a different project where we could bring them in at this point, and doing a realistic habitat is also something I didn't want to do for them in the realistic habitat series. So I ended up, you know, searching for a spot to bring them in, and this is exactly the spot we needed. And also, I think it's a very cute animal to start with. It's a very nice animal to start the zoo with. It's not a big group. It's a pair of two. It's a very subtly interesting, actually subtly interesting is not a word even, but it's very subtle in terms of interest rate for the people, but it's not like super general, it's not the boring one, so it's right in the between. It's not the big star where everyone would be crowded around, but it's then again not something that people don't want to see at all. So it's a very good starter animal, I guess, for a zoo. And also the requirements these animals have are very moderate, so very easy to meet, and that's something was required for this area as well, because I wanted to leave it rather open to maintain a certain nice view into the zoo, and also something that works in a space that might actually be quite crowded. So we couldn't have put a shy animal in here, that just wouldn't have worked. And yeah, so you have a little view over here of the main area, and I left this in for a longer minute to talk about this, because we will now have to fill in a lot as we start doing so. But now you got a little break to see what this looked like, and now things changed dramatically in a very short span of time. So that's why I left this moment in. So if you want to go back, you can, and just remain on this moment where I put a break in, because this area, I looked at it for a long time to see if every angle is kind of correct to maintain that feeling of the entrance of the zoo. And I have to say, and you will see that in the real-time part, it really is exactly what I wanted to achieve, and that is something I'm more than happy about. I'm more than happy about the fact that it does look like that. And yeah, I'm just, in general, I'm extremely happy with how it all turned out. I could not have thought of anything better, because I had no idea how the style will turn out, and this building in particular we are doing over here was a bit of a challenge. I did a couple of iterations that have not made it into the video. There were a little bit of weird things I tried out and didn't work out, and the interior isn't done yet. I will do the interior on the next live stream, just because I think it would basically be way too much for this video. The video, like the time-lapse itself, is already pretty filled in, even though I did cut out a lot. Whenever I do these type of habitats, I said in the first video, I will try now to have a significant progress in these videos, and I'm not going to do a video solely for the interior design of a building or solely for the purpose of having a video. It has to have a significant impact of the development of the zoo, and that's also why I did cut out a couple of things. But again, as I said, I was exploring a lot of different versions of building architecture I was using here, and I took a lot more inspiration. I ended up with a Sicilian ranch build. I found an image of a ranch, just a very nice ranch, and I think it is also a lot more modern ranch that I found, so it definitely didn't seem like an old broken rundown one. It definitely looked like a modern one, and I went with this, and I figured how well these new pieces work. It is really insane. But that's another very nice plug over here to talk about, which I didn't do intentionally, but I remember now that I wanted to talk about this in the video. I think there is one big danger in having a new DLC. It's not really a danger. That might be a bit of a... the word is too hard for that. But there is a little trap you might fall into, and I have fallen into that trap quite often. Whenever you have new pieces, there is a certain drive to use new pieces over the old ones, just because they are new. but sometimes that doesn't mean these are the best pieces. And you see in this version in particular that I use basically, I think this blueprint couldn't be used by anyone who has not all DLCs. I think I used a piece from at least every DLC, and that shows that there is a lot of versatility in those sets anyways. I'm lying, by the way, there's potentially no Arctic piece in there, but that's a different story. On the other hand, it definitely is this weird situation in which you always try to use new pieces, and I think it's a very natural behavior because you want to learn more about these pieces, how versatile they are, how you can use them. However, this leads into, and this is the trap I was talking about, this leads into a situation where your builds will start looking not the same, but they have a certain style given to them because the set you're using most likely brings this style with it. And so I think to get something completely new, you have to do exactly what I did here in the final iteration. You have to really go through and try to use pieces from, yeah, nearly every different set in order to find the best kind of mixture of pieces, the best palette you can use. And I think I found a very good basis now in terms of what I want to use, which wall pieces work well, which don't, if it's plaster or limestone, because both of them just kind of work together in a way, but then again they don't. It depends a little bit on the situation where you use them. And so I found out now that the limestone walls, for example, work a lot better with the old rustic stone set from the Europe set. So limestone and Europe set is a very good combination, and the new one, so the rustic one, together with the plaster pieces looks really good. So the mason, I think it's mentioned mason how, I think it's mason brick or something like that, works really well. And then yeah, one of these things I started doing in my realistic builds, just using the decals to create a little feeling as if the borders of the path are not 100% like sharp, is really always helping to sell a way more organic feel. And then again, we obviously use a lot of decals. I'm still debating with myself if too many decals would make sense, or if I should even use too many decals here and there. I mean, granted, even if you open a zoo, it just doesn't take long until you see the first weathery effects on the walls. But since this zoo, as I said, is a very planned zoo, and maybe even a more modern zoo that isn't existing for too long, I might not go too crazy with these things. Like, don't make these things too weathered and stuff, because realistically that wouldn't be the case. But then on the other hand, there is barely any area you visit. I mean, just take some bigger concrete Bauhaus style buildings nowadays. When you open them, or especially if it's a public building or something, the day you open them, they already have graffitis on them, and unfortunately these graffitis are not always art. So yeah, there is a lot of problems with weathering and also different external effects, I might call that. So yeah, at the end of the day, I still believe that this is rather important to address at this point. But once we have to found the balance between the different things, I think it's all good. This building over here, however, is going to be very interesting. And I found another picture of a very old rundown shed. Basically, it was called the Sicilian shed. So I thought that was a good inspiration. And this is going to be the Wombat shed. And I definitely love how it turned out. Even though I made a little whoopsie, I haven't paid attention to aligning the pieces at the beginning. So the walls are all a tiny little bit off. So they are a tiny bit tilted. You can see that already here on the edges. I was just checking that real quick, and then I figured, oh my god, they're a tilt. However, I just completely went on with that and didn't fix it. And this makes the building ever so slightly off. And I think it looks beautiful at the end. And the reason to keep that then a little bit more weathered, I think is fully justified. This could be, for example, something that is intentionally made that way, that they kind of used an old shed, or just because the building itself doesn't need to be like super insane. It's basically the backstage building that just needs to have like a fitting facade. And I could imagine that this is something a zoo would do, and just make sure that, you know, everything else where the guests are looks fine, but then this animal building doesn't need to be like 100% accurate. Also in terms of cleaning and stuff, you quite often see that within the habitats the builds are a lot more weathered and dirty than the rest of the zoo is, just because of the maintenance and stuff. So I think it's rather realistic that this building looks a bit more broken in the end, which in fact it doesn't too much at the end of this episode, because I didn't do too much of the decals. I did a little bit of ivy and stuff, but the building itself already looks kind of wonky because of all the different pieces I slapped together. So I think it really looks already pretty good at this stage. I'm a big fan of this building. I made some custom fence windows here just to make the appearance of it a bit more realistic as well, just keeping it open, getting some light into the shed. So just in general, I'm very, very happy with the outcome of the build. It is a beautiful build. It is efficient in a way, but then again, it's super good. I had a little bit of yawning here. I don't know. I didn't have enough fresh air, I guess. So that's why I'm yawning. I'm actually not that tired. So whatever. I hope the energetic voice makes up for that little yawn I had over here. Also, is it yawn or is it John? I think it's yawn, right? Without the J. I'm too German here. Whatever. Now, placing down a couple of these burrow pieces and just the general enrichment pieces, the most ugly pipe in the world. I tried covering it up. I kind of succeeded, I guess. At least it looks different than it usually does. I'm not entirely sure if I'm keeping it the way it is. But yeah, it's a pipe with water in, like a little water trough. It's fine, I guess. As this is, by the way, the little ivy thingy I did over here. As I said, I think that the ivy already makes up for some of the rusticness of the building itself, and it almost looks like overgrown immediately, but there still need to be a couple of decals with a bit of grunge and stuff to just make that building look that tiny little bit more used even. And now we come to something, and this is something I'm going to talk about rather quickly in the real-time part as well, that will make a lot of people happy. So first of all, for those of you who made it through till this point in the video, you might also be those people who commented on the last video. Oh my god, mega props to all of you. Thank you for all these comments. I'm not even sure if I will have worked through all of them till today, because I will be a couple days in Greece, as I said, from tomorrow on, so I'm not sure if I will be able to read all of the comments. Now, thank you so much for this. And many people also talked about ruins and old Roman kind of ruins and little pieces. And obviously this was something I had in mind. For those of you who have been in the first live stream, they know that the first iteration of the plaza had its own ruin piece in the center of the plaza. But then as I changed this into the Wombat area, I thought this would be really cool to have that little centerpiece in the middle of the habitat. Just as if this is taken as an inspiration. Maybe this was one of the leftovers they needed to keep that way and was like a requirement that I have it in. Whatever, you can make up a story for that if you want to. I just found it a very nice centerpiece because realistically there's not really that much you can have in a wombat habitat. Like there is not something they don't climb, like they don't really need anything to climb. They have nothing special for diving. They don't go for a bath. They, you know, there's nothing. They're just cute. They're insanely cute. That's their trait. That's their skill. But there's not really much else that goes on with them. So I thought, you know, to just generate a bit more interest, it would be really nice to have that ruin going on there. Anyhow, that's enough talky talk from the Rudy from the past. Now it's time to go over to the real-time Rudy, or the 3 R's as we call it, while I'm doing a little bit of a shed over here as a little bit of a shade for them to have a bit of time seeking for shade if they want to. But now it's time to gently hand over to the real-time Rudy, who's going to show this to you in the actual game. Enjoy that one. It's that time again for Zoo Sicily, and today we're going to bring in the wonderful and cute little koala. The koala, though, is going to be the second implementation of the Australian animals into our Italian zoo project. Now, you guys have voted for this one more or less by typing a lot of comments into my last video's comment section, with especially the koala and the kangaroo making a big impression on me. However, the koala was actually planned anyhow, so it was a very simple head nodding on my side to bring this in. But today I'm going to talk you through the hard times of actually realizing in this thing. First things first, I am absolutely stoked about the end result. It is by far the best thing in this zoo, at least in my opinion, because it just really sets sails for what is going on in the whole series, I think. And also, sorry for my voice, it's cracking a little bit. I am not entirely sure what it is. I'm feeling good, but the last couple days, the weather has been a roller coaster, I shall say, and today it was like 25 degrees or something, and I might have had at a certain occasion, maybe I wore a little bit too little clothes or too many. I have no idea, but my throat is having a little hard time here. However, we're going to make this. And also, I have to say that this build is maybe a little bit confusing at times. I had to do a lot of research, and I had to do a little bit of trial and error. Now, up until this point, I was partially using the free build mod that was working in the previous version of Planet Zoo. It hasn't yet been updated to the newest version of the game, which is the 1.11.2 or something like that. It was like a hot fix as well, but it's not like working anymore, and that means I needed to change a couple of little things to make this actually work. Mostly, as you can see here in the middle, this little restaurant area is having a couple of issues, but we are going to sort them out anyhow, so it's going to be easy. Now, speaking of issues, I wanted to make this little corner building over here somewhat like a little bit of a, it's not really a taverna, it's been planned as a taverna first, but then I thought, you know what, it's so much at the beginning of the zoo, I wouldn't want to have like a proper taverna or like restaurant over here. I just want to have like a little gift slash like goodies shop with a couple of food and drinks and snacks, just so you can grab certain things and then just move on into the zoo. But equally at the same time, this building should have been, or it should be, the indoor section for the koala. So at the back of the shops, there's going to be the koala habitation in which they can live in, the boxes and stuff, blah blah. You'll see that during the video. Now, this put me actually against a couple of issues that I wasn't really aware of, because many things I've done in this corner over here turned out to be rather complicated. The first things first, it was the roof. Now, I went for like a very classic like Mediterranean building shape. It's somewhat of like a half L shape, which is really down to some of the Roman buildings, which use also like a little bit of an L shape, and then having some of the roofs, which use these terracotta tiled roof typey things. But I wanted to make them a different color, and then I just figured our roof pieces are way too big, and without having the chance to use free build in order to manipulate them in a different way, I needed to make like a little bit of a combination of custom roofs and in-game roofs. Now, the final result is kind of cool, even though I have to say it is somewhat of a workaround of what I wanted to do actually, and I still have to figure out how I'm going to do more intricate like little villa buildings in the future, like these typical Mediterranean little villa buildings we will have a lot throughout the zoo, as they just offer a certain appeal and a certain thing, just as like shelters and stuff like that. I still have to find out how I'm going to use them in the best way possible, but I'm very confident we're going to find a good way. But obviously I wanted to also bring in a lot of plants, a lot of overhanging plants, and I'm still having a hard time finding the right overhanging plants. I know from certain people in the community that there are a couple of cool plants that they can use for like hanging or like, these type of plants, but the problem is most of them might not go together with the Mediterranean style I'm doing over here, so I have to find my own way, which actually is a cool challenge. But at this point I was struggling a lot with a lot of finding the right pieces, finding the right plants, finding the right everything, in effect, actually everything. Now, it was a lot of fun, but it took way longer than I expected. Now, this episode over here, again, sucked in very much 10 hours or something, not even counting research. And this is also why there wasn't any episode else this week. I had prepared the first 2 episodes before the DLC actually launched, and then there was a big drain in between because I was working on this episode. And I have actually planned out a couple more things for the future episodes, which I'm going to talk about a bit more in the real-time part. But I have to say that, the problem was that I wanted to really achieve something in this main plaza that is the more or less translation of the style into the zoo. So that whenever you enter the plaza, you will know what this is going to be like. And therefore, I had to ensure that everything looks exactly the way I wanted it to, and I had it in mind. And Honestly, this takes a long time when you're not too used to the theme. But yeah, we are bringing in so many new variants of fences, as you can see right now building on screen. We are bringing in a lot of different little elements that we can use throughout the foliage and the nature part of it, like just rock formations, combinations of plants, and just in general the choice of plants. And these things are so mega important, because you want to have these kind of things as icons for your zoo. You want to have these things to have a storyline that, you know, a red line, so to say, that drags through the whole zoo. Oh, by the way, speaking of a red line, I think I haven't talked about that. I have talked about the main reasons why this is going to be a special zoo, but I think one thing I haven't really talked about is the fact that I wanted to make this like a guided zoo. Now, what I mean by that is that usually we had, like, Yosemite is super confusing. Yosemite Valley is a proper organic zoo, but in order to make like a tour, it is nearly impossible, because it almost equals a freaking Sudoku or something to solve the way of having one tour that is a non-stop tour and covers everything in the zoo. It's basically impossible without going forth and back. And in this zoo, I wanted to ensure that you can actually do this, that you have one proper journey through the zoo. That said, I will intentionally not do this with like continents or animal type relations, which would make sense when considering a lot of arguments, but then again, the biggest problem of that is that it limits my freedom ever so much, that I feel like I have put myself a lot of restrictions for this project, which is great, but I don't want to have this additional restriction to focus on specific areas. And when there is a new animal or a different animal that I just want to build, that I don't have the chance to do that because I have to follow, like, for example, the fact that we are in the big cat area or we are in the northern area or whatnot, that would limit myself too much. And so I decided to go with a guided tour that has a couple of things going on, but then again, the type of animal is mainly down to what I want to do next and what fits in, and, you know, these type of things. And obviously I'll try to have the backstages kind of connected so that they make sense, but they can make sense with different types of animals. So sometimes I might be restricted to a certain, well, group of animals, let's put it that way, simply because of the restriction of the area I have set myself to, but not like per definition of the project. And so I think this is a very good mixture of having something more guided. I don't even know if guided is the right wording, but something that is a lot more easy to follow, versus still having the freedom of putting different animals in whenever I want to. And I think that's a beautiful combination. You can see also over here, I tried to put in some boxes where you can put the koalas in, and giving them like proper like climbing things. And I just imagine these are like sleeping boxes you can open and close, and just make sure that they have a good time and they're secured in there whenever there's like weather is not really playing whatever you want it to play. So yeah, just, you know, having that kind of versatility to have there like a proper realistic indoor section. I didn't make it too big, like, you know, they have a huge outdoor section, and this Mediterranean area will grant them a lot of time in the year. Most of the months during the year will be good enough for them to be outside, and whenever it's pouring rain, they can either sit in the trees or just search for some different shelter, or like go indoors. So that's the idea. And I didn't even want to make people be able to see what's in there. It's just like a proper backstage area, full stop. Now, yeah, I think there's so much more I could talk about in this episode, because it's been so much fun to experiment with all the pieces and just putting some backstage already in place. I will most likely also make some blueprints for backstage areas that we can use throughout the entire zoo, because it's starting to get repetitive after a while. And so I'm just like, have a couple of things as a palette of different backstage areas we can put in every now and then. It's kind of great. And then maybe in between we can do a proper backstage experiment or whatever. So that would be nice. But all over the place, I think I'm going to focus on the habitat creation mostly in the videos. But, you know, I'm very happy. I'm just very happy. And I'm also very happy about the fact that this is on its own already looking so different from what I've done in the past. I mean, the last episode and the episode before have already brought in a very new feeling, even though I have to say entrances is something I have done quite a lot for many zoos and many theme parks I have started, many of which I have never finished, but you know, truth to be told, like I've done a lot of entrances. a realistic thing that happens when you start new projects, right? But I haven't done too many exits. Okay, that's a bad segue. Whatever, I haven't used them too often for visiting the full park. In any case, I think the last episode already gave you a good experience of what this different journey could be like with your favorite camel on YouTube. I hope I am, by the way. Is there a different camel on YouTube? I hope there's not. And if so, what are you doing? But in any case, I wanted to give you really a super different project to follow and to binge watch and to just enjoy. Maybe like a lot of people that just joined the channel recently. First of all, hi, welcome. Thank you very much for being a part now. But also, I hope you guys are going to enjoy this series now from the beginning. I even hope you might catch up on Yosemite Valley now if you haven't already, because that's more or less a very good showcase of what this project might look like in the future in terms of just overall context, overall storytelling, overall build quality, and overall like completeness. Is that even a word? Completion of the project? I don't know. Level of completion might be the word that you would use in that case. So that's a very good point to do for those who joined or maybe even haven't caught up on Yosemite. But I wanted to give you a project that is super different from Yosemite, that is super different from the usual builds I've done. And I think this habitat in particular over here is already super different from what I usually do. It plays a lot more with incline and the capability of making a different level habitat to also, and that's a very important factor about this project in general, to incorporate some realism aspects. Now, koalas don't like to be shouted at too much, and they don't want to be in the midst of a noisy plaza. But this habitat is next to a big plaza, so I had to find a solution to make sure that these little guys are not too stressed all of the time. So what I did is I made sure that they go down into their little area, and once they climb up the trees, they will be able to be seen by the guests, but they are sitting in their comfortable trees in which they feel safe. So that's something like using their natural habitat as an element of reduction of stress is, I guess, the right term for that. So overall, I'm extremely happy with that idea and also how it turned out. You will see in the real-time part later on how cool that looks from the eye level of people, because you don't really walk towards a habitat. You walk over a plaza and you don't notice at the first glance that this is a habitat, because you only see the top of the trees, but you have to really get closer to it, and then you might actually be able to spot some of the koalas in the trees, which is kind of cool. Like, it's a little bit of an experience, and then you just start noticing that there is actually a habitat, and you have really to go close to the fence to be able to look down into the habitat area. Which again was an idea to ensure that these little guys have a stress-free time, so to say. Now, I really hope how this turned out. This building over here, just as a little disclaimer, it's not the final version of the interior. Like, it's basically a little bit of exploring of themes. I haven't looked too much at the interior in Mediterranean areas and restaurants and stuff. I should have done that before building this, but this was only made for the episode now, and also to make sure that we can have a little glimpse inside here. There are a lot of things I like about what I've done here, but a lot of things I dislike from the interior, so I have to find out what I like and what I dislike, in particular to make sure this is going to look like a lot more Mediterranean and Sicilian. I think this wall with the stones and the wine growing over there is pretty good already, and having these plants in the little pots is really cool as well. But there are a couple of other elements that look a little bit too Asian to me, so I might have to change that. But overall, I'm a big fan of this building, and I think we have now 3 different buildings that all have this Mediterranean vibe going on, but on their very own, they're all super different from each other. And I think this is very good to have as a little, start to the series. I mean, it's episode 3, it's still the start, isn't it? Yeah, so that's that. I can't really tell too much more now because the time is running out in this speed build section. But you can see I'm putting down a couple of decals here and there to make it look a bit more realistic, and which it does after a while. And that's the point where I have to give you and hand you over or hoof you over. Is that even a word? I'm going to hoof you over to my dear friend, the future Rudy, or the real-time Rudy as we call him here. So enjoy that one, and I'll see you after the cut. Is there anything better than a parking lot that at night turns into a bat exhibit? Well, not a bat, but like a bat exhibit. You know what I mean? this is what we're going to do today. And sorry, my voice is completely broken. It's gone. It's on holidays in Sicily, I hope at least. So you have to bear with me with a bit of cracking voice. I have a cup of tea next to me. I'm just gonna have a little sound here for you. This is my little spoon in the cup. And eventually, from now and then, during the voiceover, I have to take a little nip and zip like this, you know? Just to keep my voice somewhat working. The real-time part was super hard to record. I really hope you guys are not too mad about it. There are a couple of reasons why I can't record later. I wanted to wait, but there are some reasons why I couldn't wait, which maybe you have already found out by the time this video goes live, but I'm not 100% sure. So who knows? This is going to be very exciting because this idea just kind of came into my mind once the pack was a couple of days released. So, you know, I made this video where I thought, you know, I have to say that I'm kind of wrong about the pack. And I saw a lot of people doing great stuff, like the lady did a cool little bat cave, and Eben obviously did this wonderful kind of nocturnal cave thingy in Koala, and many other people, like Caesar Creates, did a wonderful realistic kind of bat exhibit, kind of, I can't even tell this was like a bat house or something. Really cool. But you know Rudy, okay? You know me, and I needed to do something different. And I had something in mind for a whole time, but I was like, how can you bring this in? And one of these things that I was missing the most from Planet Zoo is something that even older games already had, even Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. Even though it was just like minor, but let's go with Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 then. They also had like ducks and stuff, and you could even shoot them, and then they lost their feathers and kept on flying. Anyways, that was just like a little Easter egg in the game, but just the idea of having something in the game that is just part of the game without being part of the game, just as like kind of ambience. Not saying, I mean, Planet Zoo has beautiful ambience, but there is something missing about the ambience. And so what I wanted to create over here is a parking lot that, for the first time ever, at least in my time building in Planet Zoo, has a certain meaning to it and a certain ambience. And the ambience now obviously is that we have the bat exhibits in here. I tried my very best to hide them as much as possible, and I would even say that I completely succeeded at the end of the day. Like, if you show this screenshot or this area to someone at the end of the day, they should not be able to tell that there are 3 bat exhibits in there. I even tried around with a couple of these enrichment items. It was a little bit of a forth and back here and there, and it just, you know, was quite hard for me to somehow find out certain things, but it worked. So it just really, really worked out very well, and I really loved how this turned out in the end. Now, it obviously, yeah, kind of felt wrong to do this because you wanted to have these more in the zoo, so I still have to figure out how to bring the guests down here without bringing them too much down. You know, it's like a little bit of a problem because it will be pretty crowded if I don't put anything in between. But then again, I want to have people here. Well, that's mostly my biggest issue at this point. Anyhow, I will leave you alone a little bit with the music to save my voice for the later part of this time lapse, and then I'll be back with you in around 5-ish minutes. So enjoy the next couple of minutes of music, and then we talk again. Right, no, there's no music. Actually, this is the current Rudy, if you will. The Rudy of the supercut, the voiceover of the supercut. We are already an hour into the video, almost, I should say. So thank you so much already for watching till this point in time. And I'm gonna take the next couple of minutes to, just basically give you a bit of a background to where we are and what you can expect. And also just reconnecting to you guys if you are willing to watch the supercut. I'm very pleased that YouTube does favor, or not YouTube, I should say, the people around there, they do favor long form videos more than it has been the case in the last couple of years. And specifically for projects like that, this is the biggest actually value, the biggest piece of respect that you can have is people watching these types of videos that you obviously, and in this case I mean me, have spent so much time creating content for you guys. This whole zoo, as you can obviously tell from the supercut, has really taken up a tremendous amount of my time. If you consider that every speed build does contain of a time lapse that is sped up by somewhat 7 to 12 times. It always depends a little on how much I've been focused. If I do it during a live stream, I'm not so focused and I build slower, so sometimes I do speed them up above 10x, maybe 12x or so. Very seldom, very rarely that I'm gonna go over 12x though, but that's that. And if I'm super focused, like listening to a audiobook or something like that, I am very much going down to like 7x or so to make it not too crazy to watch for you. So these things taking into consideration, with all the cutouts, like there's a lot of stuff obviously that I do cut out that you don't see on the speed builds anyways. This project has definitely taken more than 150 hours of my life, plus a lot, I guess. And then, if you don't count in all the hours going into real-time parts and the editing and so on. So the last episode says over 400 hours of my life, which I guess is a very optimistic estimation. I'm quite sure there's more time that went into the project overall, with all the research included. But hey, who am I to judge? It was a lot of fun. So thank you so much for lending me your time, for being here watching this. And I personally have no feeling how many people are going to watch the supercut. I have absolutely no feeling. It can be anything from 5 to 5 million, I don't know. It's just a huge pleasure to relive this whole project a little bit, at least, with you guys. So most of the voiceover obviously is the original, which is part of the supercut. But I may also say that I did cut out all the real-time parts that normally play a huge role in these types of videos, because they not only do they make sense to show you the progress of the video, they are also a great way to interact with your area and showcase everything that you have thought about during the time lapse. But in this specific case, I did obviously cut them all out, because it would have made this video 17 hours long, which is crazy. So the point that I'm cutting them out is not only to save time of the video, which is not really a point in a 10-hour long video anyways. It's more about the convenience of watching this, because every single time having the interruption of the progress is a bit of an odd one. And if you are willing to see the final result, you can always watch the final tour or skippity skip to where you want to be. I'm very curious also to see the people skipping through the video. You can see this in the Google Analytics or in the YouTube Analytics, where people actually do skip to the most, which is very interesting to see. And you always try to find a pattern. Like obviously in this video there's no reason to finding a pattern for anything in the future, but as people wish to have more of these supercuts, there will be more supercuts in the future. I'm very curious to see how much you guys are loving these, and there will be all supercuts from all my projects excluding the Yosemite Valley. I did test this, I did download all the episodes, I did load them into my editing software, and unedited I came to the conclusion, even with editing, I will not be able to bring it below 24 hours. Like unedited, I'm well into the 60 hours of material. So that is ridiculous, and that's already counting all the special episodes out, because I have not really put them in. That's actually excluding all the tours, and it's just the raw speed builds. I mean, if you see this, I boiled this one down over here to 37 episodes, I guess, of pure building, while Yosemite Valley has about 97 episodes of pure building, which is absolutely freaking insane. So that's not gonna be a supercut. There is no way to do a supercut of Yosemite. You better have to watch these the playlist, and it is my most watched playlist anyway, so that is pretty damn cool. But yeah, I will not talk about this specific project in front of you, because my past me that has talked you through the parking lot idea at the beginning does know a lot more about what was going on in my head back then. This is also a very interesting little thing, I guess. It's very funny to relive what I have been through in these times, whether it's been having a cracky voice because of being sick or whatever, or just like the type of ideas I have or the stories I talk about my daughter. It's also funny to look at that, knowing that my daughter is now already turning 4 years old soon, while my little son is about, what's the matter? It's like he's about 3 months old already, so that's kind of crazy. And in a couple of years, I'm watching this video and it's like, oh, what was I even talking about? So that's been it from the future Rudy. Go back into the supercut and enjoy that one. Alright, so here I am again, and yeah, you can see a lot has changed during the last 5 minutes, and it's the usual thing. Once you figured out which kind of way you want to go, things just easily click together. And obviously I did also cut out a couple of things in the background that you guys haven't seen during the build. And now it was my turn to clean up certain things, and it just worked out pretty well. Just one thing I want to mention is this thing is also made as a blueprint, so you can download the parking lot if you want to. I will put it in the workshop if I don't forget about doing this until this point in time. But it is really something unique, and I just wanted to have it that way. I tried several things like having new kind of fence types and new types of doing the nature, and little things that just came together at the end of the day, made it look good and made it look cool. This part over here, by the way, is still one of the issues I have, and this is still about the point that I don't know how exactly I'm going to connect this with the zoo. Like, this should be the connection that leads to the entrance, and I have to guide this to the backside of the backstage area, so I have to do a couple of things to make it separate from the backstage area, which will be doable, and there is a pretty simple way of doing it. However, I need to again find a way that there is a reason for people to go there, and technically this part over here is obviously still outside of the zoo, so you have to first of all go into the zoo to go into habitats. Now I have to trick this system, or I have to use a little trick to make this work. But I feel very confident that this might work. The only caveat about this is that I have either too many people in here or never actually some people in here. So my idea is to make a separate entrance to the parking lot, which is rather far away from the entrance, and then put a vista point in here somewhere. And also, I need to make sure that the pathway is not actually connected to the original pathway where the spawners will be, so that the people won't use this to exit the area. So these are a couple of little things I have to figure out at a certain point in the future, once the park has grown a little bit. But for the moment being, this is the way it is. Also, is it shocking that the FPS is already below 60 in this park? I mean, hello, what have I done? But yeah, no, I think it was just some setting issues I had over there. So at the end, the time-lapse worked out pretty well again. Now, yeah, with that said, we are almost at the end of today's episode. One thing I wanted to note in particular is that the build was super fun, and I hope you guys enjoyed it a lot, because many people asked for a bat cave, and many people asked for bats in general. However, I wanted to do something different, and maybe we are going to have a bat cave in addition in the future. Who knows if we get some cooler other big exhibit animals, who knows, but we will see. We will see how that turns out. Here's a little gimmick, I should call it, because I drive an EV. I was like, hey, you know what, in this zoo I want to be one of these person who benefits from that again. Once I do go here, I need kind of my EV charger to get back again, because obviously the range of an EV is not like super crazy. I mean, ours has a super decent range of like 400 or 300 to 400 kilometers, depending on how you drive and if you're quick or what the weather does, but which is solid. But sometimes if you go far away for like a day trip, it's super convenient to have like a charger somewhere. And this is what I did over here, put a little nice charger in, and as like a little gimmick. Well, that's it. I really hope you guys enjoyed this time-lapse so far, and you could deal with my voice. You have to deal with my voice a little bit more now in the real-time part. Also, the voice has some influence of my English, so please don't hate me for that. But enjoy the real-time Rudy now. Hope you guys enjoy looking at the parking lot in real. That's it. Have a good time, and cut over. Hey there, and welcome back to Zoo Sicily. Today with a very special build. There's gonna be a lion amphitheater, and this is gonna be a very special episode for many reasons. So stick with me and let's do it. Alright, first things first, obviously there's no reason hiding what we are doing, because you've clearly seen that from the thumbnail. Hopefully you did actually click because of that. But there's going to be a lot more info about what we are going to do in this series in the future. First of all, the inspiration for this build is straight out of the Taormina theater in Sicily. Now the thing is, this is a Roman Greek amphitheater, and there is so much about the amphitheater that I wanted to bring this in this series. One of the main things for this series was kind of the architectural inspiration I had anyways for the southern European area, and especially Sicily and the south of Italy, but also the south of Spain and the south of all the basically the Roman area. So now I really do love the fact that I finally had the chance to build something like that without it looking too stupid or weird, because nearly in every other area in the world this would kind of seem too comic-y and too much, you know, too themed and too weird. But I thought if there is any place in which I can do that and it makes sense and it doesn't feel out of place, then it definitely is the Zoo Sicily project. Now, I drew so much inspiration, as I said, out of this Taormina build. I also looked at some others, but the main feature about the amphitheater is obviously the sound. Now, it is over 2,000 years ago that the Romans have built these amphitheaters all across Europe and all across the Mediterranean area. My God. Nosy voice and then pronouncing that is amazing. Also, sorry, my voice is still nosy, but I'm doing a lot better now. So we have to deal with the nosy voice for a bit more, but I think it's fine, you know, as long as it's not like too throaty and too scratchy. I think the nosiness is quite okay. Now, also, one thing I want to mention about the architecture again of these amphitheaters. If you guys have already been to one, and I've been to many actually in southern France, so in the Camargue and in the Provence, and I've been to one in Italy, I've been to many in Greek. Now, a lot of these things, and every single time I've been to them, I'm left mouth open, and I can't get over how insanely crazy the architecture is. I mean, if you've done this experiment of standing down there, or like someone else is standing down at the point where usually the Roman, whoever, the artist, the singer, or whatever, whoever has stood 2,000 years ago, and then you've sat all the way on the highest point, for example, of the stands or whatever, you can clearly hear that voice as if this person would be standing next to you. The acoustic genius about this architecture, like using the form factor of an amphitheater to catch basically the sound waves, is absolutely tremendous. And even though physically it makes a lot of sense nowadays, you know, you watch a YouTube video or like a whatever brilliant.org tutorial or blah, you know, you'll find the info about that pretty easily. But 2,000 years ago, they did not really have that. They didn't have computer graphics to simulate if the sound is going to go there. And, you know, it's not like they could just build an amphitheater and then like, oh, you know, oh gosh, the angle was kind of wrong. Let's just rebuild that, you know. That's just not happening, okay? So it's, for me personally, it's absolutely ridiculous how they were able to manage something like that. And the reason why I go with the lion for this habitat is also pretty obvious, I guess, because it somehow just kind of feels the right animal in here, like with the roar and the being the main animal of this game anyways, and just in general the way how a lion just is and behaves and stuff. I just felt like it fits in here. And obviously also like kind of the connection with the Roman Empire, and you know, it's just like fitting in a way. Yeah, just really, that was like a straightforward idea even before I started the project. And I didn't know exactly in which episode I wanted to do that. I, for a very brief moment, thought about starting this project with this build, but then again I was like, you know what, that just doesn't make any sense. But we have to also speak about the positioning, especially of this build. Now, I will not be able to show it all in the real-time part to not make the video too awfully long, but there is a lot of thought that went into the placement of this thing. I have cut out mostly the planning and stuff of this build. I've been building this for way too many hours, to be honest, and it has been already halfway finished before I even visited Frontier 1.5 weeks ago. But then afterwards I got sick, and you know, my family got COVID, and you know, that's just all kept me from going on. So this week I always had the energy to build for a couple of minutes. So that was just like a tedious process of getting back into it. But for a couple of days now I'm feeling better, so I could finish it up at least to a certain degree. But that's nothing to do with me being sick. I had to finish this at this point because everything else I'm going to do with the build is directly influencing what is around the build. So there's no point in already doing it right now, because I will eventually change a couple things anyhow. Mainly the upper area of this habitat for the moment, just so you know, is a little placeholder. So it's meant to be the space that they will have at the end, but the way how it's integrated into the zoo will change over time. This is simply normal because I will obviously at a certain point get up to the higher area and then we will build over there. But first of all, and this is why I was talking about the positioning in itself, I have put that thing to a certain point, which will be again part of the center plaza, so to say. Now, after a lot of debate that I had with myself in my head, you know, Rudy had a debate, and the final result is, first of all, I thought about having a zoo that has kind of a circular layout in which people basically only have one route to follow. The more I thought about it, something in me was a bit against it, simply because the fact that in this Mediterranean area, many people just love also to just stroll around, you know, to just go and enjoy and have a good time. And one thing that I did not do too often in the past is basically an error I want to correct with this build. And this is also focus on gardens and, you know, recreation areas. Now, you don't have to do a habitat every single square meter of your zoo. That doesn't even need to be. If you remember how spacious zoos can be, and sometimes there are even botanical gardens included into that. So I definitely wanted to achieve something more along the line of a combination of gardens and habitats. Now, what we will have is the central area of the zoo will be one long kind of strip, which is having habitats to the left and right, and in the center there will be like restaurants and tavernas and gardens, so that you can actually go through this entire plaza and then decide whether you want to go to the right or to the left of the zoo. This is going to be the main element of our zoo. It's going to be like this main center area, a bit like the dried out riverbed in Valencia in Spain, which is kind of a tiny bit of an inspiration, just very tiny bit, because I love the fact how they just made like a wonderful park out of it, but that's just the single thing I took out of it. But yeah, so that's that. But I feel like I have to talk a bit more about this build. Now, as you've seen a lot of things going on in the background, I have to talk about the main inspiration. I already talked about that one as being Taormina, as the amphitheater, which has been put into activities that I had in action like a couple of years ago. I'm not sure if it survived the pandemic or whatever, but you know, they had like cultural events there back then, and it just looks gorgeous, to be honest. And I can really imagine myself sitting there having this insane view of Italy and of the sea and just in general. And I think you can even see the volcano Etna, so really crazy. And you can really tell how much the Romans knew about a good life and why there is the name Dolce Vita. You know, there's a good point for that. Now, but the habitat in specific it looks, I think at the end, I'm 100% happy with how it turned out. But let me tell you, that's not as easy as it seems. Now, it is not going to be a amphitheater that has been here, because there's no way that you will ever get the authorities, accept turning that into a habitat for a lion or something. I think that's not going to happen, because these things are like very valuable cultural areas. So this has to be a replica of an amphitheater, and to create something as a replica that still looks good and not out of place is a challenge on its own already. But then making it really appear as if it is not a replica and actually a functional habitat that does work as a habitat and doesn't seem to be comic-y and whatever out of place was another challenge. So I really struggled to get the right amount of broken, ruin style, but then keep it somewhat clean and modern and planned out as like a habitat design at the same time. And that was a really tough thing to achieve. And I tested a lot of things, so this is the final result you're going to see. And I tested a lot of things, and as always, like foliage and stuff will make things look finished. But I thought a lot about where to place the entrance for the guest. I thought a lot of time about how big I want to have the terrace being. I thought about what type of plants do I want to have, how much overgrown should it look. So really, it's a huge balancing act to get this thing to the state as it is, and also make it functional in a way. You know, we also have the task to have a proper backstage area, as we have. This is in the left-hand kind of tower building. And then we will also have like an underground kind of shelter for them, which is going to be connected to the main building there. I'll say that straight away. I will not 100% make that. I'm not sure if I will ever feel like the urge to make the backstage and make it really 100% nice looking. I potentially will, but it's, well, you can't see it, you know. There's no point in doing that because you can't see it, and I don't see us ever doing like a tour or something where it comes in handy. So maybe I'm going to do that later. Maybe I'm going to employ a certain Eben for that. I don't know, but it's just, I don't know. I feel like the work I put already into this build has been quite tremendous and quite a lot. And honestly, sometimes, and this is just like the trade-off you have to get into, to build these type of buildings, you have to really go into the nitty-gritty details, and sometimes that means that certain things just doesn't really, or that, like, they wouldn't really work realistically that well. And one of the things is specifically the space given in here in the center, like in this building, because, you know, of how the path works in this game. So, you know, it's not the easiest, and all these kind of things tied together to a very hard challenge to make it look good inside of the backstage area. But, you know, maybe I'm going to do it. So not 100% promise. Maybe I'm going to make it like semi, you know, that there are kind of implied little cages and stuff that I will not fully fledge out, but who knows? At the end of the day, I want to do it as best as I can. And also, if you guys have some feedback for that, please put it down in the comments if you think it's necessary, if you want to see it, whatever you think. Also, by the way, this one over here turned out absolutely great. I checked another inspirational picture I had, or like many other pictures I found, and sometimes in Sicily you have also these very whitish rocks that you have in the middle of your landscape. And I felt like, you know, that's a cool thing to put in here, to have like another focal point from the lower area, to give this whole thing a bit more context, to make it nicely framed and all these things. I really try to look at every single thing that we need, especially because when you enter the zoo, the amphitheater is a lot lower down. That was also the idea, to make sure it's not standing too much above. I didn't want to make it thrown the area. I want to make it really feel embedded. Now, obviously, if you're from bird's perspective, you see it, but when you go into the zoo, I didn't want to make this thing take all the attention, which it doesn't now. So if you go into the zoo, you still look at the wombats, you still see the koalas, you know, you have a good time, you don't see too much else going on. And once you go then further passing by the koalas, you'll start noticing this big thing in the background. But due to the different elevation heights, it is not as annoying, or like it doesn't take too much of the attention, because I didn't want it to be that famous or whatever in the zoo. I just wanted to make it like a good part of the zoo, not more but not less. So that's the main thing. Yeah, you can see I also put like a little staircase in the middle to make sure that the lions and the keepers can get up. Funnily enough, these aquatic rocks, the 4 rocks staircase pieces, are still looking so cool in this build. If I knew that before, I might have even tried to use those as a staircase, even though they might have looked a little bit too repetitive, but whatever. Now, one thing that was always in mind and inevitable for this build is kind of a little platform on which the lions can sleep. It's almost like the Pride Rock, only that it's not like a rock, it's like a limestone footer, if you will, which is kind of like a broken down ruin thing. But again, obviously, since this is all a man-made zoo and all intentionally placed, this is a fake ruin that grants as a wonderful little pride area to chill from them. Just make sure that they lie on top of it, have a good time, you know, just making it a bit broken down. Obviously, we have a lot of dirt on top of it, which is not intentionally placed. This is something that you get after the animals are on top of this. You know, you've cleaned that a couple of times because some poop has been on there. Yeah, the usual stuff, hiding some pieces down below just to make sure that the animals go there eventually, which works. Funnily enough, finally this works. I decided then to move the pumpkin away. I don't know. Color-wise, it just didn't click with me. I wanted to have it a bit more clean over there. Yeah, just put a couple of rocks in, but as I said, this is just placeholder up here. Just making sure it looks quite okay for now. But we will eventually change this fence and area quite a bit as soon as the zoo emerges into that area. Now, we are nearly through with the time-lapse part of the video. Obviously, as always, we were going to have like a wonderful real-time part as well. Today's video marks also the longest video of this series so far. Insane. It's, you know, it's not super long anyways, but still, I hope you guys like it because it makes up for the little bit of drain in the last couple days because we have been sick. Maybe just like a little info on that. As you can still hear, my voice is a little bit, you know, still a bit nosy, and I have to cough eventually. Not that much anymore, but it's still a bit annoying. I still will need a couple days to be fully recovered, I guess. So not that many videos coming in the next couple days, but I hope this will make up for it. I put a lot of thought and effort and love into this build specifically. And so that's that. I hope you guys enjoy the real-time part in a second. This is a little indication sign, the last thing we made in this build. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. And now I hand you over to the very competent and happy real-time Rudy. Enjoy that one. See you after the cut. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Zoo Sicily with a very spontaneous and special build. So I did not intend to build what you're seeing on screen right now, but here's the story. So I do have an idea what we will build in the center of this area, but for some odd reasons, my whole body and my ideas and my brain, they were just kind of moved over into this area over here, which is always been intended to be like a little bit of a river area. But yeah, I saw some pictures and I was like doing a bit of research, and I saw all these pictures of a little river line in somewhere in Sicily. I just really don't know where. I just googled some pictures of Sicilian nature and stuff like that, and I came across this very, yeah, I think it's really the core Mediterranean type of river area with all these kind of white gray stones, and you've got a bit of cacti over there and just like very clear blue water, and then you got a bit of you know, foam because like the water is quite pressurized. I'm not sure if that's even the right word, but like there's a lot of movement in the water because it's just like meandering through all these stones, because literally the stones are kind of the pipework in which the river is going. So it's not like really open with a lot of like riversides. It just really has this kind of narrow river line, and I thought, you know, that's so beautiful, and I wanted to see if I can make this in Planet Zoo. So that was just kind of the intention. Now we have to talk about the animals that go in. I mean, if you have read carefully in the title or wherever, you'll already know that there is the small clawed otter in here. However, it is obviously, you know, it's meant to be like the European like river otter, which, you know, technically would be the more realistic one to be in here, but simply because we don't have it in the game, I went for the small clawed otter, simply because I found the giant otter with its being like even more like tropical than the small clawed otter, well, is as well, but I thought, you know, as like a combination to the river otter, that made a bit more sense, and so I went with that one. I also, in addition, have the red-crowned crane in there. Again, the red-crowned crane is not meant to be the perfect animal for this area, but I wanted to have like some birds in there, like something that would realistically live in that area. Now, I will say at this point already that I am mega happy about the outcome of how it looks. However, there are a couple of things where I will need your opinion on, and so, you know, make yourself ready now to type a comment, because that's very important to me. I sailed out with this series to build rather realistic and make it working for the animals. So spoiler, the habitat is pretty much going for both. I managed to give them, you know, the adequate like terrain and requirements. Everything that they need is fulfilled because it's quite a long and large habitat. But one thing that is not fulfilled in my mind is it's not like this typical kind of zoo build habitat. It looks a lot more like nature. And I had a very long debate with myself if that makes sense or not, because this might be one of the sole habitats that are not really made of the ground. They are basically just kind of made into what existed already. So I thought maybe this is actually an existing river that has been here before the zoo was built, and they just took it and kind of converted that into a habitat for these animals. Not sure if that makes sense, because obviously you would need to add all the kind of pipe work for making sure that the water is always in the right conditions. You always would need to make sure that the nature is kind of cleaned off from its existing animals that live in there. I don't know, you know, I wish I could have just done this as like an existing river, but the problem is we just simply don't have the animals for that. We don't have fish in the game. We don't have like smaller kind of birds that would live in this area. I wish we had, like, you know, taken the new exhibit with the bats, for example. Just imagine we have some more bird variants of it. I could have easily hit that in here and make this area look like as if there were like a lot of birds flying around and stuff. I just want to give this area a bit of life, and this is why I decided to make it into a habitat. But I can definitely see that it might kind of, you know, go a little bit against the idea of the overall zoo being a very intentional and man-made and planned out zoo. Granted, if that's like a planned out habitat, that would be potentially one of the most expensive habitats ever built in a zoo, because I just literally got in here and built like an entire like river area, and it's gonna all lead into a big waterfall that is feeding down into the lake area, or well, technically that should be the sea, but as we still don't have a kind of a wonderful background that is the sea, the open sea. I mean, we do have one, but that's too small, as I thought about, and all the skin variants we got, like the skirts, unfortunately do not have a open sea variant. So you know, when they said that we got some new map skirts, I really thought we are going to get one, because there is literally one in the game, in the campaign mode. There is one existing, so I was really hoping that we get that. Obviously we didn't, and so I don't need to convert the project over. At that state, at the very early stage of early access I got, there was still enough time to convert it over, because I still only had the entrance done and just a couple of little things, so I could have made this all into one gigantic habitat and then put on the other map and do a bit of terraforming to, you know, bring it in, but that was just never needed. Also, a quick little note to my voice. You will notice that my voice still is pretty nosy, and maybe we are going to have to deal with it for maybe not forever, but for a long time, simply because as I said, we all got COVID, and it seems that I have a bit of a longer time period in front of me in terms of COVID, because it seems like I got some long COVID out of it. Yay, which mostly leads into some problems with my nose and some breathing issues. I have to see how it works with sports, for example. That has been always the danger, and it seems unfortunately that I am one of those people suffering from long COVID. Gotta have to see how that is going to turn out, but yeah, early investigations into why I still can't get my nose freed or whatever seems to be, you know, related to that. But, you know, I'm doing, well, don't get me wrong, I'm doing totally fine. I'm completely back to 100%. It's just that my voice is not getting back, and I still have some issues with my nose. It's like every evening it's going to be very stiffy, and yeah, it's annoying. But, you know, there is a lot worse that could have happened, so I'm quite happy with how I feel, but we have to deal with a bit of a different voice first of all. I do hope, though, that in a couple of weeks, hopefully, it might have been, it might be better, which I can't tell. It's very annoying. You feel super good, but then you have this nose all the time. Has been a little issue. Anyways, let's not talk too much about my nose. I mean, it's a big one, and there's plenty of space to talk about. Sorry, that was, yeah. But I guess we have to talk about this over here, because I'm quite proud of how this turned out in the end. We have this underwater viewing area of the river. Now, again, this is something that has been a little bit problematic for me to build because it just didn't feel right at the beginning. But I feel like I have found a solution to make it really look good. Also, one thing I have to mention, because many of you guys will now sit in front of your screen and scream at it, how I'm able to edit the terrain even though the path has already been done, and even more how I can put path on the path. Now, free build has been released again. The mod called free build is released for the newest version of Planet Zoo, and it has a ton of new features, and it's, you know, it became the most important mod for this game. I think in over 3 years of Planet Zoo, there has never been a mod that was 100% required to play the game, because all the mods were like customization options and blah blah blah. But I would say that free build has become so essential that it is a must-have mod from this day on. There are so many new features that improve the quality of this game dramatically. They solve most of the issues with path building entirely. Like, don't get me wrong, we all know how finicky the path system is, but let alone free build would make the path system 100% better. It's not perfect by any means, but it's gotten 10 times better. Simply the fact that you can edit the terrain afterwards is just so cool, because you just like plop down the path where you want to have it and then adjust it to exactly the angle you want to have it. It's looking so much more natural. You can do so many things, as you can see over here. I can just slap some terrain in, and all of a sudden, not terrain but path, and all of a sudden you can put it. Also, you'll have noticed maybe right now, I was able to manipulate the angle of the benches. That's something that comes with free build as well. You can now edit every single piece in the game with the gizmo. That means even grid pieces and stuff are able to be manipulated in a wonderful way. Yeah, this is one thing I have to address real quick as well. I still have one major issue with the build, and that is the fact that the staff members are basically unable to reach anything in this area. Still haven't found a solution for that. I have some ideas, but I have to see how I can make a workaround, because I just do have the entrance over here. I might have to relocate the entrance completely. I think this might be one of the solutions, or I have to build like a little bridge in this area for the staff members only. But as we all know, you can't build for the staff members only, because animals will most likely always be able to use it as well, simply because they have the smaller traversable area, and then naturally they will be able to use it as well. But I think it's fine. It's not going to be too much of an issue. And yeah, here we are now with the finishing touches of this area. I won't talk too much about it now, because I will do a little bit of a talk in the real-time part about how we are continuing with this area. This area has a very nice finishing touch now. I really love how it turned out, and it was a rather straightforward build, because I got a lot better, and I feel a lot more comfortable now with the nature and how it should look over here. I got some very good comments about the usage of plants, so I will have to adjust a couple of the plants here and there, simply because I was a little bit too much into, I like the area of Spain maybe rather than Italy. You know, it's very similar in terms of Mediterranean plants and stuff, but there are some differences I have to highlight a bit more to make it look even better. And there are some plants, unfortunately, we don't have in the game. I will have to find a workaround to make them be in there, because there are like some very iconic plants of these areas, and I will have to make sure that they are in here as well. So maybe I have to do some custom ones. I know that there are some cool things in the workshop, but then again, this is a series again where I will not use anything from the workshop. I just have that little thing that I want to build everything myself. However, it's time to give over to the real-time Rudy, the RRR. So enjoy that one with him, and let's cut over now. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Zoo Sicily. Today, finally bringing in the artworks and meerkats as promised in the last episode, including a little winery. But how we get there, this is going to be part of the wonderful video today. But before we start, let me just tell you, this took ridiculously long, and I'm going to explain you why. A couple of things before we are going to start. So first of all, my voiceover is not going to be super long today, simply because my voice is still not recovered. It's very hard for me to concentrate on speaking for a longer time because of the nosiness and stuff. So I'm gonna keep it rather short today in the voiceover, but we're going to have a little bit of a real-time part in which I'm going to show you around, because this is only part 1 of 2 of this area. I'm not going to spoil what part 2 will be because it's going to be rather cool. So yeah, you are going to witness today a wonderful build which I had planned, well, actually super long, because this is one of the, let's say, 2 or 3 things I had in mind before starting the project overall. Now, I have included something at the beginning here. So I have talked about the fact that I'm using free build, and there is a kind of cool trick with free build where you can build like bridges, as you can see over here, and then people walk over an kind of invisible bridge. However, spoiler alert, this is not gonna stay, because it unfortunately seems that whenever you start the game again, this is gone, and the path is relocated to the ground. So that's a little bit of a pity. I managed to, get all the people in, and everything worked, as you can see over here. Did a couple of little tricks, raised it, and then just used the terrain trick to just make sure everything is gone, and then people actually walked over the bridge. So really cool, but unfortunately it doesn't work. But let's talk about what worked, and I'm so happy about this. Now, I talked to you guys in the last episode that I wanted to have this little stream of water meandering through this area. Now, there are a couple of things to this water. So first of all, meerkats and water is basically not the best combination in the world. However, I checked some images on ZooChat and stuff, and just made sure that this is possible. However, the water has to be super shallow, so that they can't drown in it. They like to wash their hands and take a little sip from it, do some drinking here and there, everything is fine. But at the end of the day, you have to ensure it's not too deep so that they don't die. That's what we don't want. Also, one thing I had not had in mind, but you guys told me to use the artwork as well. And I think this is good because those two share the habitat. And truth to be told, I think I wouldn't have had the artwork in anyways in a different habitat. So it makes perfect sense to have it here. However, gosh, the voice is very bad today, but I'm trying my best to bring this to you guys because I'm so happy about this. So the first build, what you're seeing right now is cut down already, but it took me over 6 hours already for this build, what you're going to witness today. So yeah, brutally long, but it was really worth it. Now also, one thing that is in particular important is that I had so many things in mind for this area that I needed to combine that it was ridiculous to bring them all together. So first things first, the habitat for the meerkat should be the leading element of this area. So we have this kind of big U form that goes all the way around. It has like this central pit in the center where they can dig their holes, just go and hide for a bit. I'm gonna put some other little hiding spots in later on. We are going to have the artwork. We are going to have like a really big barrel in there, like a wine barrel, in which they can go and have a little sleep, which is kind of cool because that works. I have hidden in a burrow in there so that the artworks also do go in there as well. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, I just in general, I like the way it is. I like the way it works out. But then we also have like little elements like this over here. We are building this tiny little water flow. Using decals to make it even look a bit more, watered and wet. This is kind of a trick I just developed during the build of the last episode, the river, and it worked out pretty well. That you use some darker decals, so it looks as if it is wet, and then you just need to have like a little bit of a water element in there, and all of a sudden it starts to look good. So I'm really happy with how this water dribbling area looks, and so we don't want to have like huge flowing water, so this is just like water dribbling down. However, I incorporated like a little bit of a kids area because I don't know if you guys had the same, but when I was a kid, I used to go to these like big playing grounds, and they also had wonderful areas where you can, have a water pump, and then you just pump the water from like the hillside, and then it just runs down, and you could build like little canals and just with sand and stuff. That was always like huge part of my youth, and I loved it. And playing with water in general is good. So I incorporated like a little area here where the kids can stand and just like use the pump to pump more water in. Obviously, I need to use a VFX effect so that the water is coming out all of the time, but yeah, that's the idea. So that there is like this little area where the kids can stand and make it splash, as if I told them over here. So yeah, they can just like go for the lever and just pump a little bit, and then water would come out. I think it's like a beautiful little thing to have the kids incorporate into the habitat. And yeah, you can see how the area is slowly starting to come together. But the real star of the show is going to be the winery. And this is part 2 when the winery is finished. I'm going to do a lot of things over here, which I'm going to show you in the real-time part. But it's rather important to speak about the fact that this was a very hard build. Now, I wanted to incorporate as many buildings as possible in here. You also can see some exhibits, which is going to be exciting. You will see this already today, but they will be part of like a bigger part of the next episode, because this is just for the moment. And I want to do even more like that because I feel like the idea is kind of cool. So we do have this, and we do also have a little bit of space left in the backyard, so to say, of this winery, as you can see already. It's gonna be very tough to bring it all together. Oh, by the way, if you didn't notice this yet, but you will certainly notice this later, I downloaded these wonderful cobble pieces from the workshop. So these pieces I've used already as you have seen, maybe in the kids area, and I will use later on for the roofing as well. They are not a mod or anything. They have been in the game, and for whatever reason Frontier took them out, but they still remained in the code, and someone just took them out of the code and uploaded them as a blueprint to the workshop. So you can download them out, just go for like cobble pieces and you'll find that from the workshop. It's super useful because these are actually the in-game cobble pieces that match exactly with the cobble path, and you don't need to use a million different eggs, for example, like I did in the past, and destroy your FPS. Speaking of FPS, I already am destroying my FPS, so we are already below 60 FPS. What shall I say? I'm just going nuts here in this project. Whatever. It's actually a lot of fun building in here. So yeah, because this second part of the video will most likely be featuring the winery and a bit of a nature work on the habitat, I'm going to stop my voice over here. And you've got well over 6-7 minutes of time-lapse ahead of you. I really hope you guys enjoy the time-lapse. I'm going to put the music a little bit higher so you guys have some cool background chill pop music from the Planet Zoo soundtrack, which I'm still a huge fan of. And if you fancy doing so, you can already hit like on the video because you hopefully like it until this point in time. I mean, if you're listening to this point in time, you most likely like it. But yeah, you'll hear more from me at the end of the episode in the real-time part. It's going to be around like 17-ish minutes, I guess, where the real-time part is starting. So I see you there. If you fancy skipping, don't do this, but you can do so. And if you don't want to skip, have a lot of fun now with the rest of the wonderful time-lapse. So I see you after the cut in a couple of minutes. Hey there and welcome back to Zoo Sicily. Today with this wonderful vineyard. There is a bigger story to it, so if you are interested in that story, follow me through the episode. Today we are going to build a lot of details, a lot of little things, a lot of backstage and a lot of preparation for the upcoming DLC slash 1.12 update, because there's one spicy thing in the update. If you haven't heard about this, here's the spicy news. We got a brand new thing called the guided tours. Now, we did already have educators roaming free around. We did already have educator points in which they stood at a certain given point and gave some speeches and stuff. And now we are getting the guided tours, which are effectively what you know as backstage tours or as tours through zoo. People can book it and then a small group of people will be guided through the entire zoo. But the best thing about this is you can make those tours yourself. You can customize where they go, where the points are, where they have to stay, keep staying for a moment, and so on and so forth. So we are getting a whole new option to bring our people through the zoo and give them a good experience. And this is what we're doing here with the vineyard. Now, coincidence had it that I planned this backstage area of the vineyard as a little education area anyway. So I switched halfway through this episode. I switched a couple of things and I'm going to talk about them later. But first of all, let's speak about this restaurant over here, because we are doing a lot of detailing at this point. It's not fully done. I will every now and then go back here and add some more detailing because the next episodes will all be around this area. So I just didn't want to spend like an entire 3 hours on this restaurant alone. Today's episode contains over 5 hours of recording anyway, so that is ridiculous. But and this build is going to receive something special. You've seen the two billboards I placed down over here, which currently are black. But later on in this episode, I'm going to add some pictures to it. More about these pictures when I actually talk about them, because they are pretty special. Now, there are, a lot of things I added in here to make it look cool. It's not like this kind of classical, Sicilian style indoors. It's more likely a modern one using some cool colors and stuff. The reason why is that I imagine, and this is like kind of a little continuity thing. We said that this zoo is a fully intentional, like a man-made build, like fully planned out and stuff. However, the land over here wasn't entirely, free and bulldozed or whatever. Speaking of bulldozing, we are getting a new bulldoze tool. How cool is that? But this land obviously, maybe was already in use by some other people, and I imagine this winery over here might be one of the older wineries that has been abandoned and now they took over. And the reason why it was abandoned, you can make up yourselves. I don't know, maybe it is because the soil quality wasn't actually as good anymore, or maybe the family just got too old and the younger people wanted to do something else and the family didn't take over, and so they stopped the business or whatever. I think there are several stories we can make up. If you want to put a story down, I'd be more than happy, because we will put this story on a education board on this winery. So the most creative story will be turned into like a little history billboard that is going to be placed onto the restaurant over here. And because it is a bit more modern restaurant, and we obviously aim this zoo at European people in general, the style is a bit more modern. As you can see over here, this is like a little self-service station in which you can grab your plate, put some, vegetables on it, a bit of greenery, and, later on we will talk a bit more about that in the real-time part. Yeah, adding a couple of little things here to the outside, not too crazy, not too much though, because I will have to do a bit more on the terrace later on anyways, so this is why at the moment. Then I wanted to do like kind of this sunshade thingy, the awning kind of stuff, and I, ended up doing a rolled-in one, as you can see over here, like it's just a little implied one. The reason why is that I found it just, took too much of the space and too much of the light, so I changed it. And obviously, we needed to put in a lot of decals here and there, because still, even though it has been built rather early on in the progress of this zoo, it is already aged quite a bit, that's that. And now we are getting into the spicy bit of the winery itself and the vineyard. Now, this is not a typical vineyard as you would expect it. It's a
vineyard that has been turned into a habitat, first of all, because as you've seen from the title potentially, this is obviously a habitat, and we have the skunk and the prairie dog in it. A good thing is both of them go together. They kind of fit into the vineyards itself. They even though they both are carnivores, they can obviously eat a couple of fruits and stuff here and there, so they wouldn't die from that, or necessarily some of them would make them die, but I think grapes are not in that list of things that would make them die. So it's kind of a good place for them. And this vineyard is obviously not aimed for maximum output or maximum revenue from wine. This is made as an educational area where the guest can take their tour and they will be educated also about the Sicilian style of making wine and stuff, because as much as I love this being a zoo, this is still part of Sicily, and it's like a huge tourist attraction. And then a bit of trivia about Sicily to make people maybe come also back to do something else than visiting the zoo might be on the list. And obviously they would be connected to all the tourist information centers around, and also to the tourist kind of companies that organize tours and stuff like that. So you could maybe even get into this backstage tour without even visiting the zoo, that could also be like a little bit of a part of the story. So this is why I didn't want to limit it to just being a cool habitat. However, it obviously then turns into the fact that this rather cool looking vineyard is an actually functioning habitat. We will have a lot of burrows there. Another very good coincidence, or it's not a coincidence, it's just a very good thing that both the skunk and the prairie dog use the same kind of burrow, so I could use burrows as like a little part, and they just live in that area, We do have it connected to our backstage area anyways, but I think it's rather cool that we do have these animals roaming around in the vineyard. Both of them would work perfectly fine with people moving through, even though the prairie dogs are a little bit more shy, but technically it would work also with the skunk, and there is enough space for them to hide. So if people would like walk through and just get a little look into the vineyard itself, it would be totally fine. We've got a little gate in front of it. We can make use of the lower gate, and there are a lot of things that really played into into my hands to make that. There is just like a couple of little things that I'm still not 100% convinced about. Like, I love the idea having this vineyard here, and I think it looks super beautiful inside of this area, but I guess I will have to make a bit more fencing around this. Like at this point it works. Technically it works in the game. Visually it looks super pleasing, but realistically these animals would, I think, easily be able to break out, so I will have to put a bit more fencing around at the end of the day. And obviously you will see that in the real-time part. All the stuff around, like the pathing and education spots and stuff like that, has all to be fleshed out. There is just like the very bare minimum right now to make it look good. Indeed, it does look good. You will see this on in the real-time part. It's super cool. It's really cool. Before I keep on talking, just a little plug here. The first one, I will have a second plug at the end of the video, but just mentioning that already, I started a Minecraft series. So if you guys are interested in me rambling around a little bit and just playing a bit chill, cozy Minecraft, this might be for you, because I actually started this with my brother, and it's actually a lot of fun, and simply many people wouldn't see that because, maybe YouTube isn't featuring Minecraft as a game that you would look, and so I don't appear on your front page. But yeah, it would be nice. Here you can see the images, and these images, or like these pictures over here, are very special because these are the first, or this is the first picture my little daughter has ever done. Yeah, it's not even a joke. This is the actual picture, or the actual little thing they made in the kindergarten with some, hand colors and stuff. So she drew that with her fingers, and I don't know. I just found it looking super cute. It looks super cool. It looks almost like this kind of modern art thingy that you would hang somewhere. And yeah, I just turned that one normal, Dean format picture into two square thingies, and I think it works perfectly fine. I really love it. It's such a cool addition, and you guys will know only if you watch the episodes and watch the series. So it's kind of like, it's not really an Easter egg, but it's a very nice little story that that is still included into the zoo. And I'm just so proud. Maybe in the future we will have more of her little, you know, sketches and stuff in here. Who knows? This could become a pattern. She loves drawing at this point. So yeah, it not necessarily looks good always, but that's not the point, I guess, with 20 months. Not at all. But yeah, so here we have another realization of some more creative usage of exhibits. So this time around I turned the barrels upside down so that they don't lie on their side. They actually do stand, and this looks like the old kind of barrel area where they placed the barrels, and I just continued with the theme of the exhibit. There is just that little issue that people will obviously go closer to the habitat and then stand in front of the window. For testing reasons, I put down a barrier so that they wouldn't go closer, but the problem is the barrier seems to be so far away that they don't go to the exhibit at all then, simply because I think they can't reach it, and so it's not existing. So at this point, I have to live with this very unfortunate situation that people basically stand mega inside of this barrel, but I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good. Once we have done that, once we are done, it's all good. I will find a solution. I'm very confident that we will. Now, as you can tell, I'm just putting down a couple little things here, a couple decals, couple, you know, nature things. I'm fixing a little bit, and everything else very necessary you need to hear from me is going to happen in the real-time part. So I'll leave you alone for about 2.5 minutes or so with some chill music from the Chill Pop soundtrack, and then we'll see each other in the real-time part. I really hope you enjoyed this episode so far. If you did enjoy, maybe you can already press the thumbs up button, and then yeah, we'll see each other in about 2.5 minutes, as I said, and enjoy a little walk of this habitat. So see you there. Welcome back to Zoo Sicily and welcome to the butterfly build, or shall I say, come my lady, come my lady, you're my butterfly. I can't sing, but whatever, this is the final result, and if you want to see how we get there, stay with me, because that episode is really special. First of all, it's the first episode for over 2 weeks that I was able to do in one go without a single crash. So before I jump into the build, because you will see quite a lot going on in the background, I will address two things. First of all, my computer issues, which may have been very annoying for you to listen to. You know, maybe because you felt with me, or maybe you were just annoyed by it. Whatever, I think for the moment they seem to be resolved. I will have eventually some crashes, but they are, I guess they're related to the graphics card. I think the GPU is in its very last stages, or very last moments of life. If it's gonna break down, it's fine. I'm gonna get a new one. It's about time anyway, so I'm quite fine with it at this point. So yeah, all in all, I'm very happy to bring it to you. The second point is, and oh my god, I thought I would never say this sentence, but I'm the most excited to bring you an episode about butterflies in Zoo Sicily. Now, don't get me wrong, I have been doing some builds for exhibit animals in the past, and the last update was the bats habitat, like the parking lot we have with the bats in here. And it was rather special because that has been the first time ever I've done a build for an exhibit animal first. But the fact that I'm doing an exhibit animal first in an animal pack that contains 7 habitat animals and 1 exhibit animal, in this case 5, but you know what I mean, is rather specific and rather special, because that just shows how much of an impact this insane change with the walkthrough exhibits had on the way how we act with exhibit animals. I will talk a lot in today's episode about exhibit animals. Just a very short notice, I'm still sounding nosy. Potentially it's not gonna go away until maybe mid next year. As people have addressed that, I spoke very briefly about this post-COVID issues. They will remain. There's no chance to avoid this at the moment. I'm feeling a lot better. I can do sports again a little bit, but the noise and just the breathing and stuff will be there. It's just what it is, But it's fine. It just takes time. So that aside, I'm very happy to bring this to you because exhibits have been neglected in the past. Let's put it that way. I don't want to go too much into it, but Frontier opened a box, and people also asked me, because I have said in my review, or not review, but the overview of the pack, I have said that I don't think we are going to see birds or full aquatic animals, and I stand by that. I believe, even though I hate to say that, but I believe we are too late into the development of this game. Now we passed the 3-year mark. I'm not seeing that big of a change anymore, because there's already quite some issues with, some of the mechanics in the game, whether it's being climbing or something like that. So I'm not seeing Frontier bringing in yet another mechanic that would cause even more potential core issues, because the team obviously isn't as big as it would be for a launch campaign. So there's just not that, I think manpower just to handle a fully new system. However, birds in my kind of avian DLC environment I was thinking about were habitat animals. I thought they would realize them as habitat animals in a similar way to how diving has been implemented, just a more or less reversed diving. Just imagine you have your habitat, and then they have a minimum requirement of height in their habitat, and the same as it is for the the diving. You don't dig out like a hole, as you can see here to your right side, by the way, which is going to be like a little diving area. You just have to make sure that you have some netting or stuff that goes high, and obviously there should have been, or could have been, an option to make it null fence. That's kind of the thing I thought they would implement that, but obviously that's gonna bring in so much new things to potential issues that you can have. So I think they found a good way with the walkthrough exhibits. I'm not sure if we potentially will see an even bigger version of the exhibit. Maybe they're even giving us a version 2.0 of the walkthrough exhibit, which is
maybe even expandable, just a tiny bit like in Jurassic World Evolution with the aviaries, just in a more Planet Zoo way with like null fences and stuff like that to be able to customize that and so on and so forth. So I have to say, I never thought I would, but I kind of feel like I could be happy with it. Now, don't get me wrong, the bats were something to debate about because I'm still not the biggest fan of the animation at some point. It is good, and it somewhat is also the animation that you would expect from bats, but it's not like on point. However, the butterflies, we are talking about butterflies, okay? I'm just hesitating here a little bit because it's so weird to talk about this with butterflies, but the animations and everything and the guest interaction is absolutely on spot. I also can't believe that people actually said I have been negative in my overview. Like, I have been super hyped about the butterflies from minute one, and I've been in the video too. I actually listened to it myself. I hate listening to myself afterwards again, but it just really showed how hyped I am about this. And honestly, I was not expecting any guest interaction, but then we not only have one, it is such a cool one. Like, it also feels like it doesn't feel repetitive, even though it is repetitive, because the different angles and different people, and it just really feels super, super, super cool. And I think this opens a whole new world to the way how we interact with exhibits. That said, we have to now cut over into something. It's not a criticism, but it's like a constructive feedback. So Frontier, if you're listening, I'm still here for a change of the existing animals that we have in exhibits. Because for me personally, I have a hard time arguing that we do have butterflies in a walkthrough exhibit of that size, but at the same time, the boa or the iguana have to be in these small boxes. I wish that Frontier is going to take the chance that they have right now and port something over into the walkthrough exhibits, just as, like, I don't know, in the next pack, like, make it an exhibit pack, bring us in like 4 new ones, and I don't know, 5 to 6 existing ones that can also go into the walkthrough exhibit, because the chances are so good. You can actually recycle the animations that are already existing, maybe add 1 or 2 bigger like loops in which they move potentially, and then, just use the same assets and pieces just on a larger scale, and then enable the null fence option, because I felt it is so mega flexible and mega customizable, as you can see over here. So what I did in this build, I mean, you see that on screen, but I always had the issue that I didn't know what we will have as a connection between the lower and the upper area here in our zoo Sicily. And I always had like a staircase in mind, but without any, well, real interaction. It should have just been like a natural little path, something that Mike would do. And in this case, I connected that like with the exhibits. And at the end of the day, and we will have a little walkthrough, it really looks as if there is not a single exhibit in here, and if this is just really a little walkthrough pathway, just nature, And then you have naturally these little butterflies flying around. I genuinely love the way how this works. I wish we would get even more flexibility when it comes to the fixed like enrichment items we have in there. I wish that we have a bit more control and at least give us like a completely empty version, maybe. I don't know, or maybe just show us where the how's this called, like the anchor points in which the animals would fly from A to B, so we can hide them ourselves. That would be lovely. But sometimes you even have like weird I think it's just like regulations. If you choose that, then this happens, and if this, then this. It just kind of makes it feel like there could have been 100% flexibility, and now we are at like 95%, which is by no means bad. But it's really cool to have the flexibility, but maybe we can even step once further and then have this insane flexibility. But you can see I tried to embed this as like a little journey up the hill. We have to work a little bit more in the future on some more disabled integrations for disabled people, strollers and stuff like that, because on this gravel path that would be a little bit tricky to get up there. So and some
parts may be a little bit too steep, and so in the end of the day I have to find a solution on how people could get up here and still enjoy this little pathway. I have certain ideas. I will eventually add them because we will still have to finish this lower area, which I'm planning to do in a live stream. I haven't streamed in a while, so maybe during the Christmas days we might actually be able to do that, just to give you guys a good time as well. And yeah, as I can see, some custom fences and stuff always have to be made, just add so much more character to the area. I'm still in love with all these limestone pieces. They just fit in so well into the Sicily project and just in general. But before we cut over into the real-time part, oh my god, I just nearly knocked over my glass of water here. Gosh. I wanted to know from you guys how you like this DLC, this animal pack. I think it's you know, it's been the first time that we got an animal pack during the Christmas days. So obviously, as someone who loves building, I usually love the 5+ pieces packs more. But that said, I'm very happy about the, you know, roster of animals. I just rate this, I just said it, I rated this the best animal pack we have. So just let me know your opinion. But now it's time to move over to the RRR, the real-time Rudy, who's gonna guide you through this wonderful build. And I see you after the cut.
Alright, this is gonna be an odd one. Welcome to the Wallaby Meadows, as this episode was called in the past. But there was no way I was able to get the commentary back. I have no idea. I have no idea how to get back the commentary. I'm not sure if it's broken or whatever. This video just came out with like no commentary whatsoever. It is odd. And so I thought, you know, why not have the future Rudy talk you through this episode with a bit of a nice future talk, I don't know. And I do remember quite a lot of things about this habitat, and I'm gonna get to that in a second. Why? But yeah, let's focus first of all on this supercut for a moment. So, I am very pleased if you're still with me. 2 hours and 15 minutes plus already gone into the video. I'm not sure like why you're watching this, and if you're watching this, please now it's the time to comment what you like about this supercut, or just in general what you like about this series. I don't know. I don't mind. Just tell me that you're watching, and to make me know that you're watching this, obviously we are now in this video. You are going to type the I haven't thought about this earlier. See, that's just me, you know. I'm just rambling, enjoying myself, having this. But this is obviously, it's the Wallaby Mellows. So let's say the Wonky Wallaby. Let's put that in. Hashtag Wonky Wallaby to let me know you have been made it, or you made it to this point in the video. And you basically enjoy it, and it's gonna give you something. There is one thing I want you to know, but not to do, to know. It's very important to have a difference in that. YouTube is a wonderful platform, obviously, and I enjoy doing all these videos for you, doing all the content. As I said earlier in this video, 400 hours plus have been gone into, you know, this wonderful project, and you can obviously enjoy all of this for free on YouTube. You can watch it, sit down and enjoy it to its fullest, you know. I have not a single thing locked behind the member area. If you want to become a member on my channel, you will apparently have some emojis and you will be highlighted in the comments, but it's really only that because I don't feel like doing something too crazy for members. I mean, or you're on some of the containers in the Planker series, you in the new Planet Zoo one on these dedication stones. Yes, there are some little things, but in general, I want to keep it as publicly available as possible, and I don't want to just kind of create some weird lock, you know, to make people buy or pay anything. However, obviously, as someone doing YouTube and being not really independent from what the algorithm is doing and from, you know, what people are willing to pay in terms of ad money. Just for those, you know, I mean, I can take all the time I want to tell you this now because you're watching a 10 hours video. What am I even trying to make this short? Let me just give you the full picture here, okay? While you see the wonderful wallaby habitat, which I'm going to tell you something about in a second. Don't mind me doing this. But just to give you a bit of an idea. So doing YouTube, obviously, having the chance to make money off of it from the advertising money is amazing, okay? It's a absolutely insane opportunity, and I do have a full-time job. It's not really that I, like, you know, need to earn too much with this, but I reached a point where it is important to earn something with YouTube because in Germany, as you reach a certain amount of income, you will have to pay additional kind of company taxes, if you will, and you'll pay them. Once you reach that target, you'll pay them for 3 years straight, no matter what you do. So you better earn some money, because otherwise it's going to hurt you quite a lot. And anyways, it's not like that bad of a thing. I do still earn the money. However, and this is the thing about YouTube, you are really dependent on what advertisers are meant to be spending on your videos. And technically, the gaming area, for the most part, and specifically these types of videos we do, they are not really great when it comes to the so-called CPM. So that's basically what advertisers are willing to pay for 1,000 views. And then it's kind of calculated on a way how many ads would you see, and obviously people having ad blockers, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, there is a way to support me directly if you can, and this is by far the most important thing in this sentence. If you can. This is absolutely no must. But YouTube has added this wonderful super thanks option also to videos, which makes me more independent from what the advertisers are saying. Usually these long videos having a lot of ad breaks are obviously better for the CPM anyways, because YouTube does see, hey, I'm gonna make some money off of this video. Cool, let's push it. But people have to be willing to watch 10 hours of content in one video, which, not the majority on YouTube would do. So if you're willing to support a channel like mine, and also this will also count for other channels that provide you free content, apparently, you can directly support people by clicking to the Super Thanks button, and then you can decide yourself how much money this video content is worth. And for you, you can decide whether it's like $2 or whatever your currency is, or 10 or 50. You can do super thanks as you wish. And for me as a creator, this is amazing because that's money that I directly do get. I think the split that YouTube takes is really, really low. I forgot what exactly that is, but it's money that for me personally is extra to all the ad money, and it is just for you as a respect or a thank you for this specific content that helped you out tremendously, gave you a good time. And I do see it, like, I've been very much against this, and the reason why I'm doing this into the video, 2.5 hours into the video, is because people are listening to me right now. They were willing to watch this content. And I'm kind of comparing that to an audiobook, and audiobooks, like, depending on what you're using, they cost up to like $20 or like 20 euros, like, or if you have like subscription, you're paying like $10 a month to have an audiobook. And if you compare that to like what you have on like for how long you have, there are audiobooks that are shorter than this video, for example, that, so because of this, I'm like a little bit less feeling bad, I guess, not even asking for it, just letting you know that the opportunity exists. And this is why I was really keen on doing this in this type of video, because I don't feel like making an overall video about this. It's not like that I need it that much, but it's just like if you remind people about this, many people don't even know that this option exists. And I get a lot of messages, a lot of actually private emails as well, of people asking how to support me. And up until this day, I have basically declined all of this. People offering me money directly via this channel, you don't need to, okay? There are opportunities out here, and this is why I let you know. Anyways, as promised, after this little talk about the monetization, I should say, let's talk about this specific habitat over here. As I said earlier, I don't know why the commentary is gone, but this specific habitat has began as a kind of gap filler. Like, really, it was a filler episode because I didn't really know what to do with this specific area. I very much remember that I went on, and this is typically how projects in my mind evolve. I most likely have a very certain plan for the first 10-ish episodes, I guess. Like, this is kind of the span that my mind kind of creates in seconds. And after that, it's like I have a very loose idea of where to go. And this changes over time. This changes due to your comments. This changes due to my development. This changes due to ideas I get along the way. This changes also due to updates the game makes. Like, a project like this also is a very cool feedback is the wrong word. It's basically a retrospective roadmap of updates that the game has received, and it's kind of crazy to see how the building also evolved with new tools available. We are building like restaurants along the way. We are building pet areas. We are building a barn for like the barn animals. We are building all these type of things that have been added to the game. And for me personally, this was the first episode that was not already existing in my head. And now let's get to the funny part. Sometimes these habitats then get very shabby. Like if you have these type of filler episodes and filler things, it's very likely that you're going to rip them apart. However, in this specific case, this habitat turned out really as if it belongs here. It was the perfect mixture of a habitat that really fits very nicely into this nature space, like really this type of nature over here. It was the perfect habitat to get this height elevation fixed below the lower elevation and the higher part over here with the koalas. And it was additionally a very nice way to have a bit of a nice facade of this kind of South American Italian mixed facade. And then with it, I mean, not South American, I meant Australian and Italian kind of vibe getting together. And with it, having also a visible kind of fence on it. How do you call that? It's basically a block for the backstage area so that you don't see the backstage area. But at the same time, it's a very visible seaming of your park, which I enjoyed quite a lot doing then. And you know, this is just me saying sometimes these type of episodes end up being a gift for your project. Because if sometimes you're just getting yourself into a flow and you just let it happen, this very often leads to something great if you are in the mood, if you are in the flow, if you already have kind of embraced the style you're going for. And this various part over here, I kind of got into the mood of the style I wanted to go for. So yeah, overall, I remember how happy I was at the end of this specific habitat because, as I said, and being fully honest here, this started off as a building that was not supposed to be there in the first place, but I'm very happy with how it ended. Well, yeah, but actually, there is not really that much to say. We are almost at the end of this episode, and you are soon be greeted with the new, old, retro Rudy. I don't know. The one that talks you through in real time. Actually, not in real time. It's actually the real voiceover from a year or two ago. Hell, I don't even know how long that's been ago. I think it's over 2 years ago now, or 1.5, I don't know. The Platypus one should be about 1.5. So spoiler, the next episode is going to be the Platypus, which is going to be great. It's a great habitat. It's a great habitat, the next one. The only little caveat with this is the depth of the build. And again, this is another trivia of Planet Zoo. When I built the habitat, I think the 2 meter depth for smaller animals was not a thing. So it was still 4 meters requirement for the freaking Platypus at this point in time. Even though I don't fully remember if that's correct, but I think it was. And so that's why the overall depth of the water area is going to be a bit ridiculous. But I remember talking about this in the episode, so you're going to hear about that in a second anyway. So the future Rudy is going to shut up now, and you'll be soon greeted by the retro Rudy. Have fun.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Sicilian. And no, you're not in the wrong video. My voice is just broken, but I'm back, and here you can see now what we're doing today. It is a platypus habitat, filling in the gap between the wombats and the butterfly area. And bear with me, no, that's not the third animal we are going to have today. God, that was bad, I'm sorry, you know. I've been in bed for like 1 week, okay? So please, don't hate me. It's been horrible. And I'm trying my best to, you know, get this across to you. And don't worry, I just needed to do something again. I'm just like so freaking bored, and I'm doing a lot better. But it's still my voice. I think we will see my voice back next year somewhere. You know that my voice has been quite attacked the last couple months anyways. And now I've got 2 things at once. It got a lot better. Like yesterday, my voice was like pretty much back again. However, tomorrow there are 22 degrees forecasted in Germany. Yes, we are speaking about the 30th of December. That is, or like actually the 31st, the last day of the year. And it's been already way too warm, but tomorrow is going to be the warmest ever recorded 31st of December in the history of like Germany or Europe or whatever you want. And that, my friends, brings in a second player. And the second player is named the pollen allergy. I did very well yesterday. Actually, we've been to the cinema. My wife got me as a presents card for Avatar 2. And, things have been way better. And this morning I just woke up with a crazy allergy shock. Not shock, but, I felt like, oh my God, what's going on? Nature's playing April now. It's not like that April is playing whatever. Crazy. Anyways, let's talk about this build today a little bit, and then I'll leave you alone with the music until the real-time Rudy is jumping in. Or maybe I do it through the time-lapse. We'll see. I'm just doing as much as I can, not overperforming at this point, because there's no reason for that. I made the Platypus habitat according to what you guys basically told me. It's your idea, so benefit and credit goes to you guys, because I asked you guys what we should do in this spot, even before I did the butterfly area, by the way. Which is another good reason to why I did the platypus, because we thought about penguins, we thought about seals maybe, but the fact that we put the butterflies in there required a little bit more space for the incline, and making sure that the incline is like rather flat and people can just use this kind of zigzag pathway up. It just made a lot of sense to put like serpentines in, and this caused a bit more of space that I needed to use in that case. But equally, the space between the wombats and this area got a little bit smaller. But you've seen in the last videos that I already put a little water volume in here, because I knew that I wanted to do certain things with this habitat. I wasn't like fully 100% sure if it's going to be the platypus or not, because you guys also had like the African penguin found some love as well. And honestly, the African penguin is quite a good entrance animal in like many zoos. However, they are like pretty loud, and they are pretty noisy in general, and having these like noisy animals next to the butterfly, which is more like a calm area, is maybe not the most clever idea to have, even though it is obviously one of the most well-known entrance animals. But I feel like in this entrance area we have quite some decent animals when it comes to noise in general. Like wombats are not the loudest, platypus itself are not the loudest. Meerkats sometimes can be loud, but they're not super loud anyways. The otters are down in the river, so they don't matter that much. Koalas can be like pretty nasty if they want to, but usually they're not loud as well. I mean, don't need to talk about butterflies. Whatever. Unless it's not Crazy Town singing, they are not as loud. And then we have got the lions, which lions are like, they can obviously be loud, but they're like more smelly than loud. Their roaring is like, they're not, it's not really that often. If they do, it's quite impressive though, but it's not that often. And so, actually, do they roar? I mean, not that I'm doing another mistake over here. Wasn't that more like that just tigers and stuff roar, but lions don't? They just do something else, how it's called. Anyways, it's definitely not that kind of crazy noise that you're known from tigers, for example. It's more like a very deep, like, I would call it roar, but I'm not sure if that's the roar. Whatever, you know what I mean. Anyhow, we are building a little bit more over here, and I'm quite satisfied with this build, to be honest, because it really feels like as if it's naturally placed in here and always meant to be here, and I'm quite happy with how that worked. I struggled a little bit with the space in between the pathway and our underwater viewing. However, I found a good solution, and I'm quite certain that this is, in terms of space that we have now for the underwater viewing, it's something really for the kids. Obviously, it's not really usable in the game. You'll see that later in the real-time part. I managed to kind of make this little area in here, but I didn't manage to put some actual pathway in. Technically, I would be able to do this with like free build, but honestly, I'm having some issues with free build and the pathway in general. I'll have an example of that later on in the real-time part again. Not really sure what's going on. It's really like people getting stuck everywhere, and that's really annoying. So I'm trying to not use the pathing via FreeBuild as much as possible. I mean, you know, obviously just performing some terraform edits and stuff on existing paths, that's fine. That's mostly not causing any issues though. But yeah, also I found some little fixes I needed to do here and there. This will, you know, pop up eventually, because there are like still some areas which are not fully done. I'm still very happy with the overall atmosphere we have, but like still some areas are not fully done, and we're putting some details in. And I try to be very careful with the details in this building, in this habitat, just to make sure that the platypus get their beautiful habitat as they deserve. But then on the other hand, I wanted to make it still to look like as much Sicily as possible. Speaking of Sicily as possible, I tried to make like a little nature wall. If you guys follow the likes of, I don't know, for example, Caesar Creates or Lighter, you know, they are brilliant in building with these you know, natural walls and using these kind of beautiful new pieces to create these kind of muddy walls. However, they are really a lot into attempting like hyper realistic modern European habitats, and this is really not where Zoo Sicily would be going. And so this kind of natural wall design, at least for this specific area, did not really click with me. And so I went with something that I just really grew to love, and this is this really nice wall over here that we also used with the wallaby. So I think this fits in very nice. We've got two of these wall pieces, making like a nice little transition into that area, and then making sure it all ties in with the more Mediterranean look overall. I think this is going to be a challenge throughout the entire series to ensure that we have a rather realistic looking habitat in general. And as I said, this is all with welfare turned on, so that's also part of the reason why I couldn't make it too overgrown. As you can tell over here, I'm just also checking the stats and so on, making sure that everything works. It's a nice little addition to the challenge that I have with this build anyways. And so yeah, at the end of the day, I'm very happy with how it turned out. Can't deny, this is one of the quicker habitats I made, but part of the reason is that most of the outlines of the habitats were already set, and this is usually the part that takes the longest time to get the right outlines, to get the right, you know, barriers and stuff. But as we had basically this space only left over, and the only thing I needed to make is the front, it was obviously a lot quicker and more easy done. But I did also do some things off screen that was also pretty nice. So you'll see that in the real-time part, also fixing some of the issues that they couldn't get in or out the water, making sure that this is all nice, and just some little things I'm doing here and there, obviously deleting one of the pieces to see if they have the required depth and stuff. And that's about it. I hope you guys enjoyed this time-lapse. If you did enjoy, you can always consider subscribing if you're a fan of this type of video that makes your day hopefully a little bit better. I would be very happy if you click that red button. But other than that, I'm gonna hand you over to the real-time Rudy now, and hope you enjoy his cracky voice. See you there. Welcome back to Zoo Sicily. Finally, good to say that again. Today we are going to branch out in a totally new area. Here you see the final result. If you're interested how we got there, stick with me. It's going to be a fully loaded, exciting episode of rearranging quite a bit of the original lion area and also opening up into a totally new area. So that's today's episode of the hyena habitat. Now, this is a habitat that in this kind of form I haven't done yet. So it's very exciting because I looked into a lot of projects that other YouTubers and other creators on Planet Zoo do, who are a lot better in terms of realism and realistic builds than I am, and they spend even more time researching their stuff. To be precise, they spend a trillion bajillion hours of research before they build a 100% accurate reminiscent of what is actually in zoos. I very rarely do this because my focus is on creating and letting my mind and ideas roam free, but still I want to make this zoo over here believable. That said, I'm not going to go into that kind of detail as, for example, Haribo or Caesar or the likes of especially the people from Bro Nation, who are insanely great at it. And I took some inspiration from them because there are some really cool ideas about how to shape viewing areas in order to create certain effects that the guests are in a full immersion rather than something that you would totally see immediately that this is a habitat rather than the actual nature. So this is over here one of the attempts I had over here to make the hyena habitat as open and spacious as it possibly can be, and at the same time it's not as big as it seems, simply because of that ditch, as you can see on the left hand side over here. However, the ditch is not viewable from any position for the guest, so the guest position is always a plain field, so it looks like as if the lion habitat merges with the hyena habitat, which in terms of security and stuff wouldn't be the best idea, but it does work pretty well. And there are a lot of zoos in real world that do these kind of things. I gotta admit though that the way the ditch is done is not fully correct. Like technically the animals could still cross over. I would need to put some more security measurements into that ditch. I might do this later because I have decided that as soon as we are able to do another live stream, I will live stream Zoo Sicily and fully focus on all the backstage areas. You will see in the real-time part, we do have quite a bit of backstage to fill, and I think it's going to be an exciting episode if we do this with a focus on making it really, you know, usable, but at the same time maybe we can put some raccoons in there. I thought about that, like having raccoons in the backstage areas as if they were just there. Even though it doesn't make that much sense in Sicily. Maybe just another animal, I don't know. I just like the fact that potentially we could have something, some life in the backstage area, you know. I have certain other ideas as well, but I gotta have to explore them first. Yeah, you can see I'm going with a very classical Roman inspired, like Roman architecture inspired fence design to kind of build upon the half dome or like the amphitheater we have down there. This is something, you know, to just kind of keep a coherency I should say, and then at the same time making it look really cool and also secure for the guest, making sure that there are some very big, you know, boulders in between and stuff like that, so to ensure that if the hyena go into that ditch down there, they have no chance to, you know, climb up. But then we also need to use some decals over here. This is an area where I already used the decals, which is pretty nice. It just really makes these things look so much more realistic and so much more nice. I have to use them on that building we are doing in the second part of the video because I haven't done this quite yet, but the building isn't finished by any means, so just a spoiler ahead, today's building will be only the outside. You've seen that on the screenshot, it looks kind of cool, but since this build overall took me quite a lot of hours, simply because at the moment, you know, as you know, we are about to move houses, so we are only like a couple of weeks, like 6 weeks maybe, we stay in that house I'm recording from right now, and then we do our move into our house, which I'm currently, and even after this recording, I will hit the road, go over there and keep destroying what is still left to be destroyed. I'm actually going to take out a bathroom today. I have already taken out the other bathroom the other day. So loads of work to do, and then in 2 weeks time our workers come in and hopefully do everything right again, you know, put the walls in, put the paint on the walls and put the cables in and put everything in place. You know, it's a huge organizational chaos, and as you can tell from all the delivery issues we have on the global market right now, not everything will work out, and so it's a lot of compromises that we have to go into, and simply just takes a lot of my time and my energy, and this is why I just simply can't do as much for Planet Zoo and YouTube in general at the moment as I wish to. However, one thing that is positive, it just allows me to have a lot more ideas, because, you know, the urge to play is there the whole time, and so sitting in the car for so long allows me to think about all the projects. And yes, I do. I do sit in the car and think about these projects. I do think about work as well, by the way, but in a very positive way. Like, you know, as always, like, I'm also in a creative environment for work, so ideas don't pop up when they are asked for. They do pop up whenever they think it's right to pop up, and that often doesn't happen in the workspace, but it does, you know, for me personally, it does happen very often under the shower, but also in the car and on the road in general and being outside and stuff like that. The same happens for Planet Zoo, and so I have all these ideas in my mind. I've got so many ideas also for other games, but it's just simply not having the time. Also, for those of you who like the Minecraft series, don't worry, it's not stopped, just as a little heads up. We changed to the Java edition again. That caused a bit of a problem with the world. We had to rearrange certain things, but we'll be back soon and then reveal what this whole project is all about. Now, speaking of the project, we have to talk about this building over here, especially I was exploring a different type of building for Sicily. I have one more bigger architectural style left. It doesn't really necessarily fit in that area. It has to be something else, and it's going to be used for a house, and I'm very, very excited to build that house in the future. I'm not sure if it's going to be in the next couple of episodes, but it's definitely going to be a house for some aquatic animals. That's kind of a little spoiler, and the architectural style is going a bit more into the Piedmont type of style. Yeah, really interesting, really interesting. I do love this quite a lot, and the style is really intricate and really hard to build, so it's definitely something that takes another bajillion hours of time, so it's not going to be happen tomorrow, but you know, I have that on my list, and we will do that next. I'm still insanely happy how much you guys support this project and how much you're loving this project. I do recognize all the support, and it's really cool to see all of your positive comments, and it's just like super well received, and I love the fact that it is, and this is why I try to move forward carefully with the project to really do it justice and not rush it, just really being focused to make it all fit together, because I really think we have a big chance to deliver a project which is even better than Yosemite Valley was, and you know how much I loved Yosemite Valley, and you guys apparently did too. So yeah, big thanks to all of you being so much into this project, and if you are, as always, if you haven't subscribed, by the way, you better do so, because then you don't miss out on new Sicily episodes. As you know, the YouTube algorithm just not always gives you the videos, and especially if there is a dude like me who eventually has like a week or two of a content drain, then the algorithm is like, okay, well, he's gone, I'm not gonna put you any videos on your front page anymore. That legit is no lie. Imagine if you have a behavior, as I have sometimes too, to not subscribe to a channel, but you still like the content, usually what YouTube does is, if you watch 1 or 2 videos, you have them on your front page anyways. So you don't need the ping, you don't need the notifications, because whenever you go to YouTube to watch YouTube, you have those videos on your front page anyways, and you want to watch them. However, YouTube is also putting a factor in, which is obviously the factor of time and the news value of a video. So that means the lesser content I have in a certain amount of time, the lesser the chance that I will be at your front page if you're not subscribed. And so obviously, because that's still a hobby for me and I do this as like a side thing, my very inconsistent schedule leads to the fact that especially the people who don't have a subscription won't see my videos as regular as they can, and this is why you guys keep asking when the new videos are, despite the fact they're already there. It's just like a little bit because of the YouTube algorithm, how it works. So if I would have like a perfect schedule of like 3 videos a week, every Friday, Sicily, blah blah blah, then this wouldn't be that big of a deal, because then the YouTube algorithm just puts it on the front pages and there you go. But I just can't deliver that at the moment, which is totally fine. That's life. It's as long as I don't do this full time, I think there's also no urge to have that target to be as consistent as possible. I mean, I want to be as consistent as possible with the videos in general, but keeping schedules with so much going on in life is like pretty much impossible. So that's that, just as like a little idea. This, by the way, over here was something of my favorite things I did over here. Another idea that came to my mind under the shower. I finished the shapes of the building the other night, and then I made a little break, and the next day I went into building. I figured how cool it would be to have like a little sneak peek from that terrace in front of the building into the actual hyena backstage area. I thought that was a cool idea if they go down. As you can see, I'm also putting down some shops, a toilet and stuff. Again, little spoiler, we don't do anything internally in this building. The interior design will be done in another episode because there will be like a little bit of a special for the other side as well. Really excited to bring this all to you. I just have so many ideas for this area, and the next bit we are going to do is so cool. I just want to say it, but I can't. It's going to be really cool. I have such a nice idea which fits this area so well, and it's gonna be also yeah, we will have a little spoiler in the real-time part. I'm not telling you which animal, but I think you can guess. If you think about it pretty nicely at the end of the episode, you will figure out which animal we'll have. And then you can put this in the comments down below, by the way, because that's going to be interesting if you are guessing the right animal, which we're doing next episode. Yeah,
it's really, really cool how all these different styles, these Sicily styles work together. I definitely have to get more, not clumsy is not the right word. I think I can be a little bit less straight and a bit more organic in the types of builds, because that's something I saw in a lot of inspirational pictures, that, you know, the alleys and stuff, there's a lot going on. Cluttered is maybe the word, because that's how Sicily also is sometimes shaped, and this kind of also sparks the beauty in it. It's not all perfect, you know, it's not all perfectly straight or in the right angle or blah blah blah. It's really nicely organically formed. The alleys just merge through these buildings, and then the buildings are connected with like certain different angles to each other, as I already tried to do with this building over here, but you can do so much more. And I also want to have like a little bit of an alley at some point with a couple of buildings, maybe having some exhibits in there and so on. But this is again something rather for the future. The next episodes will still be focused on a lot more natural habitats, and potentially we are also going to continue with the scheme of more African animals, but that's something we have to decide upon going forward, because as I said already at the beginning of this project, I don't want to limit myself to certain regions, because there is a danger in falling into the trap of making this more like a work rather than a hobby and something that I have fun with. And if I feel like that the animal that I want to put in next is not really giving me the ideas, I shouldn't do that, because that's kind of keeping me from delivering something great. And this is the reason why I still leave it totally open which area I'm going to do next. However, that said, for the next episode, this is already fixed. We're going to stay in this area, simply because I have a super idea that continues very well with this whole area here. And yeah, we're going to have a look at this with the real-time part. I'm super excited to bring this to you. And you can also tell that this garden over here continues with the overall style. Not quite sure what I'm going to do with the lion area. It's still not 100% what I want. There are certain ideas I have in mind how to go on with this, but yeah, we'll have to see that. Maybe also in a live stream we can debate a bit better. Sometimes it's just better to have people around that keep commenting in real time, you know. Also, I tried a couple things here to bring in a staff member's door. Something I want to ramble about, I'm not going to do over here, but I definitely need 2 gates in a habitat. It's just so annoying to always have 1 gate only. It's super annoying. But yeah, so that's that with the time lapse. By the way, you have seen my voice is almost back. Really good stuff. But yeah, let's use that voice in the real-time part as well, because we're almost done with the time lapse, and in a couple of seconds I'll talk to you as the real-time Rudy. Welcome to one of the best habitats I've ever done in Planet Zoo, one of the cutest ones, and to an episode with some spicy information about an upcoming Planet game of Frontier Developments. If you want to know more about that, stick with me until the very end, because then we are going to discuss the spicy information that just got released yesterday. But now, let's start on to this wonderful habitat, and here you can see a little glimpse of what we are doing today. Now, it's going to be the African penguin. Some of you guys guessed correctly in the last episode which animal is going to be here. But we have to talk quite a bit about this habitat, because it's not that kind of normal habitat for several reasons. I'm going to explain now step by step. So the first thing, and you better stick with me because it's quite a different approach onto the habitat, simply because of my life situation, but also I wanted to try something. This is also one of the most focused time-lapse builds I've ever done. So the time-lapse is rather short in comparison to the usual ones and not as crazy sped up. It doesn't seem like, because since I worked so focused, I got a lot of stuff done in a very small amount of time. And how I got there, I'm going to explain in a bit. But first of all, let's talk about the habitat itself. So this is an African penguin habitat. It makes a lot of sense to be in that location, simply because this is the unofficial African area. Why do I say unofficial? Well, basically because we said at the very beginning, well, I said, but I say we because you guys kind of agreed. So we said at the beginning that I don't want to limit myself to a certain region. So if we would call this region over here officially the African region, I kind of feel too forced to go on with the scheme of only putting African animals in. So I wanted to do whatever I felt like. And for this corner in particular over here, I wanted to have a diving animal for several reasons. We
we had so much different styles already that went into Zoo Sicily, and I wanted to bring a bit of balance into it, which is a lot more nature and a lot more expectable in a way, and which also deals with all the available things we had already in the park. So this habitat totally doesn't get something unique or new into the build, but it does look indeed very unique and iconic, because it uses all the things that have already been done for this park and researched, and at the end of the day also judged as being good enough for the park. So this is kind of a combination of all the things that are good for the park. Another thing that's very important about this build is that I took some inspiration from how real life areas for African penguins are laid out. So this central element that you're looking at right now is basically the classic facade to the front side, so people do only see like some stones and stuff, and really as if this is kind of the, you know, African coast, or like the African Sicilian coast. I mean, technically it's the African coast where they live in South Africa and stuff, but you know, since this is a Zoo Sicily, I wanted to make this look like as if this is the actual coast here in Sicily with all the very bright sandstone and stuff. But this obviously is always using faux rocks and fake kind of you know, stone things, because in there would be the actual backstage habitat for them, and this is what we do. So combining really how actual zoos do that, but also bring in a lot of theming and then make this kind of classical little African penguin styled beach in which they can roam around. I also took some inspiration from other people's builds, just to name some. You know, Simply Savannah is doing great builds, the same as Caesar Crates, obviously Mr. Lighter. I could name so many, but there's a huge kind of collaboration. Also Jash is amazing, and all these people working on some original zoo or some other new zoos that just popped up lately, they all do such a great job, and honestly they do a way better job than I do at the moment, simply because they put so insanely much effort into building these habitats, and they genuinely are the ones at the moment to really bring innovation to the game in terms of how they use pieces and stuff. And it's kind of a good position to be in, to finally look at other people's work and just take the best out of it, to make it usable on my own or for my own. And so I used the trick in this build, how to, you know, go on with different types of rocks. And also you'll see some later in here, I used the decals to kind of make the poop of these penguins, because usually these penguin areas look kind of crazy, even though people like staff members should make it or clean it quite often. It's always pretty messy, which is just the nature of them being birds at the end of the day, and birds just love to paint areas, I guess. Now as you can see, I'm really putting in a lot of effort to make sure that this habitat looks really nice. One thing I quickly want to address before we go on with the more important part, how I got so focused for this episode. But the thing I wanted to mention is, again, and Frontier, if you're listening, please do carefully listen now. There has to be something about the navigatable, diveable area. You can see how huge this water pond is over here, and still I have like 5 or 6 animals in, and it's not even enough deep water space for them. Mainly it is because of these 4 rocks having a crazy hitbox, I assume. Like when you just take out these cobbles on the ground, it's like doubling the space to dive for them, which is ridiculous because they honestly just stick out of the bottom for like a couple of centimeters in relation. So there is something that has to be fixed, and it starts to really annoy me because I mean, there are just so many things you can deactivate in Sandbox, but one thing you can't deactivate obviously is the demand or requirement until animals start to dive. And I just don't want to make these huge ponds anymore to make these small tiny animals dive. Like, there are only 2 ways to make that look good. The one way is going to just, well, ignore diving, I guess, and just pretend they would be diving, because they're clearly not. Or you have to be very crazy with the amount of animals that go in, but then again, the animals still don't dive because there is not enough room for them to dive because there are too many of them. So yeah, that has to be fixed. It really starts to become a serious issue, especially for smaller animals. Like, it really isn't that big of an issue for like seals or sea lions.
because they're so big and they don't feel so lost in these big tanks, you know. But especially these small animals like the small clawed otter or the African penguin in particular, it is so crazy because they require so much space in order to be able to dive that it just kind of feels a little bit off here and there. Anyhow, as you can see, we are quite far into the build and I'm already starting to detail quite a lot. As you can see, this is the way how you use poop. You really have to see which decal you use. This one is from the moss pieces and it works just super well. And putting in a lot of detail, and it just really makes a difference, I'm not gonna lie. But I think 80% of the design of this habitat was created in the car. Now, don't worry, I didn't do that while driving or painting or anything. But at the moment, we are very much in the move. In the move, however, we are moving houses. So basically what happens at the moment is that we are moving from one house to another. And we currently own a flat in one city, but we are moving into into a big house with a garden. For those of you who don't know, I talked about that already last year. We bought this like over half a year ago, but we kind of bought it to the 1st of January, making sure that this is like kind of a clean cut. But we sold our flat that we bought 4 years ago for the 1st of March. So at the moment we have a difference of 2 months, and in these 2 months most of things have to happen. And as you can imagine, that is a ridiculous amount of stress at the moment, because nearly every day I have to, move from A to B, and it's like 40 kilometers away, so it's not that easy. It's like 80 kilometers on top each day. So as you can imagine, especially with winter weather and rain and people going crazy anyways, the time spent on the highway is quite some time. And so there's a lot of time to think about things, and there is just so many things I can think about until, obviously, I think about Planet Zoo again. And so I thought about this very location so much that whenever I had a very spare bit of time, and that wasn't that much, trust me, in the last days, I needed to use that time as efficiently as possible. Now, I know that many people ask me how I am so efficient, and I already asked that in the past, and to be honest, I never felt like this because I had quite some time to do that. But especially at the moment, or specifically at the moment, I don't have that much time, and I think this is a very good example of how you can also become super efficient in the game. Now, I really try to plan out everything in my head, and just like as soon as I had one thought completely done, I just wrote it down into my notes app on the phone. And so after a while I had like a couple of things noted down, and that was the first moment where I thought, okay, if I've got an hour of time, I'm gonna have these things done. And so I did the base layout, and effectively I only have 3 recordings because I did the whole habitat in 3 goes. The first one was making sure, and also I set myself some clear goals, I thought in the first hour I wanted to get the layout down, just the pure layout, making sure that we have enough navigatable area for the animals and blah blah blah, putting the habitat boundaries in, you name it. The second one was to get the basic shapes, the basic look and feel, the styling elements and stuff like that. And the third one was meant for detailing and the guest needs. As you can tell with this little showcase area over here, or the education area, I want to say it's not a showcase, it's an educational area. And you can really tell from all of this that there's a lot I thought about, because the placement of this staircase is really planned out, because you do have this nice little area in the middle where the educator can stand. You do see the animals diving around, but you also have that platform right across the other side where the animals can swim and then come up there with this mirror tool, or imagine there are some fish thrown over or stuff like that, so you can really see the animals act and do and dwell. And everything else, like the beach and stuff, is put to a different location so that the people standing on top of this little hill over here do not interfere with the people sitting on this educational space, so that they're not in the way of the other people. And there's something I wanted to test for a while now, and this, as you can see, is with all these potteries here, all these pots down, and just putting a couple of plants in. I think this is something you usually do see in Sicily quite a lot. Like everywhere you've got these terracotta pots with a couple of plants in, tomatoes, oranges, whatnot. And I just wanted to have that, and some of those
those will be reused as blueprint throughout the entire park, because I think this is quite nice, and we can also integrate some Easter eggs, you know. But yeah, the last couple of minutes should be taken to talk about what I just announced at the very beginning of the time-lapse. We need to talk about Frontier's annual report. Just a day ago, there was the annual report published from the year 2022. Now, you do have to know Frontier does publish two. They have the fiscal year report. That one already was published quite a while ago, because the fiscal year only goes from May to May. So that means the fiscal year 22 was already done in May 22. So obviously since then we didn't have the info. But then there's like the annual conclusion, like the full year report, and that one always has a lot of spicy info. And the one info that is in particular super spicy is that for 2024, a new own IP creative management game has been announced, that they will release it in that game in that year. So meaning an own IP obviously can only be either the Elite IP or the Planet IP, because these are the only two IPs that Frontier owns. Or they obviously go with something else, but since it's creative management, it's definitely not Elite, and so it has to be a Planet game. So now you can make up yourself what you think it is. I think it's Planet Coaster 2. However, I do not really know. Maybe Frontier is going to surprise us and brings out a completely new Planet game, which would be super exciting. But finally, you have confirmation there will be a new Planet game. 99% sure it will be there, which is super cool, and I'm super excited for that. But it also means that there's not going to be any Planet game or successor like Planet Coaster in 2023, because that's for Warhammer and F1 23. Now, with that said, let's move over to the real-time Rudy to take it on from here. Apparently, that is a Nile crocodile habitat in Planet Zoo, despite the fact we don't have them in the game. But more about that later. While you're here, why not just stick with me while we create a beautiful natural habitat for these wonderful creatures in Zoo Sicily? Well, let's get started. And with that, welcome to a brand new episode in Planet Zoo. If you guys search for inspiration and you want to see a beautiful natural habitat, this might be the video for you. In today's build, we are going to create a lush, well, kind of lush habitat for the crocodile in here, and you're going to experience why this mod might be a very good choice for you as well. But more about that in the first speed build part of today's video. Let's get this done. Okay, now, what we're going to create, obviously, is a new habitat right next to the spotted hyena. If you guys haven't seen that episode, it's on my channel, obviously, in the Zoo Sicily playlist. And as you guys know, Zoo Sicily is a zoo located, well, somewhat in Italy, obviously. And we are creating a rather modern zoo that is fully intentionally built, and hence we have a lot more freedom in terms of what could be created. Today, I'm doing something that I haven't done in a long time, and I think this is something you guys ask for quite a bit, and that is a different inspiration type of video for especially crocodiles and amphibian and reptiles, because people have asked for that so many times, and here I am building that. We are going to go a little bit more structured now through the actual thing. So if you guys are interested into a bit of a process, how you get to results like you've seen at the beginning of the video, you might want to stick with me in the next couple minutes. And after that, we're going to talk about the mod itself that I'm using here. And in the end, in the later part of the video, we are going to actually look at the mod in detail. It's done by Leaf and some others, and there are some things we have to talk about. So yeah, let's go first of all into the design of the habitat. Now, what I have done is something I'm doing quite often, and that is just go to Google, picture search, and type in the animal you want to do and add a name to it, or like a word to it. And the word I am using most of the times is exhibit or habitat. It sounds pretty obvious, but it helps a lot because it gives you not only the habitats you see in the game, but also the real life habitats. Or not in the game. Actually, you see quite a lot of screenshots from Planet Zoo if you choose an animal that is available in the game. However, obviously, you also get a lot from actual zoos out there.
And with that, I'm going to start my process of doing certain things. But I had two different things in mind. So first, I wanted to make this habitat look quite like something I've seen in some zoos where they had very shallow kind of pools combined with a ramp between the different inclines where the crocs can kind of slide down into the lower part or the lower pond, which resembles quite a bit of what they have in real life as well. They always keep staying, or they do stay very close to the shallow riverbanks, so they can just glide into the water and then just go, when they go for a hunt, they basically they stay in very calm, very low water where they're hiding in the in the reeds and stuff, and then they do attack obviously their prey. Obviously they don't do that in a zoo, but you can kind of we kind of try to recreate what they have in real life, and that is the the availability of very shallow waters, and then combined with a couple of plants and stuff like that. But since you want your guest to see the animals, actually, you have to play a little bit with the different dimensions. And this habitat itself does have some very interesting viewing opportunities, which we are going to see actually in the real-time part today. I'm not going to talk too much about them quite yet, because I think it's way more important to talk about the overall, structure of the habitat. I wanted to fill in that gap between the hyena habitat and the upper part of this area, which will guide us out of the African area. So we are still in the African area, and for those of you with eagle eyes, you will potentially have already spotted that there are different animals in the habitat at this point in time. You can take a guess which one these are, but and they will be exchanged on a later stage. Why I've done this, I will explain actually when we talk about the mod in detail in a couple of minutes. But first things first, there is a second thing I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, and this is the building itself. You can see there is like a kind of a small Sicilian style building, which is not super detailed at this point. We are going to make this look a lot more detailed in the next episodes, because it's going to be part of a bit bigger structure, which I'm not going to reveal quite in this episode. It's going to be exciting because it will open into a new area. You can already start guessing what this might be, but this one has a specific task. It's not only the entrance to a new area and obviously the shelter for our crocs, it also is the highest focal point from the lowest part of the zoo. Sounds confusing in a way? Well, actually, it's not that much of a confusing thing. Remember when we joined the zoo, and if you guys are now confused because you stumbled into today's episode and you've never seen Zoo Sicily, I highly recommend watching the first episodes, because you see the plan of the zoo. We talk a lot about the idea of the zoo, and obviously you have also the lowest part of the zoo, the plaza, in kind of something like a valley, and from there you have the wombat habitat, and once you go towards the staircase, which also features our butterfly habitats, you watch up to the hill, you watch up there, and on top of the hill, at this point in time, there's not really that much to see, and so not really something that sparks the interest of our guest. And I wanted to have something up there which sparks the interest of guests, so you really want to go there. I mean, granted, they grab a zoo plan, they might know already what's there, but we also want to give the people the chance without a zoo plan to really just explore the areas. And so there is going to be this building, which is kind of a weenie, and for those of you who've been with me for a couple of years, they will know the weenie. If you don't, stick with me on this channel. You may want to subscribe, and at one time you will know what a weenie is. At latest, when there is Planet Coaster 2, I promise, okay? But it's nothing for today's episode. And so with that said, this building is going to be a weenie, a focal point that is kind of inspired by a little bit of a Sicilian chateau, even though this needs to be a different word in Italian, which I have no idea what that is. You can tell me in the comments, please. What's the equivalent of chateau for, like, I mean, I know what it is in French, and also the usage in English. Maybe it's the same usage in Italian as well, because it's like a French word for what it is. I don't know, but you guys will tell me, obviously, in the comment section. All right, I think it's the point where we have to talk about the mod, okay? As you guys know, I'm very hesitant when it comes to animal mods. Very hesitant. And there are several reasons to why, and before we talk about the Nile crocodile in specific, let me just give you the context to why I'm so hesitant about the animal mods. I personally think that a game like Planet Zoo isn't kind of an art piece in itself, and I'm a huge fan of maintaining this art style as much as I possibly can, as long as it doesn't take away from the fun of playing it. And we have a great choice of animals already available in the game, so 99% of the times there is no need for a new animal for me personally, because I have enough interesting and exciting animals to showcase for you guys. If I were about just focusing my entire thing only on views and clickbait, obviously I could use like all mods out there to spark the interest because it's new, but that's not something I want to do. I want to make the choice very intentional to which animals I'm using. So in this case specifically, I wanted to do a reptile over here, and for whatever reason I didn't want to go with the Nile monitor, so I ended up with the idea of having crocodilians in here. I could have gone for the caiman, even though it's not location wise correct, but you know, I thought I didn't want to stick too much to the locations and continents, but this it's kind of, it got an African area, so it has the African vibe going on. And I thought, you know, there are obviously the well-known Nile crocodiles, so why not take them? And there is the gharial, but let's not talk about the gharial. I just don't like the gharial. I'm sorry, okay? It's cool to have it in the game, but I just don't like that animal. It's nothing personal though. I've never met one, but I just don't like them. So that's that. And there's a second reason. The reason why I used the alligator in here as a dummy is that the traversable area, especially of crocodilians in this game, is ridiculous, and I just don't want it. But I thought if I build the habitat for this animal, I can put every mod in, because the mods usually take a bit of a smaller, they always take the smallest available, as far as I remember, they take the smallest available skeleton kind of model available in the game and always use this traversable area for all of them, like the smallest hitbox available. So at the end, it always works better in your habitats as well. So two bonuses, so to say. But more about that in the real-time part, because we're already done with the time-lapse. So let's prepare for some real-time action and switch over into the real-time part. Hey there, and welcome back to Sicilian, and welcome back to potentially one of my best habitats I've ever built. Yes, I know it's a very crazy claim, but trust me, we are on the route to a very good one, and this is going to look like that. Anyways, if you've not seen that one because it was too fast, you either want to go back and look at it and pause the game at the right section, or you just stick with me throughout the episode, and we're going to talk about what exactly we are going to do and what's in for you as well, because this will be a two-part episode, so to say. Actually, this is part one, and there will be a second episode. However, I'm not sure when exactly the episode is gonna drop, the second one, because this is the very last video I am recording ever in this streaming room. We are just a couple of hours before leaving into our new house, and trust me if I say it is a hard mess, or hot mess, I guess is what you call that. More about that later. So if you're interested in a lot of crazy stories about kitchen builders and you know, crazy craftsmen and, you know, a couple of disaster things, stick with me. We're going to talk about that in a couple minutes. But first, let's talk about the idea behind this habitat, because we are just looking at the main, like, kind of layout and setup of this thing. Just as a little hint, this has been done during a Twitch live stream. The VOD should be online for another 3 weeks, so if you're interested in this live stream, you can just jump over to Twitch, to my Twitch channel, and have a look at the VOD. So if you want to check that out, feel free, because I know that a lot of people like the real-time building part as well. So you got it there. It's like a 3.5 hour stream or something in which we did the preparation, but that's only 50% of what you're seeing in today's speed build. So that said, we are going to bring in another big cat to Sicily. I was about to say Yosemite Valley. It's still in my mind, but this is a very, very good successor to this project. Now, as you can see, I'm checking also some sidelines, and this is, for its location, pretty good, because it's gonna open up into something more jungle-ish, you know. As I said, I did not want to make myself too much of a corset or like a too crazy frame in which I want to stick my areas in. I like the idea to have at least a little bit of an idea, but as I said, with the African area, I'm just trying to, you know, have a bit more of a loose interpretation, rather than, you know, rather than having a
dedicated, super well thought out 1-2 blah 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 area where only African animals are in. So it has to be just something that I feel good with, and I think I felt very good, and it still makes sense. And that's the same approach in this area. And so the jaguar will basically be the entrance for what is going to be a bit more of a rainforest jungle kind of more humid animals, or like humid area for animals kind of thing. But this, and I had a very big claim at the beginning of the video that this is going to be one of my best habitats ever. And again, I have built quite some, and I know I have said that quite often, but it's just the way it is. The better you get, or the more you build, the better you get, I should say, that way around. It's just natural because you learn so many things. But this in particular has so many little details that I just completely love. You'll see that in the real-time part today, and it's only halfway done, so it's still some way to go, but it's already so impressive. I quite had certain ideas in mind that I wasn't too sure about if they will work out or not, because I also just used AI to get some ideas how this should look. So if you guys paid attention to my Twitter channel, always also hear the recommendation to follow me over there, because I'm dropping some, preview sneak peeks and some other stuff over there. If you fancy having a look at that, you can do so. But I also dropped like an AI image I created in order to get an idea how a Sicilian styled jaguar habitat could look like. It's kind of cool because you can say something to the AI which you wouldn't technically find on Google if it doesn't exist. You can tell something to the AI and it will create something, and you can decide whether you use it or not. And I got some very good input for this habitat especially, and so I could just match this with the style of Sicily, and I think the outcome is rather impressive. And I would even go so far to say that I wouldn't have created this habitat without the help of AI. I just couldn't have done it, because the AI gave me some very good insights to how I could do certain things just by brainstorming, and creating these pictures with Midjourney was just a very nice thing to do. Anyhows, so this is the whole story behind the habitat. But as I said, there will be multiple viewing angles. You're going to see this in the real-time part later on. We are going to spare out one section, because that's the one we are going to do in the next episode, which is going to have also like a restaurant and some food court stuff. But like the house view, like the view to the inside of the house for the viewing gallery will be done, and also the view inside various areas of the habitat. And also the habitat itself is very intricate, because it has a tunnel, it has an overpass, it has an inside like a backstage area, it has like a sealed off roofed area, so if there's like a cold winter time, you can still see the animals being inside. And there are a couple of ideas how to make sure that they will also have a good time in the winter. So basically 100% happy about how it turned out in the end. It was quite a pain to do, simply because it's always kind of hard to do these things with big cats, and especially with animals that can A, jump high, and B, climb. So you have a lot of things to take care of. And also the habitat is not yet completely secure and proof. It will be afterwards. There are a couple of things, especially the bridge, for example, isn't secured at the moment, and some other raised viewing areas are. Technically they should be safe, but on the other hand side, if we have a very ambitious jaguar in the habitat that would try a jump, could potentially succeed in that. So yeah, I'm just doing some stuff to prevent from these things. It should not lose itself in realism. That's what I said. I try to be realistic at a glance, but it should not be like, if you see, for example, what people like Eben and Josh and like the Bro Nation people, especially what they are doing in their projects. St. Reginald Zoo is a good example, or also what Haribo is doing. They go above and beyond when it comes to realism. I totally admire that. I totally admire the crazy step they go forward to do that. It's like a mile too far in terms of what is usable in the game anyways, and it looks fantastic. But on the other hand side, I always find myself getting a little bit tired of that rather quickly. And honestly, for the idea of the zoo, it doesn't really add too much, because it just adds something in the moment you create it for, like, the experience that you had building it, and you surely learn a lot about that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't add too much for the overall story of the zoo. in this very example over here, that is totally different for other zoos. For example, San Reginald or so on, or like basically back in the days of Bro Nation when they had their No Name Landia, for example. The whole project was built around the backstage experience and the, you know, the realism aspect of what it was. So it always depends on what is the focus set on the series, and this one is like, you know, way more realistic than Yosemite was, definitely. I tried to be a lot more realistic in that sense, but definitely not, you know, as intricate as other projects are, just to also keep my creativity flowing. And I just fear losing myself in these backstage things, because I like that. I like to go into these nitty-gritty little details, but I could easily do like 3 or 4 episodes only backstage stuff for this zoo at the moment, and I'm planning to do one major backstage episode in which we're fixing some of the backstages, but that's not part of these kind of inspiring creative episodes, because I still have the feeling that it's more inspiring for you guys to really create these habitats. Yeah, that's that. While you can see me fixing some issues we had on the buildings over here, let me take that as a very nice segue into fixing our house. So as I promised, we are going to talk really quickly about our house, which we are going to move in tomorrow. So basically, we only had about 2 months of time, and considering these 2 months were January and February, it's basically the 2 worst months you can have, simply because February is that short and January is that cold, usually, not in Germany though, but you know, and also having Christmas and my birthday in between, and you know, it's quite a stretch to do all these things in these 2 months, and exactly that happened. So we are going to move in without internet. We don't have internet, without like lamps and spots and stuff. Electricity isn't fully done yet. We have a couple of plugs, but we have to really focus on which we are going to use. We don't have heating, so we're gonna have to see what the heating is doing when they install the heating, so that's gonna take some time as well. So I assume that it will take a good week or 2 until I'm fully back to the whole setup and stuff. I will keep you posted in the Discord and on Twitter, of course, and we might do a live stream if I get some mobile hotspots working without sucking too much of the data volume. I really do hope that I get an unlimited contract, at least for a month, just to have a, you know, kind of a bridge technology, so to say, until we get full normal internet, which I still have no clue what this is going to be. The glass fiber that they promised to us is not available until end of the year, I guess. So yeah, a couple of issues. I'll try to stay positive, but you know, obviously that is going to make this whole thing, YouTube, a lot harder. So next week I will have a week off fixing all the stuff, and I'm really hoping that the week after I'll be back at doing content, because I want to. So yeah, please stick with me, guys. Please make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. I will be back, I promise, from the new office. It's gonna be great. It's gonna have a lot more usable things. I will give you a tour. I will give you a full tour. I'm gonna make like a vlog. I'm gonna make a live stream. I'm gonna show you all the things that we planned, because there's a lot of thought that went into making this for you guys, simply because there's a lot of things that weren't possible in this room. Even though this room I'm sitting in right now, I will be very, very sad about this, because the room itself is absolutely bonkers. It's way better than what I will have in a couple days. It's kind of a trade-off I needed to do. I'm going to go basically from the top of the house to the lowest part of the house. I'm going from the attic into the basement, which comes obviously with a lot of sacrifices, but it also comes with a lot of advantages. I'll talk about that more in detail, but now I'm going to leave you alone with a couple of minutes of time-lapse and music, and then the real-time Rudy is kicking in. But I really have to end this here and pack the last boxes and then pack the computer. See you on the other side, I should say. And this time I don't mean it only in terms of real-time Rudy. I really mean it in terms of a new house, a new streaming room. Can't wait. Can't wait, guys. Thank you so much, as always, for your support, and enjoy the rest of the episode.
But before we actually get there, we have to do one more thing that is super important too, and that is the underwater view of the Jaguar when they eventually will dive over here. This one in particular was a lot of fun, and also it should be relatively enjoyable for you to watch because it is built from the Explore mode cam, the former known Tedget cam, I should say. I really hope you guys enjoy this a lot more because it should keep the camera relatively stable being in this tight space down here. There was really not another chance to build in here other than that. I always wanted to do something like this. If you remember, I already talked about that like a year ago when they changed this, but we never did this, so that's a good situation now to do it. Anyhows, I really hope you guys enjoyed the little break from Zoo Sicily, and you maybe are here now and really looking forward to what is happening. I'm gonna use this voiceover today to give you a bit of an idea to where we are going. I have already posted a big explanation what's going on right now in my life and in my how the situation is. If you have read that on YouTube already, you are perfectly informed. If not, I'll take these couple seconds here to explain before we then talk about this very build and the future of Zoo Sicily in specific. Now, it's been very tough to produce videos lately, simply because I don't have time at all. I'm really missing it, simply because it is kind of my balance I need in my everyday life to sit down in the evening, put a podcast on or something, and then just keep building. And since I don't have that, I also felt pretty imbalanced, not gonna lie. It's not only like a feeling, it really shows how stressed I am and stuff like that. But simply because of everything here in the house, the catastrophe going on with all the problems we had, I'm just done in the evenings. So there's no chance to sit down and do something. I tried a couple of times, but it just never worked out. And so I finally found the time now to build in here for a good 2 hours or so, bringing that in. And this is also why I'm fixing the Jaguar first before starting something new. Hope this is good by you. It's not like the most catchy thumbnails of all times, and it's also not the most intricate build of all times, which is down to the fact that I needed to focus first. But I wanted to finish this very beautiful area, and we're still not exactly finished because the interior work of the actual cage of the Jaguar is still due to be done, but this is something I will eventually do in a live stream. Speaking of which, I would have loved to be on Twitch, live on Twitch for so many more times already, but the problem is we still don't have proper internet. We still only have like an LTE stick, which is obviously super unreliable when it comes to a constant internet connection. Like, you can do most of the things, I can upload videos and stuff, it just takes longer, fine, but it still does work. But it's like you don't have the chance to stream, which is a pity because the time to stream would have been available, and I could have shown you the room and stuff like that. But there will be things to come, stuff like a vlog or stuff like, you know, the basic building process of most of the parts of the house I have recorded. I tried my best. At a certain point, everything got so stressful that I forgot to film, so we have some bigger gaps in between, but I think it's not too bad because the gaps are visible for me, but maybe not to the viewer out there, because there is an expectable progress seen between the two steps, but then again, there's no footage in between. But you know, I'm drifting away. And this is why I couldn't do too much, and also why Sicily has been a little bit, not on a hold, but I couldn't do as much as I would love to, because I have some very specific ideas to really make a transition from the central area where we have the big cats, like we have the Jaguar now, we've got the lion, and into a more tropical area that is more to the central of the zoo, where it also is a bit more grown, whereas the outskirts will remain a bit more sandy and deserty, and, you know, just really playing with the contrast that Sicily does offer, even though Sicily is most of the times a bit more deserty and a bit more dry, rather than, you know, it's not dry, it's by any means, but it's not like a jungle or a rainforest, but still there's lots to do in this area, and this is why I came back. So you can see I'm also doing I reacted to most of your comments, okay? So if you are one of these skipping people who skip to this point in time, don't do this, because you will see now I am reacting to all of your comments, not only by reading out to them, Oh my god, did you hear that knocking? That was my dad, basically, who was building something outside. He knocked on the window. Back to the point. I'm not. I'm not only answering to those comments. I'm actually reacting by building. And you guys were obviously right to say that some of the security measurements in here, in order to realistically prevent the jaguars from escaping, were not really doing their job, and so I improved those. We are still not quite there into hyper-realism, but as I said, I don't want to go this route, so it should be like, in the first glance, should be realistic, but we have a realism series for that, which is not ongoing, but it's eventually there will be a new episode. It's not even that long ago that we had the last episode of this, which was the beautiful seal habitat or sea lion habitat, which I loved. I loved building, so really looking forward to the next one. But before I'm talking about too much what is in the future, let's talk about the present, and that is one of the coolest buildings we have in the zoo. And this is a building with a lot of purposes and a lot of good reasons to exist. Now, I again try to go on with the design of Sicily architecture. I try to bring in another one, which is totally not a completely new one. It's basically just an adaptation from what we already have in the entrance area. And I also try to play with a different kind of color scheme. We are still using the limestone pieces with different types of yellowish and orange tint. This time we're mixing it not with the brick texture, but actually with the white limestone texture. I found some cool inspiration images of a little alley in Sicily that looked a little bit like that. And this time around we kind of mixed this with the actual in-game terracotta roof. There are some other clay roof designs I still like, but I'm trying to use this one, trying to bring in, as I said, a tiny bit of realism by putting a gutter here. It's not like in 100% perfectly accurate because there is still the connection missing. I'll do that later because this building facility, as I said, will have multiple purposes. So first of all, it's going to be a shop front for the jaguar area. So this is the balcony that we have, like you're going up this little hill, but at the same time it will also hold another hub of facility buildings for our keepers and backstage area in general for the staff. And at the same time it's also like another toilet facility, which we are going to like a restaurant facility, which we are having a little bit as a laid back thing, because you don't want to have this smelly toilet too close to the road, and this is why I moved this one here. And then I also try to bring in some of these arcs we already used in the build of the jaguar habitat to just kind of go on with the architecture. And I think this is in particular very interesting because the architecture of this project is not meant to be the architecture for each region of the world or anything. I'm just trying to make the best of both worlds in a way. Like we are not going to see like Asian cultural architecture. We are not going to see too much like South American or whatnot temples or no. But this is not what I'm opting to do. My attempt is to make sure that the habitats look like mostly from the region in terms of the nature and the usage of nature and the layout itself. But the overall look and feel should still fit into the Sicilian style. So I'm not really here to build different regions as I did in other series, for example, like themed regions. I will have certain little elements maybe in there, you know, having some tiny kind of statues or whatnot, but the overall attempt is really to go with the style of Sicily and with all the different elements, because it is very rich. We have a lot of things in. We have the Mediterranean architecture in there. We have a lot of Roman stuff. We do have Roman ruins, but we also have other influences. We have African influences in here. We can go with a very mainstream kind of architecture, like Europe mainstream. There's a lot we can do. We can do some very floral inspired stuff. So there is a whole range of things we can use, which is great because that is not going to limit me. But I'm really going for a more cohesive look at the end of the day. And yesterday I spent a couple of minutes actually just wandering around this park and just checking if this attempt is still working, and I think it's working better than ever. I'm really trying to get a bit more also bold and a bit more brave with the usage of different plants and stuff, because I think I've been a bit too limited to the palette I defined at the beginning. So I might be able to go a little bit more crazy now. As you can see, I'm also trying to separate certain areas from each other, because this little pathway you just have seen that splits up to the left-hand side will lead into another area. You guys can guess which animal we are going to have here. I will give you some hints. The animal is very unexpected, and it's one of these animals I have very, very little work done for. I think overall, in total, I've done 2 habitats ever for this animal, even though it is an OG animal of the base game, and it is potentially one of the most, one of the most used animals in Planet Zoo. I would at least assume so. Simply because it's such a fan favorite. Many hints here already. And also, this animal requires quite a bit of space, so it's going to be to the left here, and the other side of this building over here will be actually also the building which holds the backstage facility of the actual animal. And we are going to play with some of the olive trees for the animal, even though it's super complicated to bring it together in a way, but on the other side, you guys have asked so much for having also like an olive tree garden or something like that. So I'm really trying to combine that. It's going to be a very interesting design. I have done some scribbles on that already. I'm going to share them with you once we build this, but yeah, I'm really interested to see what you guys will guess in the comments down below. I've already made my mind up quite a bit about this habitat. Anyways, let's speak about this balcony. I'm just doing some little fix-uppers here, and I'm also going to try to fix up a couple more things in the future. We will need some details like decals and stuff. Like tiny things have to be done, and I will do these things while I'm doing the other side of the of this building, just making sure that everything feels like one. This is why I'm not going to start with the details and decals yet, because, you know, why would I need to first of all finish that, see the dimensions, and this is also one thing I haven't really talked about at all, but personally, I need kind of a feeling for a building before I can go into the real details. And it's fun because the building itself, like the look of it, is made in the last 10% of the building process, while the 90% before is just mostly finding the right ratio between walls, roofs, and just kind of which form factor you want, finding the right colors, finding the right elements to fit in, and, you know, all these kind of things need to work together before you can really then go into the real appearance of the building and the character of it. And this building over here should act like a nice separation of 2 areas, but then also it shouldn't be too much in the focus of this area. I really wanted to keep this plaza the focus of the area, and the seating area needed to be a little bit more to the left-hand side so that the people who want to have a look at the jaguar can go and actually see it in the front. There's also a good reason why there is a restaurant over here, and this is because the jaguar isn't the loudest of all animals, but also since we have this raised plateau, the sound issue isn't as dramatic because the sound will go up and, you know, it isn't too annoying for the jaguar. But since it's a very shy animal and you won't see it too much, people would love to spend quite a bit of time there until the jaguar is seen. So people would love to see the jaguar, right? This is one of the reasons they go to a zoo for. But once you just stand there and wait for nothing, it's kind of annoying. But sitting down, having a drink and stuff, and then hoping that the jaguar will come by eventually is something that people would do. And this is why there is a seating area with a couple of drinks to grab and also some snacks and so on. Yeah, but that's about the time lapse. Now you can see the final result over here with a little flyover. We will also have now some comparison shots at the end. And then that's it. I really hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. If you haven't subscribed yet and you want to see the future of this zoo, please consider subscribing. Yeah, I'm here for you, okay? So the next episode will feature a cool animal, as I said. I'm really interested for your guesses. But that's about it. Have a good time, stay safe, and goodbye, guys. Thank you. But today it's obvious we are going to do the panda habitat. Now, let's move into it, and I will give you a very detailed explanation of what I have done here and why this is pretty special. And I would consider this one of my most well thought of habitats I've ever done, and also one of the best habitats when it comes to realism aspects paired with a creative outlet. So this one is made up of 4 segments. The reason for having 4 segments goes very much down to the specific of the panda as an animal in the zoo. Now, we have to understand a couple of things. Let's first of all talk about the fact what is happening to get a panda, first of all, into your zoo. So the panda is an animal that is obviously a fan favorite. It's only black and white, so these 2 elements I told you guys last time. It's quite interesting that not too many people came up with the panda, because I haven't really done much with the panda. We will talk about some habitats I did in the past in a couple minutes, but let's first of all talk about the fact that you need to get an official license to have a panda from the Chinese government. And also, I think there is a fee from about $1 million, like kind of a rent you pay, like $1 million. I'm not quite sure if it was for a year or in total, but you have to pay them, and you will never actually own that panda, which is a good thing. You should never own an animal anyways, but you never own the animal as a zoo. You only rent this from the Chinese government. Even though it would die in your zoo or whatever out of, you know, being elderly or age reasons or whatnot, you will always be only the person who rents it from the Chinese government. It has a lot to do with how special these animals are to the country itself, to the region, and how endangered they used to be and still are. Now, this is very important just in general to talk about, because whenever you have a habitat like this means you already have quite some money put into it and some effort put into it. So this is also the reason why most of the panda habitats used to be and are very nice indeed, and also very modern, simply because not too many zoos can afford that, and those zoos who can afford this will have to make a good habitat. So this is the story behind, and this will translate also in the way of how we make this habitat over here. You guys have been asking for a olive grove 1 million times. It's not exactly going to be one, but it's going to be like an olive tree park in which the panda habitat is merged into. I can only tell you, and you've seen that potentially from the screenshot or the thumbnail, but not too much actually. I haven't given away too much from the thumbnail today. It's looking phenomenal, and this is one of the few rare occasions where you can't put this in a screenshot. It's simply impossible. You have to really experience that, and I'm super happy because the whole habitat is an experience. It's really like a park in here in Sicily. It has the vibe of Sicily. It maintains the Sicilian vibe while still focusing on what the panda does need. And you can see this very bridge over here is one of the 2 cross points that go above this wonderful little park area, and then we've got also 2 tunnels that go below the as you can see in the background, by the way. There are a couple of little things I have to fix. I'll do that off screen later on. You'll see that in the real-time part. There's a couple of little things I will show you that we have to fix, but all over the whole experience is going to be absolutely amazing. I really can't tell you how long it took. There was a lot of planning involved, and there was a lot of forth and back, and some iterations I have gone through before I came up with this very specific one over here. And so that's that. This is the first bigger block I needed to talk about. So this is why this is special. The second block I need to talk about is the separation of the individual animals. Now, mostly pandas are kept in a single habitat because they don't really like each other. They are only brought together for mating, and usually you do have either just one panda and then you just exchange with another zoo for mating, or you do have 2, but you will have the ability to separate the habitat. And especially this is one of the core reasons why I went with this design of 4 individual spaces, because each of them will be getting a gate. There will be a gate in between those areas so that you can close off basically the one or the other, and so you can make sure that the animals have a way to separate from each other. So this is the main idea behind this whole situation over here. So this also goes back to the very single habitat I've ever done like this, and that was in Yosemite Valley Zoo. And I think Yosemite Valley Zoo is obviously the predecessor to Zoo Sicily, if you will, even though I have to say at this point I'm already quite more in love with Zoo Sicily. It's just normal because my knowledge, the game's development and stuff, obviously is a huge advantage for the new project, even though obviously in terms of fame and in terms of views and in terms of engagement, Yosemite Valley will, I think, ever remain unbeaten. This is going to be, in history, my best project ever. But, you know, you guys have the strength and the power to change that. But therefore, you have to send this video to 1 million people, or episode 1 or whatnot. But yeah. Also, let me just quickly point out this fence design over here I came up with. I've never done this before, but I love that. It's one of the Twilight Pack gates, which is actually looking a lot more gothic, and it shouldn't really fit that well. But if you sink that all in, it just creates this wonderful little, yeah, almost like steel garden fence vibe, and it's a lot more thinner than the other ones we have in the game, so it kind of creates a very Sicilian vibe, like a very park-ish vibe. I had a bit of a struggle to bring in the actual feel of Sicily while maintaining the panda habitat vibe. It's not the easiest thing to do. And let me also quickly talk about the bridges I built. They are based on one of the more well-known bridge designs in Sicily. I was a bit confused to why they have this architectural in, and just, you know, went in and I saw that there's a lot of Arabian influence into it as well. And this is why it looks a little bit more pointy like that and not as round. I mean, in Sicily, you do also have some very roundish Roman-inspired architectural influences, but you also do have them from Africa as well. And so this is why, or like Arabia, Africa, so this region also ties in there sometimes, and this is why you also have this type of bridge design, which I'm a big fan of, because that just kind of brings in some yeah, some more exciting differences in the architectural style. And also big thanks to all of you guys commenting in the last weeks that you are still very hyped about this project, and that you guys have the feeling that the architectural way I was approaching it still works, and that everything gave the Sicilian vibe. Obviously, the biggest compliment for me is when people from Sicily or from Italy do comment that this looks like it looks, you know, at home for them, because obviously this gives me the biggest smile, simply because these people are you guys are the ones who can judge it the best, I guess. If you have the feeling, hey, that looks like where I live, I basically have done what I needed to do. And I think, you know, you don't have to be that super strict to yourself. Sometimes you can also use some other elements that wouldn't necessarily be there, but if it just kind of ties into what you want to sell and it helps to emphasis on something, just go ahead and do it. However, we are now 8.5 minutes in. We haven't even talked about the new pack, the DLC, and the free update that we will be getting in about 1.5 weeks' time. And I'm very, very happy that I will be able to finish this habitat before, because there are so many core changes to the game that we will have to do a couple of things, first of all, in this project before we can go on, which will mostly go down to the lions. I have to redo the lion habitat now with the new mating system, or not mating system, the whole sociality system, and the same goes for some other habitats. We are getting the sloth as like a walk-through exhibit habitat animal. Wait, what did I just say? Walk-through exhibit habitat. My god, a walk-through exhibit animal. There you go. I really hope it's versatile. I definitely want to make a habitat for that one. And we just have these tropical animals, which I think I'm going to start, but you guys can vote in the comments. You know, let's do it that way. If you made it that far into the video, you deserve to be able to vote for that. Let's take this video as a vote for which animal should we put first into Zoo Sicily. So shall we go with the fossa? Shall we go with the red river hawk? Even though I don't, you know, whatever. Red river hawk, the Lara gibbon obviously is also in there. The sloth, you know, and the last one, I'm too stupid. What was the last one? I forgot. I'm so stupid. What was the other animal that we get? Oh, the Asian water monitor. There you go. So please let me know which of those 5 you want to see first in Zoo Sicily. It's quite funny though, because I think it's the first time ever, even more than with the butterflies and bats, that I do count the sloth as a proper animal, because I think the way how I would do a habitat for it is pretty similar to the habitat itself for, I mean, I made a whole video about this. If you haven't seen that, my opinion on the sloth as a habitat animal, or like a non-habitat animal, that way around. You should definitely watch it because there are some good points in, and I found it very interesting that you guys seem to agree with the vast majority to my points, which is interesting because I thought that I had a little bit of an unpopular point here, but apparently it's not. Apparently it seems to be very popular, which is good because it seems like we're having a point here. Now, let's talk about this habitat a little bit more. I mean, we are going to see that in real time in about 5 minutes, but still, this was a lot of fun doing it, playing around with different stones and stuff. I wonder if I shall put a couple more of these white-ish stones that I did with the 4 rocks. You can comment if you feel like we have to integrate a bit more. But on the other hand, I had the feeling that this habitat works pretty nicely without it, simply because, as I said, it might be a bit more of a modern take on a habitat, a bit more of an expensive one anyways. And so they went without the typical Sicilian white rocks because, you know, in the trivia of this project, the white rocks we are having in here, they are not 4 rocks. Actually, the other rocks we are using sometimes technically would be 4 rocks, and the white ones that are made out of in-game 4 rocks are definitely no 4 rocks. They are basically the Sicilian kind of white-ish chalkstone. Is it called that one? Is sandstone? I think it's chalkstone, isn't it? But yeah, it's these kind of typical white washed out stones that we are using throughout the project to maintain this kind of Sicilian South Italy vibe, Mediterranean vibe. And I feel like in this specific habitat over here, it works quite well without, by still having the same vibe going on. You can see I'm doing a lot more detail work here with the terrain, just to really get the exact like steps in, the exact elevations. Like I really wanted to make sure that this looks good. And then we have to talk about someone from the community, and that is the wonderful Kormiomi, who has to take a lot of fun from my side. But he's doing some incredible enrichment signs for us, which you will see in the real-time part later on. I'm gonna put them in here for the panda he did. Really, really lovely ones. They are looking phenomenal. Huge props to Omi. But he also sent me a picture of a panda habitat because obviously he knew that I was doing one because I needed these enrichment boards. That's why, or the education boards, not enrichment. I'm mixing words here. Enrichment is the wrong word. It's education boards. Why would he do enrichment boards? If he could do enrichment mods, that would be awesome. But first of all, we are starting with the education boards, shall we? But yeah, there was also one picture he sent me of a habitat he was thinking of, and they had this beautiful swing in there, and I made my one myself. Unfortunately, it's not usable, and I can't really seem to get them in. I have a couple of ideas how to fix that, but I will fix it once the new update is live, because otherwise it's going to be broken again, and so it's kind of double work. So I don't fix it right now, but it's looking pretty nice. So even if it's not working even after the update, I don't care too much. It's a kind of cool little element in here, and the habitat is big enough anyway. So yeah, closing off a couple of things in the backstage. I'm still very intrigued to do the backstage in a live stream. I'm very sorry that I haven't done a live stream since, but I'm still not having proper internet here. I'm still running on a freaking LTE little stick. We are getting each week the message that we can't get real internet here, so they have to do some huge technical works, new cables, blah blah blah. I'm not sure why exactly it doesn't work. Like, we do get proper internet, but it's so slow that I can stick to my LTE stick anyways, because it's slower than LTE or 5G. So why would I change then? And it's also not more stable because it's on a freaking old copper cable that is not really doing its job anyhow. But yeah, it's like really typical German internet issues. It's nothing that would surprise me, but it's definitely something that does annoy me. I can't really do too much about it other than being upset, but you know, I try to not be, because it just doesn't help. Yeah, putting in a couple of plants in here today. I'm going to be a bit more heavy on the planting, just to ensure that it gets a bit more of an overgrown vibe. And again, I'm trying to stick with the Italian/Mediterranean fauna as much as I can. So using a lot of plants that would realistically grow there as well, and then pair them with some plants that could grow there but usually wouldn't. So also, more bamboo than you would usually see. I mean, bamboo does basically grow everywhere, but yeah, so that's that. And now we are going into the real-time part. I really do hope you guys are excited for that one. You should be. Hey there everyone, it's Rudy again, and today we are bringing finally something new into Sicily with the brand new tropical pack. Today you can see the gorilla and the red river hawk come together in a brand new habitat by the lakeside, or by the riverside I should say, in this lower olive yard area of Sicily. Now, last episode we've spent the time to build this wonderful olive garden, I want to say, in which the pandas live, and I thought, you know what, even though pandas are obviously not as tropical as we could go for this one now, and obviously also is a different continent, but I always said I didn't want to stick too much to a certain region, and we are coming basically from the region of Africa. We've got the meerkats, we've got the lions and stuff like that to the right hand side of this habitat, so it definitely is kind of a good way to finish off the African area, so there is justification for that, but I wanted to really bring this into this space. I initially thought we are going to do the sloth for the first episode, but I needed a bit more time to find a good solution for the relatively restrictive exhibit that we have. I have some ideas now. It's a huge amount of work. It's gonna look freaking amazing. Spoiler ahead, the solution Sicily is gonna receive for the sloth is, I think no one has done this, but I do understand why. So yeah, a couple of things I needed to tackle that first. But this habitat might be one of the nicest we have in this park, and also in terms of foliage usage and stuff like that. It's really cool. You'll see that later on in the real-time part. It's looking really good. I still have to fix a couple of little realism issues and a couple of little space issues. I have some ideas how to fix them relatively easy. I just want to stream so badly, guys. I want to stream so badly on Twitch for you, with you, but I still have the issue that our internet is by any means good enough to do that. It's a mess. I was just really also, I was so freaking concerned that I couldn't upload the videos in time, simply because, you know, there was a little bit of issues, or like a big issue, I should put it that way, with the uploading process. It took ages until the videos were uploaded, and I prepared so much that, you know, I was a bit worried, and there is still so much to come. So if you're here for the content, stick with me, because there's much more coming in the next weeks, I should say. I have a new format launching relatively soon. We've got the little mini zoo series, okay. We've got bees coming. I'm sorry. We have this mini zoo series going on with the tropical palm. If you haven't seen that one, highly recommend watching this one. It's basically a typical Rudy project again, very much over the top, very much out of the world, very much completely different from everything else you can see, focused on making a tropical house that is in the shape of a palm tree, even though many people have said it's also looking like a starfish. Still haven't seen that one, but okay. But yeah, so this build in particular was a huge challenge, so let me spend the next minutes. Actually, we have quite a while in this video. It's quite a long one, this one, simply because also there's a lot to be done. Now, let me just face a couple of issues we have over here. So first issue is that the terrain elevation we have to work with in this area is relatively steep, so I had to find a way in making this work together while still maintaining a certain distance from the guest towards the animals. You can see I'm also using some other fence designs now, because I can toggle the climbing. I can finally use also some climbable pieces that just look better. That was really helpful. I needed to get an idea how to solve this issue here with how to work with the river. I first of all had the idea to connect the river actually, so that the animals can go down by the river, down to the river. But the problem I had with this is we have the otters and the cranes living in there, and with the traversable area of them, and also with the way how the river works from the base design I did, it just couldn't get together. That was like a little bit of an issue. But then I thought, you know what, I'm gonna work with this existing bridge over here and use this to my advantage. So basically, advantage, I should say. Basically, what I did is I went through several iterations of this area over here, making sure everything looks good. You can see I'm also doing a couple of iterations of the riverside border we have over here with the water volume. Not quite sure if I'm going to leave it there anyways. I have certain other ideas how to solve that to make it look a bit more shallow, especially with the water down there, and also not make it as deep as it is right now. maybe to grant them a bit more traversable area. But yeah, the more I was building in here, the more I got the feeling for it. There are still some things to consider. First of all is that the traversable area is still too low for the animals in there. Especially the red riverhawk has quite a high demand of traversable area because they just love to sprint around. And also the gorillas are not 100% satisfied with their space. So I might actually find certain solutions for that. But I'm relatively positive that we will get this done. And as I said, I would love to do that as a live stream. Maybe sometimes I want to do certain things like that in a live stream simply because they are very interesting to be done in a discussion with you. Like this very detailed, like very intricate building. It's really cool for like a live stream because we can do like 2, 3, 4 iterations, discuss about this, but it's nothing in particular for a video. So I would really love to find that balance again. So yeah, kudos to my non-working internet, I guess. But yeah, as you can see, speaking of iterations, I tried something there with the rocks and I thought I failed. I think they didn't really work together that well in this color. And again, I think the biggest challenge of this zoo is, and I love the challenge, and I'm so happy that so many of you got into the comments and wrote me these comments in the last couple episodes, especially people from Italy and Sicily specifically, saying that I really hit the nail when it comes to the overall look and feel of the park. And that is, I think this is the biggest biggest compliment you can make ever to me, because it is so hard. First of all, I've never been to this region of Italy. I've been to Italy, but I've never been to Sicily. And also, I'm not sure why exactly, but Germans are also very torn to Toscana. So it's very easy to just glide into the Tuscany vibes. I think this is how you would say that in English. But I specifically want to stay in the Sicilian, so way more Mediterranean, almost like influenced by African vibes. And this is also why this all makes sense now with the habitat. But it's very important to maintain a certain look, like having the oleander in there is very important as well, having certain other plants go together, and having the very basalty white stone in there, even though it's wrong. I remember people corrected me about this weeks ago. I forgot, I'm sorry. But yeah, so it was really difficult to maintain this look while still making this a proper habitat for the animal, so giving them all the stuff they need. And yeah, just went through so many iterations to make it look good. I went back to certain other habitats to grab a couple of foliage pieces and stuff to make sure that everything is in line. I used certain, as you can see, certain fencings, and I think we're at the point now of this park where it makes a lot of sense to recycle certain things. A, to maintain a certain consistency and coherency in terms of the design. B, to save some time, obviously, but also this is what real zoos would do anyways. Like they can't afford to do everything again and again and again. However, saying this, I will say that I did something for this build in particular, which I thought I wouldn't, but I have to say thank you to Lighter and so on, because in their project they had they shared a screenshot on Twitter, I believe it was, where they showed a fence design, and that fence design was out of this world. It was so clean and so nice that I was like, okay, I'm gonna make myself a fence for here as well. So you will see that in a couple of minutes. We are going to do this fence design, but before we are basically covering the bridge in a bit of a nicer shape, so that it also feels a bit more steady and a bit more, well, actually planned, as it is meant to be like that. I'm still not the biggest fan of the bridge design, and also, my god, we have to address the elephant in the room. How the hell could Frontier give us invisible path and then just don't give us the erased invisible path? Like, I just can't process that, because honestly, with that, the invisible path isn't that big of a change anyways. I mean, we always could cover our path. So now the only thing we can do is, and this is apparently the one thing that needs to be addressed, is they can be used now as like fields. You can use the nature. You can make people walk through actual ground textures. That's the only advantage we have now. It's like plazas don't really benefit from it. Nothing really benefits from it, because literally could have been done previously as well, which is really a shame. But if we would have gotten this as a raised invisible path, my god, that would have been so cool, because we could have done finally custom bridges, like actual custom bridges. Now, the problem about bridges at the moment is, and you see that specifically with this build in front of you, you have to cover up so much. And now, as I'm doing this custom fence, you will see exactly my problem in a bit. I was really trying hard to build a good fence design that is super slick and super modern, but the problem is you always have to make like a freaking huge footer, because the footer has to hide the curbing of the raised path. And see, I do like this specific curb over here quite a lot, especially for Sicily. Like the wooden texture is really nice, but then you have these rings on it, like these pirate style rings, which I don't want to have. So I have to cover them up, but I can't just cover those up. So it's you know, it's 90% there, but then it's not. And we need those last 10%, and that is a raised invisible path. I still can't understand why. Like, just make it invisible. I'm not sure if they can't do the outlines properly or what exactly the issue is, but like, just make it invisible. What's the deal? What's the problem? I just don't get it. But yeah, as you can see, I went through a couple of iterations of this fence. I wanted to make it also look really, really slick and neat. Though I have to say that the one that they used in the project that they are building in, like Lider and Co., I'm not sure who of them was it. If it was Josh, if it was Lider, if it was Caesar, they all do freaking amazing designs at the moment. It's really, they blow me away every single day. But I, in particular, didn't want to have such a super slick one over here, simply because it has to be a bit steady just to keep the people away from jumping down, you know. And then finally I came up with a design that I was happy with, and obviously, as always, we are starting to copy it around, and this is exactly where the curbing is the issue. Now, you will never get this so clean that it looks freaking awesome with, I mean, well, you can, but then you have to make the steps in between even smaller. Now, I work with a 2 meter variant right now. You have to go down to half a meter to make it really seamless and nice. So instead of this thing consisting of 4 elements, I needed to do 1 element, which in fact doesn't work because we don't have metal pieces that are shorter than 2 meters. So yeah, in my brain it worked, but in real life it wouldn't work. So it's always a problem. But you could do something nice with these 2 meter variants easily if the pathway wouldn't be having a curb, because without a curb you can just go a little bit into it, a little bit out of it. It wouldn't matter too much, you know, it wouldn't be so much of a problem. But now it is, and that is, yeah, I don't know. I just really don't know. One thing I'm also missing is another viewing area for this gorilla area. I will put a couple more in the future. I have a certain idea how to get a connection done between the park area, so yeah, we'll see how that turns out in the end. There is like a tiny gap in between where I could make like a maintenance road. I think that would be good. But yeah, also one thing I'm very happy with is these raised platforms I'm just quickly doing over here. This is like a climbing frame for the gorilla, because they have to do something to be happy as well. So you can tell this is looking relatively nice. I gotta say, it's looking really good. It's very slick, it's very easy, but it's functional, and it does what it does. And so I like the way it looks in here, putting a couple of ropes below. And then, yeah, it was all about putting clutter and stuff in just to make the habitat feel more real, feel more nice, putting some decals in here and there, and, you know, all the normal stuff, and just making sure that everything looks as if it belongs here. Also, I wanted to keep the habitat relatively new, so not too much of weathering effects and stuff, which should go into the project. So I believe that this could be a habitat which has been done later in the history of Zoo Sicily, even though Zoo Sicily is... Actually, I'm building so many of hard phrases for me. Zoo Sicily, though... oh my god. Yeah, my tongue will be done after the recording. But the fact is, it is a relatively new zoo anyways, but simply because of the size of it, things take time, you know, and something like that with a red river hawk and a gorilla, these are not typical animals you have from the beginning, especially the gorillas obviously have to get in. So it makes sense that this would be a more modern habitat, also in terms of the you know, conservation aspect, and that they live together always takes a bit of time until you have the kind of planning done for that. So I'm really happy with how this turned out so far, and maybe we are actually opening up this habitat quite a bit and put in even more other animals. I'm going to show you in the real-time part because I have a certain idea. They have an insanely big interspecies bonus. Like you can basically put I think 8 or 9 species in one habitat with them together, which is insane. And I thought about the fact maybe we can do this, maybe we can achieve this with the habitat. There is like a relatively open space we could use, but then I would have to change this entire area over here. You can see I'm already trying to make sure that the transition from the upper level into the lower level is a little bit more nice with this kind of rock staircase I built over here, because the actual staircase is okay for the gorillas, but it's not too good for the hawks. So try to make this. And you know, one thing I learned in the past is just you can never have enough plants, even not in these builds. And I just made sure that we always put a couple more plants in, a couple of security measurements here and there. And I'm not getting tired repeating that this is by any means meant to be 100% realistic. I know if this was, I need to make like climb-proof things on top here, because gorillas could easily climb up there. I know all of that. Don't get me wrong. I love the people who do that, who went this, just, I don't know. But we have the realistic habitat series in which I try to focus on that. All the other projects, like, it would just take way too much time to do it for one habitat, and it doesn't really add too much to the overall idea of Zoo Sicily, if you understand what I mean. Sometimes I think the focus has to be a different one, and the focus on Zoo Sicily is definitely on the theming, on the realism aspect when it comes to the zoo design in general, and not in the very nitty details. See, that's my point. But other than that, I'm trying still to keep that really, really realistic to what the main idea of the park was. And this is what I always said. It should be a zoo in Sicily where like a big company with a lot of money purchased a big chunk of land. The only restriction they had is to make sure that they respect the environment and work with it as best as possible and just don't make like a plain field out of it. So that's the only restriction we have. And the other restriction I had is that this time around I wanted to make like a proper tour possible, so that the zoo is structured. I mean, if you haven't seen the first episode, you should definitely do so, because I do explain in there how exactly the project is structured and what the story behind is. But in short, we have a central axis which has like a couple of parks and stuff like that. It almost is like a valley in the middle. And then we have a huge tour going up the hill through different areas, coming back, which is one tour. You can only go one direction and then come back. It doesn't matter where you start, but it's like one tour. And then you will have the same going into the lower area of the park. I might actually show that to you in a couple minutes in the real-time part. So there are certain things you can do in this zoo, but the central area is where you can basically stay if you want to. This is where we're building right now, and the other two parts of the zoo are basically tours, which I think is a cool combination of what real zoos do at the moment. So let's jump into it and have a look how it looks in the game. Welcome back everyone to Zoo Sicily, and welcome back with an extra long episode. So if you are the type of person who loves an extra long episode, either as a podcast or whatever for the background, or just for simply watching it, you're good for this today, because it is going to be rather long. Also, this build has taken over 10 hours already in pure building time, plus another 5 hours of kind of concept and stuff like that. I'm gonna talk you through why this is so massively long and why this is still not even fully done. I would count like 70%. You'll see that in a real-time part. And spoiler ahead, the rest of it will be done in a live stream in the coming week. The good thing is I finally have proper internet. It is insane. I can't even imagine how long that took, but it's okay. And also, we are going to have like a very chill stream, really catching up to everything that has gone on, showing you the new office a little bit, so kind of cool things. I'm not entirely sure when exactly that's gonna be, because I still need to bring the cable down in the office room. I used to do all of that with a power line cable connection, but it seems like in this new house it's not really possible, because the basement is in a different kind of power line circle than the other rooms are, and so there is like a conflict and the power performance is really not good. Like, it's okay, you know, it's still as good as in the old flat, but it's not like halfway even good as it could be. So I'm gonna put a proper LAN cable in here. Anyhow, let's talk about today's build. As you have seen from the screenshot or the thumbnail, it is the Tropicasa, as I've called it. This is the name for our tropical house, at least a smaller one in Sicily. Now this one is a mixture of the Largibon and the wonderful sloth. Now it's funny though, because the sloth is not a habitat animal, but I just had a little experiment and I figured the exhibit does not count as traversable area for, or it basically doesn't exist. If you put a habitat around that, it doesn't really see that there is an exhibit, so it doesn't block anything. So that made me think, hey, you can do something with that, because obviously the other animals can now just roam through it in a free manner. And not only that, they can also just interact with the sloth if you put it in the right way. So I was searching for the right types of, as you can see right in the screen right now, I was searching for the right types of logs that can actually fit in there. Still, I talked about that earlier on in one of the first sloth videos. The problem was that none of these pieces were exactly the same size until I figured the actual climbing frames from the the enrichment, they do fit mostly. It's not like still not perfectly fine and accurate enough, but it does work. So I was like, okay, you know what? You can do something with that. You can do a wonderful habitat out of that. And so I began building in here. But let me tell you, that was a freaking huge struggle, simply because I wanted to do a tropical house in a Mediterranean style rather than in a tropical style, and that is a challenge because the house, it still looks a little bit cluttered. I hope it's gonna look a little bit better once we are completely done. There has to be a lot more work going on with decals and stuff, and a bit more foliage and a bit more, cleaning up. And I still wanted to give the Largibons also like an outside area, which I'm not doing now. I will do the outside area as soon as we have the pathway going around this building too. But this building should also be like a proper closure for this area in general, because after this there should also like only be like a restaurant area, and that's about that. I still wanted to make sure that people just have to walk through the entire house as like a little walkthrough. I didn't want to make this a in and out thing, that they go in on the one side and out on the other side. Also that would be a little bit too much of maintenance work for the zoo in terms of keeping the Largibons in, because they are quite quick and so on. So as you can see, there are still some smaller exhibits in here as well. I will get rid of them later, simply out of space reasons and height reasons. As you know, these things are massive, and sometimes it's just like freaking annoying because they are so massive. And I just generally don't like these things at all. Like I can't really find any positive about these small exhibits. They are 4 meters tall, which is ridiculous. They are, I don't know, 4 by 4 by 4, and in any way they are just like a weird block of any, or like a black block. I don't know, it's just not cool. I can't really work with them. I wanted to get a little bit of a water feature in, and just smaller details everywhere. And also, I wanted to ensure that this whole build looks like a cohesive climbing frame for the sloth as well. So connecting a couple of things. So as if they could theoretically move from one to the other, even though they just don't move at all so much. So I mean, in real life they wouldn't anyway. So yeah, but it's been a rather hard challenge to really get this all together. I must say that the new pieces from the Tropical DLC are super versatile, so I'm really sure that you guys are gonna love these pieces as well. But I also wanted to ensure that it just kind of fits into the park's vibe. And yeah, as I said, it's been rather hard this time, and I've done a lot of research on Pinterest and searching for a lot of different inspirational images from foliage and forests from Sicily, making sure that everything also ties in nicely to the park's overall style. I tried to do different things with like wall designs. I figured that there's like one particular piece missing from stones I wish to have. Like, we have a lot of cool stones, we have a lot of nice looking stones, we have a lot of full rocks and stuff, but what we're not having is a
very edgy, smaller plate kind of stone. You know, these typical kind of broken stone plates that you see very often in zoos, where they just kind of staple them, on top of each other, and then you got these kind of very cool retaining walls out of these things. It's been something I'm missing for quite a long time, and I tried to do that with these tropical fence pieces. It just kind of worked. I gotta say it's good, but I really wish that in the future we have something that is hopefully looking a lot better than that. I'm not sure. It's something like this is really weird though, but one pack I could really imagine is like the zoo maintenance pack, like something that helps us do the maintenance stuff in this thing. You know, the conservational DLC was a really good one in terms of backstage stuff and so on. We got a couple of things like hoses and rakes and shovels and, you know, kind of carts and little stuff like that, cables and whatnot. That was really good one, but I really wish to have like something that goes really into the just zoo maintenance, like kind of different types of roads, definitely new stuff, road kind of stuff, you know, that would be amazing. Maybe a whole range of new feeders, a couple of things like waste. Like, we don't have waste management, but some trash bins and stuff like that. By the way, waste management would be really cool as well. Like, not having the keepers only to poof, but also with every poofing, there is like an amount of litter added to your litter account, so to say, and you have to get rid of it. And then you have to build like a just kind of a waste side on which this is growing all the time. Once it's filled in, you're gonna have to either build a new one or get rid of it, and it always costs money and so on and so forth. I think that would be really cool to have something like this. But yeah, that's just like a random thought. I was trying to fill in already some enrichment items here and there so that I'm not missing out on these things later on as well. I gotta show you something about this in the real-time part. It's really hard to show in this rather quick speed build today, simply because there's so much going on. It also wasn't really a straight line work. I honestly I tried to do a couple of different things at the same time, and so I moved forward and backward, and I just kind of changed my mind along the way, because I thought some things need to be addressed, and I wanted to have some style from the Colosseum build as well. Wanted to ensure that it all kind of ties into like a little storyline here. Tried to make some custom hanging things. I like really trying to make this all work together in a nice and beautiful way, and then at the same time making sure that the whole build works. Especially also with the roof design, it just kind of got hard, because the roofs, as you know, for these type of builds, they look fantastic as long as the sunlight comes in, but as soon as you put a roof on top, the whole thing looks very flat and very weird, and you know that I wanted to make sure that this doesn't happen. So we have like a freaking huge glass panel on top of the roof. Gosh, today my talking is broken. But yeah, it was like a huge struggle, as you can tell also from the voiceover. And the good thing was, though, I was able to listen to a podcast through the entire building, and I just finished that yesterday when I finished the build for today. So I was listening to the original Jurassic Park novel from Michael Crichton. I did this for a particular, it's like a million years ago I read this. It's really been nearly 15 years or something, or even longer, that I read this book, and I almost forget everything. And still I forgot how much the movie did change up in terms of what happened and what didn't happen and so on and so forth. But I did this for a particular reason, and I think there's no reason to spoil it for you guys who are listening up until this point in time. You deserve a little treat, a little special. I am working on, for those of you who are members, you may know this already from Discord, but I'm working on a Jurassic Park 30 special. So what I'm doing is, I took Prehistoric Kingdom and I started building Jurassic Park, the original park, as if they have decided to restore it, but not as Jurassic World, but a lot earlier, like let's say 2 years after the events on Isla Nublar, the first ones. They decided to give it another go with a lot of learnings they took from the first
disaster. And there's so much in the books that you can take and make a story out of for the park that hasn't been in the movies, neither in Jurassic World, even though Jurassic World took a couple of things that were in the original book, so that it made a lot of sense. I generally wanted to do something there. Of course, I have to do a lot of trade-offs simply because we don't have flying reptiles, we don't have swimming reptiles, or swimming animals, I should say, not reptiles, but we do have other cool stuff. So we can totally build a different story upon what we want to. And at the moment, I'm still exploring the main building in a way, because I wanted to have a certain architectural style that really makes a cool story. But more about that once we start this. Just as a little teaser, it will take a little time until I release the first episode. I want to ensure that it works, okay? So that about that. But let's keep talking about this build in particular. You're here for Planet Zoo, so I will fulfill your needs, but don't worry, this episode is so long. Hopefully I can fulfill all of your Planet Zoo needs for today. So yeah, building a wonderful little fence type, and I made... I kind of worked on this thing with these new wooden pieces from the Tropical DLC, which are non-climbable pieces, and I'm a bit confused to why that is. Lady already talked about that as well. It is a bit confusing that these pieces are non-climbable, even though they're like the perfect climbable pieces. They're a little bit thinner. They're almost as thin as the not thinnest climbing piece from the enrichment items, and they have a wonderful form factor. They have the right length. I'm not sure why they are not climbable. Maybe it's a mistake. Maybe they will patch that later. But since we have the climbable toggle anyways, it doesn't really matter if they fix it or not. So yeah, for the other side, I wanted to do something completely different, as you can tell over here. I wanted to mimic the Sicilian shoreline rock faces, like really emphasizing the look of Sicily and just making sure that everything is kind of working together. I think I really just succeeded in what I wanted to do, even though it looks really cluttered now. This is part of what it should be. I'm not saying that Sicily is cluttered, but it's like the foliage and stuff, there's very rich fauna in there and very rich amount of different types of foliage, but it's still different from sometimes denser areas and then more loose areas. So it's a bit harder to achieve something good looking, because especially with like really tropical areas, as I've talked about in the tropical palm zoo, is really simple to achieve in a way. I don't want to oversimplify it, but if you do something very rich and green with a lot of ground dwelling greenery that gives the whole thing a certain depth and a certain volume in leaves and stuff, it already starts to look more interesting and rich. That is something you can do pretty damn easily with these tropical areas, because you can just clutter the whole ground and then just make very, very seamless transitions. That is something almost impossible with the Sicilian style, because you often go into a very dry area with a lot of sand, with a lot of little rocks in here. Unfortunately, we still don't have cobbled, and I don't want to use the axe again to destroy my frame rate and just fry my computer again, so I'm not using the axe. And if I use the other kind of rock pieces, it always looks too big, so not realistic. And so I have to play a little bit around with different types of decals and stuff to make it all look realistic. And as I said, it's not 100% finished at this point. It's gonna take some time until I have the right balance between these things. And I want to say, as I said at the beginning, maybe this is the first building that really wasn't easy, or like, not saying that the rest was easy, it was all still work, but this one in particular is kind of a hard one to solve, simply because it's already looking pretty good, but I still have the feeling that there is something missing to make it really come together in the way I wanted it to. As you can see, I wanted to also kind of bring in like a little bit of a signage here, try to use different pieces, make sure that this also looks kind of nice. It does at the end make kind of a double gate, forgot how it worked, airlock, that's the name I want to use over here. Even though mostly in this region the temperature difference shouldn't be too big, so it's also fine. Nothing in particular that we need to worry about in this specific case. Yeah, also about the colors, I ensured this time, finally I thought about that, the roof and all the stones are one separate building, so you can change the color on the fly. Something I really do recommend you doing as well, if you need oh my god, inspiration for how to build more modular and efficient. This is one of the biggest improvements you can make. Make sure that your buildings is not one building out of the roof and walls and blah blah blah, so you can't recolor them in one go. But if you separate the roof, the walls and stuff like that, you can always keep only one type of piece within one group. So walls and plaster pieces in ones, this type of clay roof in one, and then I've got the cobblestone in another. So I've got 3 different groups, and I can change the color very easily if I want to, just to make sure that the transition is a lot more nice. This only works if you think of it at the beginning, and you can always still align them perfectly, because what you need to do is just once build a building, put 2 pieces of the ground in, put 2 pieces of the wall in, put 2 pieces of the roof in, and then select each 2 and split them from the group, so you have got a new group. I'm saying 2 because 1 piece doesn't make a group, obviously 2 make a group. That's quite something you should know. And yeah, at the end of the day, this is how it all turns out. I'm very happy with how this worked out. Also, I found a new way of making kind of this cool little fence type over here. Still making sure air goes in, but at the same time making it look good. The ceiling is still not finally sealed. Yeah, I mean, it's not made nice and so on. I may have done something in between, I don't know, before I record the real-time part. Not sure if I get the time, because it's very late right now. So yeah, maybe I'm gonna do this tomorrow before uploading, I don't know. But you'll see if we are in a couple of seconds in the real-time part. As you can see, this is me doing just a kind of a little bit of the roofing, putting some decals in for the looks of it. This is just me putting a last couple of bits in here to ensure that the building looks somewhat finished for the moment, but there is a lot more to do before it actually is finished. Making sure that everything just comes together, making sure the light goes in fine, and trying to do different things here with the entrance. Oh, that was also some weird struggle here to get the door in. Not sure what that exactly was. Anyways, it's almost done, so let's find. So every now and then a weird idea comes into my mind, and then I have to skip everything else in order to finish that idea. Exactly this has happened with the build you see in front of you. We are going to build a diving area with 3 different types of animals, which I'm going to talk about in a couple minutes. But first of all, let's talk about the build instead. It's going to be a 3 pond area, so to say, where we've got 3 tanks with 3 different animals. These are the Mediterranean monk seal, which is a mod. It's a beautiful mod. We are going to have the grey seal, obviously, and the sea lion. It's going to be very exciting, but oh boy, did I come across a lot of challenges in this build. Now, not only that the game did make me go nuts every now and then, we also had this on stream, so if you guys caught me on stream, you will know exactly the pain. So I have cut out all the pain for you, because, well, the pathing over here, as you can tell, already has changed a million times, and this is already somewhat the final version, but trust me, I have done this a couple million times until I was happy. I'm using free build, but that didn't help too much, because, well, free build has a couple of caveats with it when it comes to path building. So you can build a proper free forming path, but it doesn't connect to path that is, well, actually allowed. So there's obviously the path that would be allowed from the game, and then there's the path you place with free build, and as long as you continue one line of path, it's all good. But as soon as you want to connect them, and you want to connect them in an area that technically isn't possible, it's not possible to do anyways, even though you have free build enabled. So it still caused a lot of trouble, but that's not even the biggest trouble we have to talk about. Holy crap, if Frontier is, any one of you is listening to the videos, please stick with me now for the next couple of minutes. I have to elaborate on a topic that drove me absolutely nuts in this video. So you will see me filling in the water in here. It's been, you know, tricky, but not more tricky than usual. Until you find the exact point, it's fine. Okay, we can deal with that. But what I cannot deal with, oh god, okay, so next minute will be insane, is the traversable area and the diveable area of these seal types of animals. I mean, I do
I do believe they all base on the same skeleton kind of rig model, so it makes sense that they have all the same issues, which didn't make the situation better for me, but apparently it was nearly impossible to build good-looking habitats with rocks, because as soon as you put a single rock in here, everything is broken. I'm not sure if you've seen my stream, but for those of you who've been in the stream, you know that there was this huge pond which had like way more space than required, but still the sea lions wouldn't dive until I deleted a rock which was all the way to the side of the habitat, like all the way. It just barely touched the water, and when I deleted this single rock, the whole game was like, yeah, now I can dive. So I'm not sure what these rocks caused to these animals, not sure what exactly is happening, but it is impossible to build anything with rocks or fake rocks or anything in here for the animals. You can see I'm trying my best here to build a good looking sea lion habitat, but the end result, you're gonna see this in a nice flyover today. I needed to be very creative in order to make things look good without blocking the traversable area too much. I've been building a lot with decals and stuff just to make sure it looks somewhat rocky, even though without having rocks. At this point in time, you can see in the video, I'm still putting down rocks as if it was working. Spoiler, it wasn't. Oh my god, it's not good at all. It didn't work so good. You will see that once I'm checking traversable area. There you go. Ah, beautiful little piece of blue. Yeah. So the more I tested, the more I went around, it was almost impossible to get the animals to walk. You can see, like, everything was blocked. I put a ramp in, even the ramp didn't work, and then I put them there and everything was blocked, and yeah, it just took ages to really get these things working. The sea lion potentially is the easiest one to deal with, but the other ones, the seals, it's just ridiculous. But yeah, I just need to talk about that. It takes away so much of the fun of building these habitats. I mean, yes, they are not the best on land. They can't really move so nicely on land. They are more like the animals who dive, but they can at least go above a centimeter of elevation. That is possible in real life, so please make them at least go on a rock or something. That would be fantastic. Anyways, let's talk about more positive things. This entire area was a huge challenge for me because I wanted to really keep the Sicilian vibe going on while having relatively nice looking, standard looking, like, you know, these kind of habitats that you would build for sea lions and seals. The problem though is still because of the diveable area that is requiring so much space. I needed to you know, get very creative with what I try to achieve. Yeah, it's been super hard to achieve the goal that I had in my mind, because all of these habitats you will find on Zoo Chat and stuff, they are super rocky. They use a lot of rocks for them to chill on and to relax on, but since the rocks don't work, I needed to see something else. And you know, these pier pieces over here, these wooden floating platforms, they obviously work like a charm, but they just immediately scream California to me, and I didn't want to do that. I mean, obviously it's a Californian sea lion, hey, that makes sense, but I wanted to maintain this like Sicilian look, and so these kind of pier things don't really fit in. I have them just as like a little bit of help for the traversable area. You can see me checking this. Yeah, I can't even say how many times, but I check this way too often. So yeah, you can definitely tell that this was a huge struggle. I tried my very best to come up with some ideas that fix the issue of having the traversable area, but yeah, it took like ages. And also, one of the plants over here, it was one of these bushes, I forgot which one it was, acts almost like elephant grass, so it blocks everything away. Yeah, a huge pain. And then I found this kind of rock thing I used in the hyena area, which I just took because I thought it looks nice, and apparently these rocks, I think these are stalagmite and stalactite pieces. They seem to be very, very nice. They work super nice. Alright, I just need to get my voice right again here. My god, these pollen allergy thingies causing my voice to crackle down quite hefty after a couple of minutes of talking. I tried my very best already with like nose spray. Is that the same in English? Do you say nose spray? I don't know, in German it's like basically literally translated nose spray. Whatever. It does help a little, but not too much. Yeah, just gotta get through this time. Speaking of getting through, this is the exact opposite. Once I had this first habitat in place, the fun fun part began, and that was mixing the different foliages, types of foliage and stuff together to really come up with a nice look that I wanted to achieve. And I really think I nailed it at the end of the day. I'm at least very pleased with the outcome. I'm very pleased with the overall area. By the way, if you're waiting for a real-time part today, it's not in. There are a couple of reasons for that. So first, we are going to have a nice flyover in which I'm going to do like the little outro. But the second thing is there's so much little things I want to do as a little surprise for you the next episode that I decided against the tour, because this whole area already demands a full tour on its own. So I'm going to keep on working on this area. There are some surprises planned for the outsides and the transition from the one to the other area. There are so many cool things in my head. I did a lot of testing. I can already tell it works, but it requires quite a bit of work. So I will definitely do this in the next episode of Zoo Sicily, so make sure to stay with me, and if you like this stuff, you may consider subscribing if you haven't already, because that helps you get informed when the next video drops, because apparently YouTube doesn't push my stuff at all. Yeah, it's not really exactly helping me, so yeah, you better subscribe to see that, I guess. But on the other hand, this area let alone is already worth a look at, so this is why I have the little flyover. It works pretty decently at the end of the day. I tried a lot of things to really make sure it all looks the way I had it in my mind. I did a little concept art, which I will upload for the members of the channel if you want to see that one. You either become a member or subscriber on Twitch or whatnot. I'll put that in sneak peeks so you can have a little look off. And also, if you've been in the stream, I also showed it real quick in the stream. So yeah, a little bit of exclusive stuff, I guess, here, even though it's not super exclusive. Whatever, if you want to see that, you can find it there. I'm gonna put it in. And yeah, you can see I tried a couple of things here as a variant for the underwater view of the Mediterranean monk seal. I wanted to give them like a little bit of a special viewing, while the other ones are having the very like open plaza. I wanted to give the monk seal, as it is obviously the most local one, a special treatment. There is like a little underground view. I might put a little of an education point in there. I haven't done this quite yet, but this would be a perfect spot. We've got a little seating area there, and at the end of the video we are going to work a little bit more on the inside of this nice little underwater viewing. I think it's really good because it just sparks so many different styles in here. Working with a lot of these pieces I already used throughout the zoo to ensure that it kind of ties into the overall feel, but then again I wanted to make it new and different, and I think both things just kind of worked by mixing a lot of new elements I put in here, but also mixing a couple of the old things, and then blending that in with the area is just, I guess, really nice. Gosh, the nosy voice is really annoying me too. I hope it doesn't really annoy you. I know that it mostly annoys me more than anyone else, but still it does, so hopefully it's fine for you. Yeah, putting a couple of mulch pieces everywhere so that it looks nice. And then, as I said, I'm just trying to blend in everything nicely, have a bit of an overgrown, almost broken kind of wall vibe going on here, blending into this very clean looking circular underground viewing. I'm not even sure how I should call that. It's like a raised viewing platform that has like a below viewing platform below. I don't know. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's kind of a nice little thing. It's borrowed from a lot of areas that are known real zoos, where you have like this raised area, and then you also have a way to go down. And if you've watched my video with the inspiration for underground viewing, this is one of the most common used tricks in real life zoos to ensure that you have a good view of the habitat from above, but also have a nice clean underground viewing with little light distortion, because that is mostly the problem. In direct sunlight, it might be that underground viewing isn't really as exciting as it could be, simply because the light might cause some reflections on the screens and on the walls, on the glass, and you don't really want that. So you better try to have like a shade or something in front of it, just to make the overall just kind of viewing experience better. But apparently I don't have that for the other two. Well, that's not completely true. I do have a little bit of a side viewing of the sea lions as well, which is a bit of a nicer view inside there as well, inside of the wall. I think you've seen the building process, and the other wall is also behind the sun, so it should be better, like it's not in direct sunlight. So both of them have a little bit of thought put into it, but frankly I have to say that I also judge the animals by at least for me personally, they're a rate of interest, and so for me personally, the monk seal is the most interesting one because that's the one living in this region anyway. So technically, if this whole project would be real, you could also just turn around, look into the open sea, and maybe with a bit of luck, you would see them there. But on the other hand, I also like the sea lions generally just a lot. I love them in zoos. I love them in general. I like them how playful they are and just like that. It's a really good animal in zoos. And then we have the gray seal, which is not really far off those two, but maybe I'm just a little bit fed up because it's been maybe one of the most used animals in Planet Zoo, because it's been the first real diving animal that you know, is mostly in the water. That's the way you have to call it. We obviously with the aquatic pack back then, we also got the penguin, but the penguin does also love to run around quite a bit. And these fellas, the gray seal, they are just like a lot in the water, and if not, they're just like lying on their sides, putting their little fluke or, you know, fin, not sure, is it fin or fluke, in the air and just relax for a bit. Very sympathetic, to be honest. I would love to do that a lot more often as well, but apparently not possible at the moment. Gosh, have I said how much time this freaking project cost me? Now let me just quickly speak about that while we are doing a lot of detailing in the background. This one has completely crashed all my plans. I'm not sure. So if you're skipping here, for whatever reason you should do that, but if you're skipping here, you just listen to me how long it took me, okay? So please appreciate this. I had so many plans for this week. There's also a couple of other things coming, but I could not do anything else because my mind was like, no, Rudy, no, you gotta finish that now. No, don't watch F1. No, don't, stick with me, build this project. And so I was like, okay, you know, at least I found a new audiobook for me. Might talk about that one a little bit more in the next episode. But it's... my brain forced me to do that, and every time I opened the game I had a different idea and I changed a couple of things, and so till this point there are already 15 hours that gone into this project, and it's been only this week, and I had a little bit less sleep than I should, I guess, but it's still okay. I focused quite a lot, but still 15 hours that went into it. That was ludicrous. And today I actually, you know, yesterday I put the tweet out that the episode won't be out by today, so actually by yesterday it should be, and I kept building there, and I kept building this morning, and oh boy, it's just taking so many ages. And now I decided, okay, I gotta have to end this somewhere, because otherwise this is just going places. Yeah, I love it, and I really hope you guys love it, and I really hope that this might be the episode that brings the channel up to a little bit more of life again. My channel is just, again, dead. I think it's, you know, it's the normal way of how Planet Zoo at this point works, simply because there's like a DLC, and then there's like a week or two of interest into the game, and then that's that, which is fine. It's an old game. I still love it to bits, but I think we just need something new in the future, but we're not there yet. We need to get the best out of it, and oh boy, am I happy with this project. Zoo Sicily also for me now finally overtook Yosemite. Like, maybe it's been the emotional connection I had to Yosemite, maybe it's been the sheer amount of hours that went into it, but for the longest time of this project, Zoo Sicily, I still had the feeling, yeah, maybe Yosemite was better though, but it wasn't. Like, if you just look at it from the pure quality standards of what I want to do in the zoo and the concept and how many things come into play, this project obviously here far outweighs Yosemite in so many ways. In Yosemite there are also some design flaws in there. Most of them I fixed, but there are still some of the early design flaws I did are still in there. Surely this zoo over here will have some design flaws as well. However, most of them that we already have in the zoo are fully intentional, where I was like, you know, I'm just not gonna fix that because certain things, they fit into the law of the zoo, so we can do it that way. Yeah, I did speak about shading a little bit earlier in today's video, but I thought I should also put this into another part, and this is here another very important moment to talk about that, simply because shading is also important for your animals. Now, they do want to lie outside and they do enjoy the sun quite a bit, but also in the Mediterranean Sea and with climate change and stuff even more, there is a lot of heat coming together in this
in the summer, and so I was like putting down a couple of shades for the animals to have some spots where they can chill outside and just enjoy a bit of shade, and so they don't have to go all the way back to their shelter, or rob, I guess it's the better word for those animals. So yeah, just in general, since they don't move that well on land, I wanted to give them a bit more opportunities where they can actually have a little chill. And so yeah, I'm starting here to do a little bit of the alley, but this is just for pure background reasons for the screenshot of today's episode. This is by any means the finished alley. Don't worry, this alley is going to be, yeah, I would lean out of the window as much as saying that this might be the iconic Zoo Sicily alley. This is the definition of the style of Sicily that we are going to continue through the entire zoo. So it's obviously going to borrow a lot of what we had, but it's going to bring in a couple of new elements that we didn't have. And at the end of this alley will be something you guys have asked for since the very beginning of Zoo Sicily. I hate myself for doing that already, because that's going to take another freaking ages, but it's okay, you know, we are going to get there at some point. Yeah, don't expect me to do that in the next episode, but yeah. Last thing I found, and this is, you know, I was looking for solutions to make this whole area look a bit more characteristic, a bit more nice, without putting rocks in. As I said, rocks are the death of this area, and this would be so easy to put a couple more rocks in to make it look really a lot more like these real life habitats, but I just couldn't. So I was checking a lot of images, and I was like, okay, there is something I found. The ground needs to be a little bit more dirty and scratches and stuff like that, even though it's in water. You know, every now and then they would open that up and just clean it. You may see that the kind of the vertical parts of the tank are still somewhat realistic in terms of that there is like dirt and stuff. Usually you would need to cover that in full rocks or like in a full concrete wall. But I didn't do that to maintain the diving of the animals, otherwise it's not possible. So I will find a solution for that hopefully in the future, but for now I don't. And a couple of these backstage areas needed to be added as well, imagining that there are some indoor sections for them as well. This one's going to be like a longer tunnel over here, by the way. More about that in the next episode. However, this is that, guys, and now we have a nice little flyover for today's ending scene of the video. I am mega happy with how that turned out. You can see this now. A lot of people strolling around over here. I needed to ensure to leave the game running for a couple of hours so that this area isn't the craziest area. As you know, once you put a couple new animals in, everyone is storming here, and so that looks freaking unrealistic. So yeah, but I love the vibe. I love how clean it looks by now. This plaza in the center really came out very nicely, and I really hope that you guys enjoyed it. So if you did enjoy today's episode, I would really enjoy welcoming you guys as a member of the channel, or as a subscriber of the channel, I should say. If you want to have some sneak peeks, some early look at some things, you may become a member actually of the game. You can do so. The channel, my god, I'm broken. You can do so clicking below on the membership button. There are a couple of nice things you get. That would be an additional support for me. But other than that, I really hope you just enjoyed this video. You may want to enjoy another video, click one of the cards, and if not, just have a wonderful day, I guess. So I see you in the next one. Have a good one. Thank you so much for watching, and goodbye. Welcome back everyone to Zoo Sicily, and welcome back to the follow-up episode of our wonderful seal area. As you have seen in the last episode, we've done a 3-pond area for the sea lion, the monk seal, and the grey seal, as you can see on screen right now. And today we are going to enlarge this area with a couple of little things we added, as well as the Italian or the Sicilian alley. It's a wonderful build. I have actually been super happy with the results so far, and I have enjoyed all the live streams we've had actually to make these a lot. More about the live streams in a later stage of the video, to be honest. But first of all, sorry for my voice. I'm sounding like a mad crazy person who has, I don't know, cut off his nose or so. The pollen allergy just hit so hard. I'm not really feeling all that well this week, but I had to make a video simply because there is so much material, like so much material, that I couldn't go on without making a video first and getting your feedback and your reactions on it. And also just, you know, just to generally make a video. I was just having a little bit of a break this week, like 4 or 5 days even, of not doing anything, and already missing it.
such a bad feeling. Now, I'm gonna explain you a little what we're doing. I can't be here throughout the entire speed build. This is just not doable with my voice at the moment. And I also want to do like a little real-time part. But first of all, I'm going to explain a couple of things about the enrichment items you're going to see on screen in a couple minutes, actually. And you already see this kind of dog hose ball thingy. I have actually used ChatGPT, as you have seen in the video maybe, to get some more inspiration for individual enrichment items for our animals. Now, one thing I think this is very obvious where we are lacking a lot of enrichment items in Planet Zoo is for the diving animals. We don't really have much more than the fish feeder and this one buoy tool. Other than that, the balls are pretty much, I mean, they do float, but they're not an enrichment item per se for the water. So we do not have any type of enrichment items that is in the water. We do have the floaty platform though, where they just can jump on top of. I just do love that. But other than that, we are really in lack of enrichment items that can be used underwater. So I made some myself, placed them in a spot where they do swim around. Obviously, they do not interact with it. As you can tell, I'm just putting that here next to the rock because the rock does block the swimming path anyway. So, yeah. But I gotta say, though, it looks super cool once it's done. And it looks super cool in general with the animals swimming down here. Yeah, I had a bit of a struggle what I wanted to put in. So, technically, what they do have in there in the real zoos is like frozen pieces of meat or some other kind of little scent pieces, so that they do need to go there and try to get it out here or actually lick on it. So it's kind of cool to see that how in real zoos they just kind of use that, how they need to swim around and they use their noses to just push it open or something like that. Looks really cool. I'm a big fan of that, and obviously I might a couple more of these just in the other habitats as well. And then we also focused on making like a little platform, but this one is not included in the time-lapse, as I remember correctly. But also, we made some other cool stuff, which I'm going to show you in the real-time part. Now, as I've been testing around a couple of things here, I gotta say that I'm relatively happy with how this whole thing turned out. As you can see, this is the start, by the way, of this floating platform. We used some of the cool conservation credit things. I measured this by using the actual platform in-game, and just to give you a couple of ideas. Now, what they use these things for, also why you can see the brush on it from the brooms, this is pretty cool because they use it to scrub the animals. Like they do swim around there and then just kind of lean their bodies against these brushes, and then they just kind of scrub a little, you know, it's like a little massage for the sea lions, seals and so on. I was a really big fan of this idea. So yeah, I'm really happy because I would have never came up with these ideas without the AI, to be honest, because it was always a hard task. If you just Google for enrichment items, there's always such a mass of items and you never know exactly what they are for. So it was very helpful to use that. But now let's speak about the main aspect of today's episode. I was about to say we have no animals included, but that's a lie. We do have 2 exhibit animals during our walkthrough today. I'm not going to spoil which those are because I have no idea. Maybe they are in the speed build, maybe they're not. I forgot what I left in and what not. But the material, I had over 6.5 hours of material again, so I need to boil that down. It's a bit easier to boil things down when we've done that in the live stream, because live stream is always a lot slower because we do things, you know, we talk about things, we do things, so building is not as straightforward as it would be if I do it on my own. But that said, it's also not that big of an issue, simply because the streams are fun, and I would highly encourage you guys, if you're listening to this video right now, if you are here, even if you skip to this point of the video, make sure to click the link in the description of my Twitch channel. I'm streaming more regular right now, and I've got an announcement for you guys. If I'm feeling better again, which hopefully is next week, I agreed on 2 fixed dates now with my wife. We found a good solution. She has also some hobby things she's doing on these days, so it's pretty fitting because we don't, like, just to give you a bit of an explanation why it's a bit harder to find these days. Now, as I have a real-time job, as I have a family, the rule I set with my wife about my YouTube channel is that I only want to do YouTube during our time together when it's really necessary, like when there's like an announcement or if there's no other chance to do it. But other than that, the rule is that I'm only doing it when there wouldn't be any time for us anyways, just to keep the social life life as it is right now. You know, for example, just take the example of a very nice sunny afternoon. You know, I'd rather sit outside with my family enjoying the sun and seeing my little one climb on her little climbing rig and stuff than just sitting down here and doing some live streams. I'm honestly, it's not my job, so it's not necessary, so why would I favor that over the other, even though I love you guys a lot, but I guess you can understand that. However, since I'm doing that late in the evening anyways, both of them are much likely already in the bed. My wife is going to bed way earlier because she gets up a lot earlier, so that's good in that way. And also my little one has to go, even though if she doesn't want to, she needs to go to bed a lot earlier than I do. So that would be good. But finally, we agreed on the 2 dates of Monday and Wednesday from around 9-ish p.m. to around... yeah, actually midnight. So that's the kind of frame which we're working with. It might be starting earlier and going longer, and it might also start later and ending earlier. But around these 3 hours is the target. So we've got 6 hours of stream set in the future. So that would be absolutely massive if you guys could also go over there and just drop me a follow. There are a couple of good reasons why I'm doing that on Twitch and not on YouTube, which I'm going to talk about maybe in another video or on Twitch directly. It's a lot about the likeliness of having an enjoyable stream is still very much higher on Twitch, simply because the stream experience is still better. Also, I'm kind of in between. The YouTube streams I tried in the past have been underwhelming, I should say, in terms of performance and in terms of like feedback, and I don't know what it is. You can let me know in the comments down below if you would watch a YouTube live stream as well, or if you favor Twitch, because I still know that a lot of people who actually favor YouTube as a content format still favor Twitch over YouTube as a live stream format. So it's not like super unlikely that you guys would think the same. However, I promise to speak a lot more about this alley here. Now, I've had a lot of inspiration from pictures from Sicily and some other Italian cities, but the idea really was to create this wonderful alley as a destination for this zoo. We have a lot of little shops in here, as you can tell. I will make some really cool little things in the next episode, which is also going to include another modded animal, which I'm not going to spoil right now. For those of you who have been in the stream, you know which animal this is going to be. I think it's super fitting. It's going to be super exciting because we don't have that animal as we do have this animal in game, but we don't have this animal in game in the way I want to use it. So maybe that gives you a hint already. But yeah, I just wanted to include so many of these like balcony designs. I wanted to ensure that everything looks really cozy and nice. And the idea is also that this is a mixture of a facade, but also at the same time an actual usable kind of village, in a way that this could be for the zookeepers and for the people working here, for the staff members, if they need to stay overnight or so, that we have some rooms in here. It could also be like the perfect place for a little hotel if needed. So these things are very good, and I think this is a pretty good idea. In any case, this area itself is very tight, so that should also sell the idea of an Italian alley a lot more, but it also brings a nice transition into the next area, which is going to be less focused on like diving animals and Mediterranean animals. I have some ideas. We need to discuss this on stream. Like, I'm just going to give you these ideas right now because it's no secret. The first idea I had, but I already took a little bit of a step back from that idea. The first idea I had was to kind of mirror this area of the diving animals of Mediterranean area with the diving animals of the Arctic Sea, so that we would have you know, the penguin in there, and also the like maybe get a harbor seal in, like a fur seal, something like that, and also see if we can have like the sea otter, which I have as a mod as well. I thought that would be a good idea, but I still have a little bit of an issue with the required electricity and energy needed for an area like that, because you have to do it somewhat indoors, and I didn't want to have like another massive building next to the alley already, so I kind of took a little bit of a step back. I still want to do that. I still want to have like an Arctic area in this zoo. I want to use all the available sun. Like, I want to put a huge farm of the photovoltaic, like solar panels in here, just to make sure that we would make this somewhat sustainable. I think this is doable. There is no denial that there are some concepts already out there that would do this pretty nicely. But I gotta say that it just kind of is relatively hard to achieve at this point, because I have so many big structures in this area. So maybe we got to put this in another spot, and we have to continue with like the Mediterranean, like hot area animals. I'm not really sure if we stick with that, but this is my idea right now. Or maybe I'm just going to make like a little transition from the street with a huge plaza, or maybe like a little, almost like forest area where they can go through, like a little park or so. And that then transitions into the Arctic area where there is like a bit building. I have no idea if, for example, can we cool, like, would it be possible to also have like an outside area for the winter time? So like different seasons in which it's colder, that they come outside as well. I'm not sure if that's possible. Like all the zoos I know from our area here in Central Europe are mostly having these as an indoor section. Some of them also have like an outdoor section, but yeah, this is mostly done with a lot of shade and shadows and stuff like that. I'm not sure, because like Sicily is obviously a lot more warm than my region is, so I don't know. Maybe let me know your thoughts about that in the comments down below. I think this would be very helpful. Anyways, as you can tell that my voice is really not doing the best today, I'm gonna call it a day for the time lapse right now, and I'm gonna talk to you again in a couple minutes once we are in the time lapse. So in the real time part. Oh my god, my brain is also not working properly. See you there. Have a good time lapse time, and until then.
All right, this is the last time the real time Rudy, the future Rudy, is gonna be in this wonderful supercut. It is over 5 hours now. If you're here, if you skipped here, for whatever reason you're watching this and listening to me right now, oh my god, you have my absolutely biggest respect ever. And honestly, this is one of the best moments in this overall supercut to be here to talk about this. And I'm gonna tell you why. This Sicilian area over here was a bit of a turning point in the whole series. I kind of worked towards this area, and I talked earlier about this, that sometimes my mind works in a weird way. And in this specific case, it did exactly do this. It worked in a way that I wanted to create a Sicilian area, but I couldn't put it in the location where we were at this point. So I had to build some habitats first before I was at the point going here. And as I was reaching the point to be getting here, I had a little bit of a low when it came to this project. It was a bit of a moment in time where I was more happy enjoying other projects and other games potentially. But this Sicilian area over here just kind of revoked, just brought back my will to continue, and also my inner drive building on creative ideas I had. And so this was a very good turning point, and I must admit this Sicilian area turned out as one of the most beautiful things I've ever built in the Planet games in general. Like, it looks fantastic, it feels fantastic, and I really enjoyed doing it. I really enjoyed building the Sicilian area, despite the fact there are just a couple of exhibits in, and that's about it. So yeah, been a big fan of it. So hopefully you guys are as excited about this Sicilian area as I am, because it really turned out good. But you'll see that much more later when we do a bit of a flyover through here. So I can't wait to show you that in game. But up until then, enjoy the time with some music before the Retro Rudy is going to greet you again in the next episode that is part of our supercut, so in about a couple minutes.
Hello and welcome back to Sicilian with the maximum nosiness in my voice today, and also with a brand new mod. Today we are going to bring in the green iguana as a habitat mod, but before we do so, let's quickly wrap up what we've done last time. We have started this Sicilian alley over here. It's super inspired by a lot of these typical Italian little small town, old town alleys, you know, and this is the transition from our seal area that is basically on the other side of the alley. That goes all the way into this new area of the park, and this is also going to feature a couple of little shops and so on. We are going to make a little tour at the end of the video, so if you want to see that up close, make sure to stick with me through the entire video. There are also a couple of other things I have to talk about in today's video regarding the live streams, regarding the future of Zoo Sicily, regarding just in general the future of the channel. So if you're interested in that, make sure to stick with me. But before so, we are going to quickly talk about the green iguana habitat. I will talk a bit more about that at the later stages in the live in the speed build part as well, but the reason why I wanted to put this at the end of this alley is rather simple, because I felt like we have a lot of bigger animals in the park, and even though we do have some smaller ones with the meerkats and stuff and the prairie dogs, they are all in a rather big habitat because they are put together with other animals. Now we have a little bit of a lack of smaller habitats and like smaller things that usually are in areas where parents, you know, as I am as well, would do some, you know, breaks and pauses and just relax for a moment. So these big areas are also quite, you know, crowdy usually, and this is relatively far into the park. So I thought, you know, this alley is not, like, as many of you have commented, by the way, many thanks to all of the comments in the last episodes. Make sure to keep going, okay? I love these comments. So if you have any idea about this project and things you would love to see in here, make sure to let me know down below in the comments. I am reading all of them, okay? If I'm not answering to all of those, I'm still reading all of them, and I'm still taking all of them into account. So for example, a couple of people have said, imagine that this whole complex over here with this alley, which is basically a fake alley, it's not a real alley, and usually for a theme park this is relatively normal, but for a zoo it's not, even though modern day zoos used to do that a lot more now, to, you know, theme up and make the whole experience a lot more you know, extravagant, and also make the overall idea a lot more real to the people, so that there is like an illusion going on, just like in the theme park is normal. And people have said, just imagine that even if that's not for the staff living here, because that was my assumption, that this could also house some living quarters for our staff, and many people said, you know, that's just not really realistic, because even though they have to work late at night, they would still go home. That might be true. So people came up with a way better idea, and this is using these facilities maybe even as like meeting rooms, and also maybe for PR events or educational purposes. And for me personally, that makes a lot of sense. So just imagine that this whole alley houses a lot of like office things within the buildings, like really meeting rooms, educational rooms, streaming rooms, maybe even stuff like that. I think is really a lot more realistic than what I supposed it could be. So thanks for all the input. So this is basically now what this area is all about. It is at first glance a wonderful, beautiful little alley that gives you a lot of shade, gives you a lot of potential to chill for a moment. I also put down a couple of benches and stuff, make sure that the people can rest there for a moment. And this all is going to end up in a little plaza, which again is meant to be a little area for the people to rest. And I will put also another restaurant on the other on the other side of this plaza, so that people really can enjoy the time here. We do only have one restaurant so far. This is by the vineyard. The old winery is turned into a restaurant, so this is going to be another restaurant part down here. I'm not entirely sure where exactly I'm going to put this. Maybe we are putting one more building at the end of the alley, just going to build this all in here, but I'm not entirely sure. It might also be just like a very open plaza. I have a certain idea of something I wanted to do for the whole time already with the restaurant building. I'm not entirely sure if it works. It could technically work with yeah, with a couple of tricks I could actually get in there. There is a little bit of a problem with some of the sizes that the restaurant is coming with. Obviously the restaurant piece is one of these things that is not boxless. We do have the little preparational area in which 3 staff members are cooking the whole time. This is relatively open and super customizable. I love that. But the rest is kind of this L-shape 4-meter thingy, which is, I think if I'm not completely wrong, it should be 8 by 12 meters and all 4 meters tall. So that is relatively big. And what I have in mind is a relatively open plaza with the restaurant more likely like a barbecue in the middle, like almost like a little bar in which you can grab some stuff. I mean, obviously you would need a kitchen, but what always triggers me is like the 4-meter height of it, and simply because it's completely shut off and completely like a dark box. You can't even keep it open, you know, you can't watch through. I have a couple of the ideas what I can do with it, so I will try this out to work a little bit with an illusion and force perspective and stuff to make it look good. But yeah, I just want to have a restaurant in the center of a little seating area. I think this is something really what I want to have, rather than having the restaurant always like in a big building just as it is in the vineyard. It's a bit of a tricky thing, but yeah. Now let's talk about the green iguana habitat as promised. But before we do so, a little plug in here. Last episode I already announced it, and I couldn't do the streams this week because I'm, as you can hear, still suffering from a little bit of a, it's not a cold, it's mostly allergy, and the allergy caused a lot of issues because my nose and stuff being like super filled with crap, you know, basically, and hence my left ear is also at the moment unfortunately numb, which is really uncool, especially for creating videos, by the way. But yeah, I'll have a doctor's appointment rather soon. I hope this is sorted out. Nevertheless, the plan is, in at least as soon as I'm healthy again, the streaming continues on Mondays and on Wednesdays. This is going to be fixed. People ask in the comments if that's like one of those or whatnot. No, it's actually going to be Mondays and Wednesdays, on which you can actually go to Twitch, and then we will stream from about 9 p.m. to, well, midnight around-ish in Central European summertime. So as long as you're living in Europe, it's basically the same time, and for the other countries, I don't know. Actually, there was a cool plugin I found somewhere where you can just basically show the time always in your time. If I remember it, I will put it somewhere in the comments. It's very cool because then you can set your times and then everyone sees them in their specific time zones. So you can put under your calendars if you want to support me on there as well. Really trying to dig deep into it. And just to say that there will be a special live stream this Friday in which we are going to start with City Skylines again. I'm going to make one last project before City Skylines 2 is going to appear. And this is going to be a very interesting project. I'm going to drop it already in here. It's not going to be in the title or description. So if you have watched till this point in the video or you skipped here, you're very good, because thanks, first of all. Don't skippity skip, by the way. Just stick with me. It's interesting stuff I'm talking about. It isn't, but you know. The project is going to be the most German city ever. I'm not sure if I'm going to say city or town, but I will make a series of videos that will build a very standardish German town. I'm going to use a lot of inspiration from the cities I live in, and I used to live in, and I used to visit quite a lot, and I used to work. So there are a couple of cities I have as inspirational content, and I'm going to make each episode focus on one topic, one cliche of Germany, and I'm going to talk about this in the entire episode, so we can obviously talk about a lot of German cliches in the stream. So you're in for that. If you're German, you potentially will have a lot of fun anyways, but if you're not German and you're interested in some of the cliches, you know, whether it's been about the Autobahn, our insanely high tax level, the German stiffness, the German humor, like I have a lot of topics, or also maybe if you're interested in some, not politics, but maybe economics, why Germany is becoming a third world country by 2040, as many economists actually say it will happen this way, even though Germany being one of the most powerful economies in the world right now. It's hard to imagine how that could happen in only 20 years of time, but at the moment there are a lot of evidences and signs why this could happen a lot quicker than a lot of people in Germany would maybe think about. But I don't want to make it like too hard or whatever. I just want to try to keep to the fun part of things, because there's a lot of fun stuff to say about Germans. Yeah, don't worry though, I love Germany, okay? So I'm always sounding super negative and people would potentially ask why the hell are I still living there. There are a lot of good reasons for that too. I will definitely talk about those too. But yeah, let's just make some fun of German habits and stuff like that. Now, as promised, let's talk quickly about the habitat before I show it to you in the real-time part. Oh boy, this was a lot harder than I thought. I was researching a couple of green iguana habitats in zoos, and it turned out that there are not too many that are really having like an outdoor habitat. Most of them having really nice indoor habitats, and I had a lot of ideas how I wanted to do this in here, like especially with a roof maybe arching over this one. I tried a couple of variants off screen that did not really work, so the version I have at the end, you will see in the real-time part, is the one I'm definitely favoring right now. I guess it's not 100% realistic. I still haven't figured out exactly how to deal with the humidity that you would need to create in here. So I do have a couple of ideas that I will have to test if they work out or not. You know, I will show you one of the ideas that's going to be realized in the real-time part already. It's not in the time-lapse. I did a couple of experiments yesterday evening without recording. But the general habitat itself, like the layout and stuff, is really good. I'm not really sure about the requirements of the mod. The mod is really good. There are a couple of issues with the mod I'm going to show you, but it's still, despite the issues that the mod has, which is not a fault of the modders, it's basically the best they can do. But I can very well live with these over the exhibit habitat animal thingy. Exhibit habitat, oh my god. Exhibit animal, simply because the exhibit animal is boring. Let's say it the way it is. It is boring, but I will show you on the real-time part what I did. I did a couple of other things as well. I forgot to mention, but yeah, you'll see that in the real-time part. It's gonna be very nice to see how this opens up for the possibility of having maybe these types of animals in, and I will have to open that box again. I'm still a bit like, having the walkthrough exhibit now and having some tiny animals like the meerkat or prairie dog in the game obviously took away the arguments that Frontier brought at the beginning of the game's existence. So why certain animals were in exhibits, like at the very last, the meerkat just showed how things can work differently. I'm very happy the meerkat is no exhibit animal, by the way, but I feel like, you know, some of the exhibit animals we have in the game would require to be habitat animals by now, and the green iguana is certainly one of those examples. I don't see why the iguana would be treated differently than at least like a sloth, so at least like a walkthrough habitat animal, but it's not. Anyways, let's have a look at how it's looking in the real-time part. I'm quite happy with this whole area, so yeah, let's have a cozy little walk. Welcome back to Zoo Sicily. I'm the camel, and today we speak about lemurs, because lemurs and we have a very specific history, as you can tell from the two images on your screen right now. This has been always something very positive for my channel, and also lemurs have to go into every zoo I make. But there is also one thing that is very special about this build. You guys have been asking for this since the very beginning of Zoo Sicily, and finally we are doing this. It's going to be a very nice Baroque building, very inspired by the style of Sicily. In fact, it is a Sicilian kind of a chapel cathedral church that is the inspiration for today's build, and we are going to prepare in the first episode for the lemur house, and in the next episode, which will be most likely next week, or maybe tomorrow, you never know, we will be doing the interior and the little exterior of the lemur house, but more about that later in the real-time part. I really want to take the opportunity to thank you guys for being so insanely helpful and just amazing in the live stream. We had a lot of live streams in which we built this. So in fact, this build that you will be seeing today is 90% of it has been done in a live stream. So thank you so much. In case you are not on top of the game right now, I am actually live streaming on a regular basis again. I can say so because I maintained it for almost 2 months now, so I think it's fair to say I'm back. So the link here is in the description, and if you don't find it via there, you just go to Twitch and type in Rudy Renkamel. You're gonna find me. So that would be absolutely amazing to see you over there. But way more than that, it would be amazing if you like what you're seeing right now, and if you're interested for the video, and you made it to this point in the video, you didn't click away. Very good. Good for my retention, but good for you as well. You
may consider subscribing to the channel, because there's so much good stuff coming in the next couple of months. Not even speaking only of Planet Zoo, but new games that will be announced, City Skylines 2 and all that kind of stuff is going to be covered. So that would be lovely. And as you can tell also from the channel, we are moving forward. We've passed the 80k, and I really would love to still hold on to my target of 100k this year. But I can only do so with your help. And I do know that still a lot of people have not been sub to the channel, even though they do watch on a regular basis. So make sure to check this little box down below on the screen. That would be lovely. But now let's talk about this staircase area over here. Well, you don't see a staircase. It's just like a little serpentine pathway first for our strollers and wheelchairs and stuff like that. But this one turned out absolutely beautifully. I will show you in the real-time part. We needed to have a segue from this lower area where the alley ends that goes back up onto the hill to the rest of the zoo, because at the moment we are in a area of the zoo that is not really a dead end in the way, but this is one of the edges, the corners of the zoo. So this will be an area, the lemur house will basically be a barrier to the zoo as well. So it's actually going to be a nice end area which you can stroll around. There will be like a little park area, there will be like a little viewing point where you can watch the nature unfold. But this is basically the transition then back into the zoo, and so I needed to make something very beautiful looking and also very usable, and this is why we have this transition with some serpentines going up the hill, just making sure that everything looks good, making sure that everything works fine. And we also need this kind of balance between a staircase and a normal meandering path. And I'm very happy with how it turned out in the end. It looks super, super awesome. It's very much deserved that a good chunk of today's video deals with this area, because I feel like this is something I learned from Mike and Eben. I really have to give props to those two, because they are so annoying when it comes to pathing and to areas that have to be connected, and the philosophy of how pathways have to act as a more or less even storytelling element in your zoo, so that you bring people from A to B, but not only that, you have to tell a story with that. And they've been so annoying in constantly reminding me of sidelines and yeah, just in general of inclines. I gotta say though, inclines is maybe the one thing I have not 100% fulfilled over here, simply because of some restraints of the terrain here. So it would technically need to be even more shallow and even more like the incline has to be a lot more how's that called? Less deep. That's what I'm going to say. Subtle. That's the word I was looking for. My God, it's not that I haven't had the word in English. My brain was just like bad over here. But yeah, so I think it's very fine to have this as an element here that goes up the hill. I'm also quite happy what we did with the stones. I showed you a little technique earlier in today's video. If you want to skip back, I highly recommend so. How you can make your stone creations and your rock work even more outstanding. However, I will say that right away, it is definitely something super hard to master, because it is a lot of different things that you have to consider once you do that. But yeah, there's a lot that you can do with it once you master it, because you need to go a little bit more into detail with the decals, and then just adjust the decals to the color. You have to find the right spots and find the right element of the texture. But if you do so, it really is super rewarding. But as we are already getting into some FPS issues in this park, I don't want to, destroy the FPS, because I still want to kind of bring this project to an end in a somewhat decent performance. Even though I have to say, the fact that we are already running into some issues here will require me to make this park a little more smaller than I was intentionally thinking it is. But this is, I think it's down to the fact that I used so much terrain and foliage work that this causes the issues. Yeah, the classic path struggle does have to be included in every video, obviously. So you can see this staircase over here fulfilled a specific need, because I wanted to have a element that is somewhat in connection to, or it has the contact to the building. You will see the building facade later, and then you will understand what I was aiming at. So this staircase over here should really be part of the entire area, and as this alley is already pretty much Sicilian inspired, and the lower area here, the plaza, is really going into some some of the more recognizable building styles, like Baroque buildings from Italy. And I think this is the one spot in the park where I'm going to use this. I don't want to overdo it, but this is a very good point to use those buildings. I think it is the perfect weenie for our alley. Like you meander, you just take your time, go through that little alley, and then you're greeted by this wonderful building towering over this plaza. And I think it looks absolutely stellar. It is the perfect way to end this wonderful alley and just get a good way of transitioning into another area, and which is going to use some other elements. I definitely want to have an area which is a lot more natural. So the next area we are going to, and maybe we are going to use some of the arid animals, they somehow do fit quite well into this idea. I did not, like, this idea was already existing in my head for quite a while, so it's not because of the DLC that I came up with it, but I had in mind, like, we have so many crazy habitats now with a lot of building styles. We've got the Colosseum style, we've got the old winery with some very traditional, like, Mediterranean buildings. We have the terracotta roofed classic Italian or Sicilian styled countryside buildings. We have we have a very much, obviously, this house over here, the Baroque styled kind of classic, almost like city center buildings, which is something else I wanted to do. But something we don't really have, and this is also a huge part of Sicily, is obviously a lot more countryside in general, like large fields with a lot of dry grass and some plants and just open area with a lot of, you know, small little pathways in between where people actually take the bike or can do some tours. And that's basically the idea for the next area I had in mind, just to have a bit of a contrast to the more heavily themed central area of the zoo. And so that there is almost like a, if that makes any sense, but like a Sicilian safari. Gosh, this is a word I shouldn't say too often. This is Salazar Slytherin. It's weird though, but I hope you get what I mean. This building now, let's talk about this building. And just a little reminder, I'm going to be very nasty and annoying today, but if you made it through this point of the video, 9 minutes in, first of all, big thanks to you. If you're skipping here, I see you skipping. This might be one of these moments where people skip to. So if you're a skipper, you have to sub to the channel anyways if you haven't already. For all the other ones, please do sub to the channel. Is that a thing I can say? Yeah, no, but just to let you know, I'm just working on a lot of things in the background, and it's always good to see the channel grow, but it's always also good to improve upon certain things. So I didn't want to even talk about the sub. I want to talk about feedback. So please, if you made it through this point in the video, you may be invested in this build quite a bit, or in this video. So let me know in the comments down below what you think about the build. Please be honest and be as helpful as possible, specifically when it comes to the outside and the plaza over here. The building itself I'm rather happy with, and I don't want to change too much because it already took ages, but the outside, the plaza and stuff is something that I really need some feedback on. So just as a reminder, keep that in mind while you have a look at the build right now. But we will have a real-time part in which I'm going to have a closer look onto the plaza so you can judge this even better. Now, that said, let's talk about this building. So it is inspired by a wonderful cathedral-style building in Sicily, and I wanted to take as much inspiration from it as possible, but then at the same time I wanted to make sure that it maintains a certain Sicilian style. So it is just to give you an idea what exactly this is based on, it is slightly based on the Catania Basilica Collegiata, or Collegiata. I don't know how this is exactly pronounced, but this is the inspiration. And Catania is actually an area that is one of the biggest inspirations for this park anyways. There are some other Catania buildings I will use throughout the rest of the park because they have a certain style that I haven't really brought in quite yet, so I will try this. But you have to imagine I took this building as an inspiration, and now the makeover of the building, or the actual usage of the building, obviously is going to be the lemur house. So certain elements of the build already have been, you know, taken into account that they have to be changed according to make this a good zoo building. So for example, there are bigger windows, more open windows. The complete sides will be open and the complete roof will be made out of glass, or like 90% of it, just to make sure that a lot of light is getting into the building. So because we have to make that just so that Planet Zoo looks good. Planet Zoo still isn't that nicely looking indoors when there is no sunlight. It's still very flat. It's still very I don't even know how to. It just looks super flat. There's no depth in it because there is no like perfect, like ray tracing isn't a thing, so you don't get the nicey bouncy lights like in newer games or whatnot. And it just like looks a little bit lifeless in that kind of sense. So you always want to have the sunlight be part of your build, and this is why I kept this rather open. And this building may already be one of the more detailed builds I've done in the past weeks, I should say. We have focused a lot on realism and we focus a lot of usability, and I'm super happy to finally have a building again that is a lot more Rudy-listic. It is a more Rudy-like building, way over the top, way too much. Basically 1 out of 100 zoos maybe in the world would do so, and they have too much money, and 99 of the other zoos would never consider doing something like that, simply because it would be way too expensive, way too inefficient, and absolutely pointless, because the design is 100% for the guest only. There is no other point. But the idea about this whole area in general is more than just a zoo. I imagine that this part of the zoo could actually be used for something else. Maybe, like, as I said, for some customer events, maybe for some business events, you never know. Something like that is always good. Or maybe even for some art style events, because we don't really have too many animals in here that would be necessarily too much stressed by that. So these are types of animals that could very well be held even during these type of events. I mean, you would not have some really parties or something, but I could imagine like a jazz festival, for example, or do we say jazz in English? Whatever, musicians, like classic music, nothing too loud. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily have a techno event on here, but the idea is that this could be used as something else, and this is also the location of the park is very helpful for that. So the alley as part of it could be closed off to the seal area, like the underwater area is definitely sealed off, but haha, pun intended. And the rest of it can actually be good because it's also sitting in that little alley here, or like in this little, it's almost like a little valley. We are going down into a little hole. It's not like that deep, but it would help in terms of sound and stuff. So I think it is in general a very nice idea to have this area as something else more than just the zoo, because in order to make sure you have enough money flow and cash flow, this part is actually a lot more different than most zoos are. As we have said at the beginning of this project, the idea is we have a big investor who is doing that zoo, and this is why it gives me a lot more freedom in terms of modern builds and stuff. And that's the reason why I think, simply because they are business people, they would consider making this whole thing more business oriented anyways, and so this could be one of the bigger elements that they used. And so the alley would make double sense, because then you have the meeting rooms and stuff there, and this lemur house over here could be the more special location, and the plaza in front of it is big enough to even hold some other events, or maybe have like a musician. I thought maybe we can even put like what about putting a piano down there? I mean, that would require me to build a piano in the first place, but for whatever reason, I feel like a piano on that plaza would look phenomenal. Not sure why though, but I think it could be cool. But yeah, architectural wise, you can see I'm using a whole range of different pieces, especially from the Euro pack, but also some other pieces from the classic Planet Zoo pack, and or Planet Zoo elements, I should say. It's not a pack, but yeah, after a lot of trial and error, we came up with a really, really nice idea of how it should look. And so that's that from the time lapse. There will be a little bit of a jump into the real-time part, because the footage of what we have next is for the next video. So I say we should actually go over now into the real-time part and have a look how it looks in-game. Welcome back to Zoo Sicily. Welcome back to another build in our wonderful Italian located zoo. Today we are going to work our way to the inside of our lemur house, and this is going to be the last episode before the brand new DLC. The Arid Animal Pack is going to launch, and actually, before we actually get going, there is something very good for you. I have a message from today's sponsor of the video, which does fit quite well. So obviously you can prepare yourself for getting the game over there, or you can actually do it with all the other games you want to have. So you do support me, but you also get your favorite games. So it's basically a win-win. This is why I'm such a big fan of having Instant Gaming as a sponsor. But let's get back to the video. You can see I'm doing quite a bit of changes here. And today's video is going to be a bit of a different approach. I'm going to talk you through all the thought process in detail, and in the real-time part I'm going to talk you through my future plans of this zoo, because there are a couple of things we have to discuss, and in general about Planet Zoo. So if you are a little bit more interested into what is going on in the future, stick with me. Or if you just do like real-time parts more, then the time-lapse, stick with me. But now let's focus on the build. So you can see I'm changing the plaza over here quite dramatically. I have gotten rid of the little pathway that sneaked to the right-hand side. I wanted to make this plaza look a little bit more coherent in its appearance, especially from the ground. And I've done then a little bit of pathwork over here. Don't mind the mess with all the fences and railing. I just used that, so yeah, I have an idea where exactly stuff is going, and then gonna put some barriers in so that people do not go through the pieces. I just want to ensure that the plaza looks also good in usage, having a couple of trees and stuff in here and plants to make it a bit more green. We were talking about a piano in this space, and I will bring one in. I just didn't have the time to do so. As I said, we will also have some cleanup episodes in live streams. For those of you who don't know, I have been streaming on a regular basis, which is amazing. It does work, and it is a lot of fun seeing you. We constantly grow the amount of people watching, so I'm really, really happy that so many of you found the way there. So big props to you, and also a good hint for all of you who haven't been there. We discussed it quite a lot. And, well, out of the stream, there are a couple of things that turn out to be very helpful for this build. So one thing I have to address, though, before we go and talk about the inside. Many people have commented in the last episode that they felt like the plaza is not too big enough, or actually it's big enough, but the staircase in front of it is actually not located correctly, because it does make the whole entrance area a bit more narrow than it should be. Well, and I have to say, if we were talking real architecture in a city, we are 100% right. The problem is that this is not a real scenario. This is a fictional zoo, which is a fully intended build, and the location of the staircase is more than intended. It's not very often the case that I think of sound barriers and stuff like that, but this time I did. So the staircase is very much positioned exactly this way. So in order to make two things. First, I want to control the guest flow a little bit, simply because we are at the very end of the zoo. This is one of the back ends of the zoo. It's not a central spine, it's nothing. It's basically this house over here showcases the end of one side of the zoo, which obviously makes sense that not too many people are in this area anyways. So that's number one. Number two is, as I said in the last episode, this may actually be an area for some events or so that could be in the alley or could be on the plaza, and I wanted to ensure that we have a certain sound barrier for the rest of the zoo, because apparently with the lemur house it's all fine. You can get the lemurs inside and close off the doors, whatnot, and the iguanas on the other side as well. There you can do something, but some other animals across this little hill, they live outside, and so you can't do too much. And so if you don't have the staircase there, the sound would actually go a lot more easy through the alley up there. So if this would be an event plaza, I wanted to have it a bit more secured by the staircase. And then I also wanted to have like a little bit of a barrier for the lemurs themselves, especially for the outside area. I wanted to ensure that they have at least somewhat of privacy, because people can in fact walk into the house. So there is already quite a bit of stress coming their way. So I wanted to ensure at least somewhat of a control over the guest flow, and this is why I decided to make it that cramped, and so that people, when they come down, also have to decide to go to the left and right, and we don't have congestion to the lower part of the staircase actually. But yeah, that's about the decision process behind why the staircase is what it is. Now we have to talk about what the chat forced me to do. I forgot again the name, but there is one kind of building in Italy that has a freaking insane what is that, ceiling design out of metal frames and stuff, and they forced me to do this, and I kind of leaned in because it just looks so awesome. But what we did first of all is we did a little cleanup in here. So with the roofing, we also got a little bit of a different vibe to it. Also, I must say it turned out to be looking absolutely mega. You'll see that in the real-time part. It's hard to catch from the video, granted, but you'll be able to see that in the real-time part. It looks absolutely phenomenal. I'm a really, really big fan. I'm happy that chat forced me to do this. It took much longer than I expected, as always. I wanted to finish this build in the stream, which I didn't. So I had another 2 or 3 hours that, you know, were taken in order to finish the whole build. But it was pretty much worth it. So we will talk about the structure now. It is a very interesting structure. It's not as complicated as I thought it was, but it's kind of a bit of a finicky way to find the exact metal pieces in terms of size and stuff. But one thing I have to say is that it makes also static-wise, it makes a lot of sense to have something like that. So now the roof is definitely better supported. It makes a lot more sense and I don't have to do some additional roofing. But it was quite a pain to work my way through here because, as always, we don't really have the pieces that we need. Sometimes pieces are too short, sometimes they are too long. A scaling option would be absolutely mega, but we don't have that. So as long as we don't have something like that, we have to work our way through the pain of making it work with the pieces available, which most of the times does work. With a little bit of tricky building and, you know, some workarounds, you very often get exactly the result you want to. I think there's barely anything that isn't possible in the game. It's just sometimes taking longer than it should, but you know, that's what we're here for. Now you can see I'm using different types of metal frames over here in order to create this almost like spiderweb look over here in this half circle cutout. This is to really ensure that there is a good kind of connection to the wall, and that makes sense that static wise it does hold it quite nicely. And then we started making the metal frame for the rest of the build. As you can tell, it's connected to the roof pattern, and then we have some other beams for additional support, but also for like design reasons that go through here to really make sure that this all looks good. And then I just copied them through the building, put another couple of beams in the middle, and then that was already about it. It's not in particular super complicated from the build perspective. But bringing this all in the right positions and making this all look good together took quite some time. And also, it's been during a live stream, so obviously that takes always time because, you know, talking to chat and so on is rather important. I try to do it. And lately, the chat has been very active, which is an increased challenge for me, obviously, to keep track of it. But on the other hand, it makes the whole stream so much more enjoyable because the stream is just so much more easy to maintain in terms of I get the topics, I can jump in what you guys are talking about. So really, 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 really interesting. Big fan of that. And yeah, you notice I'm just doing a little bit of advertising here for the live stream because it's just so much fun. And I'm also very happy I can maintain a schedule of 2 times a week, which is surprisingly working. I'm very proud of me and my wife that we get this juggled, but the next weeks may be more difficult because of more work, but who knows. And then end of July, beginning of August, we'll be in holidays. I'm not sure if I'm gonna take my computer or not. I have certain ideas, but yeah, we'll see about that. Now, let's talk about the next step in this build. We have done the roofing, and now it's time to build the actual climbing frames. And I gotta say, this may well be one of my best climbing frame designs I've done so far. I had no particular idea about the inside when it came to the exact building style, but one thing I knew was I did not want to do like the very classic, very standardized interior where you have these pretty much zoo-ish climbing frames. I wanted to do something more natural looking, as if this whole build has been repurposed and just open up for the animals to climb in and just do something completely different with it. I did quite struggle a bit because of how the pieces connect here and there, but I must say at the end of the day, I am very happy with the outcome. I tried to really utilize most of the climbing pieces available in order to make something nice looking that could very well be a zoo. We also do have a little issue with some nests I built. The problem is these don't work. You'll see them in a second, but they don't work. For whatever reason, I can't explain. It's maybe because of the game. We kind of not using the pieces right, or maybe they're too small. I don't know. The fact is they don't work, and it's a pity because it would be absolutely lovely if they would work. I have done something similar in the past and they did work, and now apparently with the new rope pieces over here, as you can see, I'm using those. It just didn't work out. Maybe it's too small, even though it should not be too small. It definitely was a little bit of a challenge to build it in the first place. As you can see, I was struggling a lot until I decided to go with the good old mud pillar trick in the middle. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, this mud pillar is legit the best piece for do some circular builds. If you use the central spine, put a piece on and use the F button to center it, and then you put the pieces in and you do rotate it with the help of the piece, you get a perfect circular thing. As you can see over here, these are the type of nests. I found some of these examples on ZooChat. I love them, and my idea was to connect them to the climbing frame so they have some privacy areas in which they can chill down and sleep. And well, as you can guess, it's not working. I'm gonna show you in game. It's really a pity. I would have loved them to be working. I remember that with the old rope pieces that was possible. Maybe I have to just do this again with the in-game 2-meter rope piece and just see what that does. But yeah, it's kind of weird. I used the new rope piece because it's non-climbable, and the in-game rope pieces are super finicky when you keep them climbable, but if you turn them off, it seems not to work either. But yeah. So then we have some hanging ropes over here. As you can tell, I wanted to this time really use some more hanging ropes, not too straight, because with the straight ropes, it always feels so stiff, if that makes sense to you. Like, it really feels stiff if you don't have them hanging. Again, as I said, if there's anything I wish for in a Planet Zoo 2, it would be a completely new rope system that is a climbing rope that you can almost put in like a physically accurate object and just put two kind of connecting points, and then the rope is generated in between as an actual physically accurately rendered rope. That would be like the best thing ever, because we have so many animals that would utilize this system. That would be absolutely cool, but I'm not sure how exactly you would program that. I think it would be possible, but at this point it isn't. It's a little bit of a pity because it would look so good. But yeah, I continued doing certain things for the outside as well, creating like a little different nest over here in which they could technically go in. As you can guess, they can't even enter this one as well. Looking at it right now, it looks a little bit as like the little tray of Baby Yoda, but it's not meant to be that one. Yeah, just preparing the climbing frames first, making sure that everything is just also realistically working when it comes to the physics. Like, you know, the different pillars and stuff should really be in a position where they make sense and would be technically working. And then I started to put in some foliage as to decorate it, and I continued to be a bit more brave with the foliage, especially to the outside where things would be growing quite a bit more. I made it super overgrown, and I tried to use the pieces that work perfectly fine as a bush, what they can still walk through. It's always the same problem. You have some bushes that act like a freaking barrier. You can't really use them because you would destroy the traversal area, but luckily enough, there are a lot of pieces that are super bushy where you can't really look through, but the animals can actually traverse through it. It basically has no barrier for them, and these are obviously the best pieces for these types of builds. So you don't take away from their traversable area, but you do actually add quite a bit of foliage. So very happy with how that turned out. And I also put a couple of enrichment items here and there so that they walk around, and they do walk around quite a bit, so I'm very happy. I may add that I could actually put a couple more of these lemurs in. I have just some in here for testing reasons. I should put in more. I think it's 4 lemurs in. That's not really the amount of animals we would need in here. But yeah, then I went on to decorate the inside, and the inside is a little bit more planned, obviously, because this is something you would maintain in a different way than you would with the outside. So outside you could keep the grass growing and stuff like that, but the inside would be maintained a bit more. So I was a bit more careful with the positioning of of foliage and stuff, so that it is a bit more nature wise. If you don't know what nature means basically a man-made nature. Like, it's an attempt to mimic nature, but in a man-made way, and it's just kind of organized to keep it very easily maintained. That's basically what I'm doing inside. And then, I tried to put a couple more, concrete footers in, just so that would be realistically easy to clean, and also for the keepers and stuff, easier to walk. That's the idea. And then just putting some generic bushes here and there, just to make it look good. But that's about it. This is how the inside looks, and yeah, you'll see some other little adjustments in the real-time part, but I think it's time to jump in. Welcome back to Sicily, and welcome back with the porcupine. Today we are going to build a porcupine habitat. But hold on, what is the quality? What is the matter with the quality? Well, to be fair, the quality is not good because I am stupid. I have recorded in half the size because, well, I'm gonna explain why at the end of the video. We are going to have some really crisp, nice cinematics at the end, but we're gonna have to do the time-lapse over here, as you can tell, and you have to deal with me. So you can see now a little bit of the new office. This is the new office situation. Let me just drag that for a little moment. So there you can see this is the office situation. Let me pull that back. So here you go. This is what we're going to do today. We are going to have that. And excuse me if I'm looking here, because this is where I see the time lapse. And I'm going to talk you through. Hopefully this is better. Let me just also switch a little here to the side-a-roo, so that I can put that a little bigger. Microphone should be here. So this is all like very much open, you know, today. Very easy, very cozy. You can see I'm building a little habitat for the porcupine. It is actually going to be in a rather nice spot. The chat has voted that we're going to put it in between the river and where the other African animals are. So just across the side we have the meerkat and aardvark habitat, so that's quite fitting. And on the other side we have the area with the gorillas and the area where the Red River Hawks are also in, so quite a couple of fan favorites, I must say. This is almost like the fan favorite area. But we are going to do a couple of little things that I really love. So first of all, the habitat is meant to be looking very realistic, and I made use of the already sunken kind of vibe that was going on in the area. We've got a sunken little alley, valley, however you want to call that. So I had the idea to have like a little garden over here, but it turned out that it looks actually better if we do it with a full habitat. And I have done this prior to having the early access of this game, so I had no idea how big I had to do the habitat. And I must say, there will be a couple of adjustments at the end in the real-time part. You're gonna see that, but I must say the overall look and feel is absolutely spot on. I must say there is no real-time part. We are going to have some really cool flyovers. We're going to make use of the new wonderful camera tool. I'm going to make like a tutorial for the camera tool anyways, which is going to be released during the next coming days. It is absolutely amazing. This tool is fantastic. I'm not sure why we didn't have that earlier. So I am using an old build, one of the first builds I have used, and we are going to change that into something usable for us. This has been I think it was the Wombat. It might be the Wombat habitat that we used this shelter for, and I thought, why not? This is what zoos kind of often do. They have kind of the same building and just exchange a couple of things just to make use of the materials that they have there anyways. And so we're gonna make this work. I may actually change the color of the roof tiles at a certain point. I forgot about, but maybe we're gonna just leave it as it is. The whole habitat has a very, as I said, realistic vibe, but we are also going to be a little bit more Sicilian styled in that sense that we are using mostly just the plants. The big advantage is porcupines do live. These type of porcupines do live in Italy, so that's a huge advantage. So we don't even need to make a change when it comes to different types of foliage and stuff, so we can just go with the flow. And speaking of go with the flow, I also had a bit of an issue as always with the pathing. For those who are wondering, because I get these questions in every single video, I am using FreeBuild. I can't live without FreeBuild anymore. I thought about putting it out for the update, but as soon as I knew that FreeBuild was working with the EA as well, I was like, you know, I'm just gonna stay with it. This is the way it works, just because I don't want to miss it anymore. Anyhow, so you can see what I'm doing over here is I'm using some of the rock pieces. I really do love these rock pieces. They have kind of a very cool texture. I'm using a technique that many people have developed over the time. I think especially Caesar crates and Elidor are absolute fantastic when it comes to these types of walls, but also other people from Bro Nation have really pioneered working with the full rocks and the stalagmites, and it just looks really good. But I gotta say, this time I nailed it. It really looks good. We have a lot of clutter going on. And one thing I have to say, props to Frontier. And I have the feeling this is an ongoing theme with the new animals. The traversable area is so much better than, for example, with the aardvark, or sorry, for example, with other animals. It is fantastic. The traversable area is super good. They can mostly go over all of the pieces. There's barely any piece that causes issues. And it looks fairly decent. So actually, I'm very happy. So this habitat is almost 100% usable for them, including a little thing we are doing later in this video, which I would have put a lot of money on that this wasn't working, but it is. So yeah, really cool stuff. I am absolutely happy for that. It makes a lot of sense that this is actually the way it goes. I hope it's just going to be done with other animals as well. It's so cute. I'm a little confused. Sorry, I'm just always watching this screen over there, but you guys are seeing it here. I should actually look like that, but I don't. I have to get used to making videos like that. I'm not sure if I'm going to do more than this in the future. And also, not sure what exactly is going on with the proportions of the camera. It looks a bit cramped. I try to fix that in post. It's just the Elgato face cam. It's a good cam. It's not a perfect cam. And I'm using AI to do a bit of a blurry effect. So if that's not perfect, sorry for that, but I thought it's good. Anyways, I still love the streaming situation over here quite a bit. So I'm just happy about that. But speaking of the situation of the habitat, you can see I'm actually adding a couple of rocks here to make the upper area with the pass a little bit more connected. Quite happy with how it turned out, not gonna lie. It's really looking a lot better than I expected. And now there is something I haven't talked about, but if you have been in the stream, you know it. If not, you will be potentially very surprised in a second. There is something with free build and the latest update of Planet Zoo before this update, that there was a certain invisible path. And we all know that the invisible path unfortunately only works on the ground level. However, with free build, it all of a sudden works on raised platforms as well, making this pathway totally invisible, as you can tell over here. And this brings me to the situation I am in right now. I have a wonderful little bridge that has a little window in it, so you can walk over the bridge and then there's a glass bottom and you can look into the actual porcupine habitat. Isn't that amazing? Also, I'm not sure, I'm gonna do this right over here because I just figure, there you go, this is better lighting. I forgot to turn it up a little, simply because it's daylight. It looks a little like evening, but I turned down most of the lights in here. Anyhow, so you can see this is me now working with the bridge, and you can tell I already try to have a little bit of a gaps in between some of the logs, but yeah, chat also told me to not use any logs in between and just keep it like one glass area, and so we did, and I'm happy I followed chat over here. I shouldn't say that too loud because that's happening too often, but it does look good, and we have a very nice looking bridge with like a window down there, and you know, it just really looks good. And I also used a couple of windows that have a bit more of a steel support, so it's a bit more realistic in terms of people walking over. You don't want them to crash down. Not a good idea, but yeah, so this is then the way I'm just using one of the fences I have already done for, actually very close to this area, for the gorilla area. This is the fence we made for the gorilla habitat, which also has like a pretty nice raised area, and so I was like, you know, why not using this one and just slightly changing it, because it is somewhat the same area, so I think that's a pretty good one. And you can tell it's looking also fairly decent. I am very happy with how this whole bridge came together. It's not necessarily a Sicilian vibe per se, but I'd say it's like a very normal modern European type of zoo bridge. I don't know, it's somewhere in between. I could imagine doing a little different with the barks on the side. Like I use the bark pieces on the side, but they make sense because I use quite a bit of bark in the habitat simply because porcupines quite like it. And yeah, I'm just like very happy. As I said, this is the version before I had the DLC, so wait for the final cinematics, then you will see what changed with the DLC. We actually got a couple of new bushes and stuff, really good stuff. We got actually 9 new bushes or something, and one of those is like a very good bush. This is potentially the most important bush ever integrated in the... I'm sorry that I'm so hyped about a bush, but this is like... All the bushes we had in the game were either too green, too... well, little bushy, I guess, or too specific, I guess. And this one is like, it has the perfect green shade. It's like a very subtle, normal green, nothing fancy. It is very lush. Then again, it's not too lush. So a very perfect bush. I'd say it's a very good bush. Gosh, if someone is taking a clip out of that and putting that out of a content, everyone's like, what the hell is going on with this dude? Anyways, I like my bushes, okay? That sounded even more weird. Anyways, yeah, as you can tell, I'm also doing a little bit of a nice little area towards the bigger street. So this is where we do have a bit of congestion going on, simply because of that bridge being very narrow. But at some point, we just have to do that, you know? Sometimes the design requires this, just to have a bit more an intricate design. You can't always go for the perfect guest flow, because if you would, everything would be like a freaking highway, and that would look very stupid and very odd. Speaking of, this little attempt over here with the glass panels in front is relatively quickly gone. I just didn't feel it. It just didn't look good, and so I went with the normal one. I mean, who would actually jump in there? I hope people wouldn't. It's not the most healthy thing to jump into a porcupine habitat, but then again, it's also not the most dangerous thing. So I think we can easily get away with a very normal kind of railing like that. I mean, the zoo I've just been to a couple days ago, I could just easily jump over that tiny, I think 80 centimeters wall, whatever that was for the porcupine habitat. I could just jump in, so I think it's totally fine. But yeah, I also put a ruin in, as chat asked me to do, and I felt like the ruin we use for the wombats over here is good. So basically we took 2 elements of the wombat habitat to bring those back in here, and I think, you know, that might make sense, because these are not necessarily real ruins. These are basically ruins that have been made for the zoo, and so maybe they've just like ordered 2 right away, so they have them and just put them in a different location, slightly change the look of it, slightly change the color, a couple of different plants, and there you go, you've got a completely new ruin. They're most likely made out of fiberglass pieces, and just as we've done with the most realistic seal habitat, which is most likely going to be one of my best videos ever, because it's just pumping, it's insane. Yeah, but this is almost it from the standpoint of what we've been doing before the DLC, and then I've done a couple of things off screen, because I just figured it makes no sense to continue with the time lapse, because having a full HD nice crisp one for the last 20 seconds of time lapse is relatively odd. So I just stick with what we have, and we are going to just simply have it like that. I think, you know, in terms of having the time lapse here, it was okay, and maybe you dealt fine with my face, but I think one thing that is a lot better now is we are just going to go into the time lapse, and the time lapse is going to be very interesting, simply because it's done with the new cinematic camera, and I'm going to quickly talk a second about it before we do start it. This one is amongst the best things they've ever integrated to a game. If you are a creative person like me, and if you are into making videos, that is legit the A+ tool we didn't know we needed. It is absolutely magnificent. You can make some really cool camera flyovers and stuff, and this one over here is a perfect segue, because we are doing like a little bit of a bark kind of tunnel, and yes, they can pass through, and yes, we are going to fly through. So, well, let's have a look. Alright, so here we go. Let's fly over the finished habitat in a majestic cinematic flyover. And you can see the game is playing, and one of our fellow friends over here enjoying a little bath. Yes, they can use these wonderful hot tubs, as you can tell on the left hand side. And we're flying through here. Look at that, a lovely little melon here for them hidden in here. And then we fly up, have a little look, a bit of more shelter, a bit of more raised area for them to sit in. And then around that tree, having another look at the other side where the people can walk by. Through that fence, you can see this is another area where they can grab some shade or go into one of their little holes, and then they can see one fellow just moving over, and this is the full size from above. But that's not enough. Let's actually go inside of their house. You can see there are 3 boxes in which they can go in, so there's like an, you know, a fictive kind of imaginary shelter behind that. Turning around the camera, you can see this is where they go out. On the left hand side, another shelter, and a lot of clutter, as you can see, very overgrown. Turning the camera, we can see the full glory of the habitat again, where they can move. I'm gonna move forward here into what I think is one of the best shots ever, going in here and then just over here. A little turnaround, just having a look, so we have a bit more space. There you go. Checking out this area again. On the right hand side, we got a little slow feeder where they can go and just grab some food if they want to, have a bit more clutter, and the guests can have a nice view of them eating. And then if you fly over here on the other hand side, there is the forage box where they can also go in and grab some food if the keeper has filled it in. Very nice, very nicely embedded, I think. Very cool concept, I guess. And then turning the camera furthermore, we fly through here and get one of the most beautiful shots of the entire system. In a bit, we are just going to turn one more time to show you around a bit more of the very detailed walls over here, and then they can see there's another little shelter hidden below these rocks. I made these things to get a little bit more space for them because they are a little bit short on space, but now it's all good. And now this is the beautiful shot, zooming in a little, how they pass through here. Look at that, this is so cool. Oh gosh, I just love this cinematic mode. It is so freaking awesome. Having a look at everything very up from close. And then we fly into the window, just having a nice little turnaround in the house. No one is in though. I hoped maybe someone is going to have a little rest here, but they don't. So we just do a little tour through this thing, just having a last little look onto this area. But that's that. I really hope you guys enjoyed this, and now let's stop on a final overview of the area. Really happy, and I hope that you guys enjoyed this time lapse. I'm gonna put another little flyover in for the rest here. This was very fun to do, and if you guys enjoyed this, please make sure to subscribe to the channel. There's going to be another video today of Planet Zoo with the overview. If you haven't seen that one, check it out. But that's that. Thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful day, and goodbye. Hello there, welcome back to Zoo Sicily, and today with the wonderful build of this very sand cat habitat in front of you. But to not spoil too much, we are jumping right into the speed build, and I'm gonna talk you through what has happened. So this build has been rather intricate, and why was there a little reference at the beginning? Well, it is for the sand cat, which has sand in its name, and we do know a character who is not really into sand that much. So just a little reference I'm gonna leave to you. Props to those of you who understood that reference. Put it in the comments if you fancy doing so. But we're going to talk you through a very interesting build today. So this has been done. 80% of it has been done during live stream, and chat made me do a couple of things I wouldn't necessarily do on my own. I don't know. I needed to go through some pain, which we are going to talk about once we reach the point in the speed build. But far more important than that is that we actually created a result that I'm very happy with. So there is one big issue with the sand cat, and you can tell this from this very video in front of you, because you'll see that I'm gonna change the layout of this habitat quite a couple of times. And this is down to the fact that the requirement of space for these tiny animals are just ridiculous. I would even say that they are on par with the polar bear, because it's humongous in comparison to their body size. I did not know that they require such a huge space, and I needed to do a little trick in order to make the habitat rather realistic. Because if you look at the habitats that you will find in zoos, I really like to go, first of all, to Zoo Chat for that, but also check some on Google Images if I do find some, or on Google Maps. And everything I did look into was quite tiny. And these animals most likely have like an indoor section that is equal to like a maybe like a snake terrarium, maybe a tiny bit bigger, which I'm not here to say that this is good, but this is just how it is. And I wanted to do something like this, but just a tiny bit bigger. But now the whole habitat is 10 times bigger than these realistic ones, and you can see that I'm changing the ratio of the habitat ever so slightly every single time. And I was even checking upon how much space they need. And then chat told me to check again with the babies. And well, you see what we ended up with. It's a huge habitat. But I'm going to use a couple of tricks in order to hide the size of it in a good way. I think I really succeeded at that. But it's just such a pain that this game sometimes is so imbalanced when it comes to these things. Like, you do have animals that have... Usually in real life they have like a really big space requirement, just like elephants, for example, or I don't know, other animals that quite run like a lot, like for example cheetahs or ostriches, and they have a comparably small requirement versus like tiny animals like this over here. Also the fennec fox, they just have such a huge requirement for the space. I think it's down more to how the traversable area works rather than what they want to do with the game itself. But it just is a little bit yuck, you know, at some point, because it just forces you to do certain things. Also, by the way, I think it's a good moment to remind you guys of a fact that I haven't really talked about in a long time. Zoo Sicily is a sandbox project, yes, but we do have welfare and all the animal requirements except the plant demand on, simply because I want to go with the Sicilian plant style because it's way more realistic. But other than that, we have everything is turned on, like you know, food, health, space, prey, predation, and stuff like that. Everything is turned on. So we have to make these habitats realistic according to what the game understands as realistic, just to make it working. And hence, I finally have an idea what we're going to do in one of the next live streams. Like, we will do, first of all, the Fennec Fox habitat. We're going to finish this, and we will also finish a prehistoric kingdom build. But then I'm going to do a huge live stream. Gonna have to plan that. It might be the last one before our summer holidays, in which I'm going to really fix a lot of issues. We're going to make like a whole new system of working zones for our staff members. We're going to drop in a lot of benches and bins and education stuff like that. We're going to place some education spots. We're going to make like tours and all that kind of stuff. I really feel like we haven't done this enough in the past, and I really would love to know if you guys are in for something like that. Please let me know in the comments. I could really imagine making like a huge stream of like 5 hours or so, in which we are going to really go into all these nitty-bitty grids, and you can actually comment about these things, what we might do and what not, because we're really moving towards a point where this zoo is becoming more and more done in its core, and we just have some additions to it. As you may know, also on stream the performance is really not that great anymore. In game, you're gonna see in the video too, it's all fine, you know, no worries at all, it's all good. But in the game itself, while streaming, and this is more down to my computer though, the performance is becoming a little bit problematic, so that in the future I may have to switch up a little bit what I'm streaming, because this park potentially isn't the best anymore to stream, just simply because we run into so many issues and it's not going to be enjoyable for you. But yeah, so these things are here. Then I have something else. While you see I'm doing some rock work, more about that later. I'm going to show this in a real-time part. But let me just take this opportunity. We are 5 minutes and 35 seconds in the video. So if you are here still with me listening to this voiceover and you haven't skipped here, or if you have skipped here, hello skipper. Let me just take this moment. If you guys are in the need of a game or anything like that, I did not include the advertisement of instant gaming in this video because I don't need to, so it's not a sponsored video. However, I just find it so cool that we do have the opportunity now to have instant gaming as a sponsor of the channel. So whenever you need a game or you want to check some DLCs or whatnot, you can go into the linky in the description, check it out, and when you go via this link and buy something, you help me reach my monthly goals and you get a game for a great value. They always have like some discounts and stuff. And the actual reason why I'm saying this is we now have access to monthly giveaways as well. So please make sure to join my Discord channel. You'll find the link in the description as well. I'm going to do some monthly giveaways as well. So you might be lucky getting a game for free or anything like that. So make sure to tune in, because now as I have passed my requirements for the first month, I have access to the giveaway, which is cool, and you can win something. But I'm going to make like an official announcement for that too. Yeah, now let's go into something I haven't done too often in the past, and I should do way more often, and this is working with the decal as something else than moss, because this works as a proper decal for sand as well. And since we have this wonderful sand pit over there in which they can go, something that Anakin doesn't really like, but they really, like, realistically, when these animals come out of the sand or they do some digging in there and stuff like that, they would transport the sand into the other area. Same goes obviously for the fur. You know, if they do some crazy things in the sand, they do have sand in their fur and shake it off during moving through the habitat. And this is the reason why realistically you'd have some sand across the whole thing, even though you have some concrete on the ground. And that's the sole reason why I created these decals as sand. I should do this way more often because it looks super realistic. Speaking of decals, you'll see how the building looks at the end. It does look certainly super realistic with a lot of decaling we used. For those of you who've been in stream, you know that I had a certain inspiration that I used, because that is a type of building I haven't done in Sicily yet, but I wanted to do from the beginning. It's more like a little bit of a rock down normal casa kind of thing, you know, the typical Sicilian South Italian styled building with these like terracotta clay roofs, and then with a more like orange yellowish facade, but then the facade is obviously weathered and stuff, and you've got some, you know, a lot of cracks and stuff in there, but it still somehow has a certain charm, you know. I can't really tell why, but I have a feeling that this Mediterranean style also requires to be a bit run down just to transport the feeling. Maybe because it's historic, I don't know. The more clean it is, the more, I don't know, redundant it seems for me. Maybe redundant is not the right word, but it's kind of, it doesn't have the character, you know, it lacks character. And the more cracks and the more stuff like that a building has, the more character it has, and this zoo should have character, and this is why I'm doing this. Really happy. Speaking of really happy, you can see also this little tree support over here for the small trees growing. I also kind of love this one, so we will need this in the zoo quite more often. It's more realistic, it looks good, so I just put these things in here. Quite a big fan of it, how it turned out. Yeah, as you can see, now we are going into the decal work. As I said, it's looking rather good. I wished we had more decals by now. Like, when they brought these decals in with the Euro pack, I already was a huge fan of them. But I think it's a missed opportunity to not have included more of these with every single pack. At this point, I'm wondering, like, how cool would it be if we would get like a decal of all the different textures we already have? Like, give us every stone we have as like a crackdown decal version of it, because then you could also just make a nicer transition of these materials into each other without actually needing to use a million bajillion pieces. And, you know, at the end of the day, that would be a huge savior on performance. At the same time, it would be a huge improvement of the visuals you can create. So yeah, at the end, I'm very happy about this. One thing I haven't been too happy about is the following minutes, because it's been a pain to build, but chat was right. Or am I saying chat, or do I say Omi? It doesn't matter, because it kind of was the same at this point in time during our live stream. The chat was basically personified Omi, because he was legit the only one chatting. Not because no one else wanted, it was because he was legit taken over. But the good thing is, he forced me into doing some netting, some custom netting. And this is a good moment. If anyone of Frontier, lovely folks at Frontier are watching, and I know at some points devs and stuff are watching the videos, hey, you know, if you have a spare minute, how about a proper netting piece? Well, or maybe just the in-game netting in a more small way or whatnot. It's been a little bit of a pain to create these things out of mesh pieces. I tried a couple of things here to make it, you know, more of a dense mesh, but then again, you can't really look through. It might look realistic at first glance, but then you don't see anything from the animals behind. It's just kind of a, I don't know, realism versus doability in the game, or feasibility in the game. And I didn't find this feasible because you just legit couldn't see the animals anymore because pieces overlapping. And of course, the hit on performance with so many pieces in one specific spot is quite hefty. So I decided against that for, you know, good reasons. But you can tell that I made this design now. The only bad thing about this is, and I haven't been able to solve it, is that now the animals can escape like crazy. Like, realistically, these animals couldn't escape anymore. But in the game's logic, now the animals can escape, because for whatever reason they can climb on it and jump on it. I disabled the climbing option, but these animals in the game have a problem with jumping, so they can jump like 3 meters, and so they're jumping through non-existing holes, I guess, on top of the netting, and then they just go out of the building. Gotta have to fix that. I have no idea how I'm gonna fix this. Yeah, I have to see. It's at this point really a hard thing, because they can escape via this thing by just jumping everywhere. The easiest fix would be to get rid of the upper area of the netting, but then again, it doesn't even look that realistic anymore. But I have to see how I do this. You know, at the end of the day, the game should work, but it's not. So yeah. Anyhows, more about this habitat you'll see in the real-time part. But before we actually jump into the real-time part, there is a little cinematic for you flying through this main area of the habitat, and then we see each other in the real-time part. Hello and welcome back to Planet Zoo and to Zoo Sicily. Today we are back in our wonderful project with the Fennec Fox habitat, and it's going to be a very good habitat. Honestly, it's my best Fennec Fox habitat I did so far, with a couple of cool things I haven't done in the past. So be curious for what we are doing, and also make sure to stick with me. I'm going to talk a lot about the future of you know, Zoo Sicily in today's video. It's going to be fun. But before we really start, I have another sponsored message for you guys. So let's do that. All right, we're back, and as always, I'm just super happy to be able to give you the chance to grab a good game with a good value. You know, as a lot of good games coming out during the second part of this year, it's going to be very exciting what we can get there. You can also pre-order and stuff like that, but you know this already. Now let's talk about this very dome in front of us. What would a Rudy build be without a dome, huh? Basically not a Rudy build, I guess. So at the end of the day, we have to always think about the fact that I have a special, how do you say that even? Passion for domes and for special builds. But this one over here is going to be a more zoo-like habitat, as you are used to it maybe from real life zoos, and it fits super well into this specific spot over here in the location on the opposite side of the Sandcat, but also behind the Black Panther. And then we're also going to have this wonderful terrace over there, from which you can have a wonderful overview into the vast nature of what Sicily is. It's just beautiful over here. So I'm still absolutely stoked with this project. And while you're seeing the speed build and a little bit of finicky stuff with you know, that just kind of weird tool that we all hate, but have to deal with. Yeah, at the end of the day, I will do a little bit of an invisible pass at the top, simply because we can do this with free build, which is pretty cool, and this enables me to do something really nice with it. I at the end decided against making this dome also styled from the inside. It's going to be only from the outside, because that's what you see as a guest, and you won't see it from the inside. And I think the Fennec Foxes don't really care too much about if it's nice looking or not. So I went for the functionality part of it. But it's looking super cool at the end. I honestly have to say that this habitat really grew on me during the build. I think it's one of the most finished ones I've ever done in terms of the viewing spots and stuff like that. It looks just super clean. It makes a whole lot of sense. It's really, really fitted in this spot very nicely. And it also makes the transition into what will be the restaurant area pretty nice. You'll see at the end of the episode, there is already the blueprint of the of what will be the terrace and what will be the restaurant. It's going to be a little bit more of a bigger episode next time around. So the next episode will definitely focus on finishing up this area over here. We might actually get in with some small exhibits as well, just making sure that we have something more for the guests to go to and also to include in the next episode. But the next episode will focus actually on the restaurant over here. That's going to sit next to the Fennec Foxes. But as you can tell, this dome is where they have their wonderful privacy sleeping place. We put a little tree on top that is growing from the center, and then we also have like this these kind of, you know, semi-open things. Just imagine there would be glass in there. I tried to put glass in, it just always looked weird because you couldn't make it round enough. You've seen at the beginning of the episode that I made it round, but with these round glass pieces you couldn't really do anything because they were overlapping too often, and then it just kind of looked weird again. So yeah, I couldn't really fit any real nice looking glass in there, but you have to imagine that this would be glass, obviously, so people do not throw anything in there. You know, food is one thing, but you could also put, like, I don't know, keys or anything that would hurt the animals seriously. So I'm very happy that this is not the case in real life, and so just imagine that there is glass in between. Speaking of imagining or imagination, this is going to be one of the first builds where we actually only use a facade instead of a real building. So on the opposite side with the Sandcat, we had a real building. It was repurposed, obviously, to the backstage. But for the Fennec Foxes, we will utilize a couple of theme park elements, as in just a backdrop that is not really existing. The only thing that goes through there in my imagination is a facility pathway that just goes from the entrance of the habitat towards the restaurant. You'll see that later, but it's actually looking good, and I really like how this turned out. But in general, I like how this corner in general over here turned out. It's looking really, really nice. It's a really kind of it feels finished, it feels good, it feels nice. I just genuinely love the fact that we have chosen this spot over here to bring something in, and I can really feel how this is helping me to bring this project to another level in terms of habitats in general. I mean, we have a lot of bigger areas that look absolutely fantastic, and they look dope. But then we were lacking a couple of these smaller habitats that you would just spend some time there, and your kids could actually have a look while you sit on a bench. And I don't know, growing and having a kid just makes me also think different about, layouts of a park, because as a young person without any responsibilities other than keeping myself alive, which was hard enough though, but at the end of the day, there was no other responsibility than that. You have a totally different view on how certain parks should look and how certain things are layouted, because you also do not have any issues. You can just, and you want to see big things, you want to go on big roller coasters, you want to go on stuff like that. But the more you grow and the more you are in a different position, and I'm not even speaking of being a parent, just imagine people who are disabled or sitting in a wheelchair or something like that, want and are allowed to enjoy parks the exact same way. And so you have to incorporate certain things for those people as well. And I just kind of love the fact, thinking more and more about this, making things just super accessible, that I think this is the biggest thing about Zoo Sicily. It should be a very barrier-free park at the end of the day. I'm saying very, not fully, because there's also something about, and maybe this is weird now, but it's my personal opinion, don't take this as just something that is, I don't know, what people think. It's just my personal opinion. But I think sometimes in a very few occasions, it's totally fine if things are not barrier free. And I'm even speaking as a dad who's the one, pushing the stroller and stuff like that. Sometimes in like historical areas, I just think keeping the character is more important than changing it. I mean, you can always, as long as you provide something that doesn't change how the original thing is. So, for example, if you add some ramps that you can actually get rid of again, like these metal ramps or something like that, this is totally fine. But then again, just don't change the overall build, because it kind of has a historic value. And I think sometimes it's just important to keep a certain character in a few areas, and then I'm totally fine. But whenever you do something more modern and something that is totally planned, why wouldn't you do it barrier free? There's just no reason why you wouldn't. But yeah, speaking of struggles, this is a little bit of a struggle I had over here myself when I was trying to bring in, again, the foliage and the rocks and stuff. It's actually a juggle at this point to really keep that Sicilian and not African. And it's fun because I did not know how similar certain elements of those two cultural influences are, even though you can pretty much distinguish both, like, in a split second. But when it comes to nature and specific usage of materials, it is more similar than you would think. And I think this is also down to the fact that you do not really think too often about the fact what weather and temperature and climate has as an influence, And I think this is just pretty much obvious why certain elements are used the same way, because they have been used over decades and have been tested and have been found the exact perfect thing to be used in these climate conditions. And that just makes sense. But at the end of the day, I wanted to keep this Sicilian style, and this is what the restaurant is going to be made for. This is the actual tool I'll need to make this area really look Sicilian, so you can really expect this thing to be a wonderful little area as you would imagining in Sicily. I want to have this one as a location you would go to in the evenings in Sicily, just having a wonderful Italian, South Italian, Mediterranean evening with the Mediterranean Sea that you can look at, and just something that you would enjoy as a kid and as an adult, but also as a parent, something that the whole family would enjoy and can turn into an actual party. But then again, can also be like a family-friendly party, as long as, the kids are awake. But once they're in bed, the party gets a little bit more, tipsy, I should say. But no, at the end of the day, I'm really happy with the idea that stands behind that. Also in the usage of colors and stuff, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be really good, and I'm really looking forward to how this is turning out once it's done. Because at the moment I'm working on the side project, which I'm about to have a live stream. I'm very sorry, the live stream might be, I'm not even sure when I'm going to upload this video. If everything runs well, it's going to be uploaded on Saturday, but it's more likely to be uploaded on Sunday. But also the live stream is going to be more likely on Sunday. So keep your eyes on my Twitch channel. Maybe I'm live tonight, depending on which day I'm uploading, it's both accurate, I guess. But it's, yeah, let me just quickly give you a little note to why it's so difficult at the moment. So the last couple weeks at work have been insanely busy, insanely stressful. We were about to hand in a couple of jobs with a deadline, and as it always is, the closer you get to the deadline, you obviously find a bajillion jobs that have to be done. And yeah, just in general, also, you know, preseason has started with football as well, and just our house and outside weather is good, so you start doing stuff in the garden again. So many things happening IRL, so that made me really juggle my time, and at the end of the day, there was not really that much time left, and so I had to just kind of cancel my plans here and there and reschedule, which is always the case if you're not doing this full time. You have to adjust this to your everyday life, and I really hope that you guys are fine with that. I still think that I'm doing way more than enough content, given the fact that I'm doing this as a hobby. So please be nice with me, especially with the live streams. We will keep our schedule. We will kind of keep on, not schedule, but our promise to have about 2 live streams a week. It's hard at the moment, but I'm getting there. It's working, you know. So we had Monday, so maybe this time around Sunday, and who knows, maybe Monday again. We'll see about that. But yeah, speaking of see about that, we are now going to add the latest fans, and this one is really nice looking, because this is so simple, you know, and I'm going to make like a nice little curvature into it, and this little curvature really makes this stand out. It's something that I haven't done too often, and I'm not sure why, but this little curvature in the altitude change makes it already so much more realistic as in a real zoo. You would incorporate these altitudes or like these height differences, obviously for kids as well, so that they can also have a look, and kids grow quite quickly. So some kids can stand on the left-hand side where the wall is not as deep, and then on the other side, the very small kids can have a little looky look over the fence. And this is something I never thought about, but this spreads out the kids by themselves. You know, you don't even have to do it yourself. If everything maintains the same height, the kids would always go to the one spot that you can see the best. I mean, still they would do this as well, but some other kids now might actually go to a different position to see better, because it's not as tall and not as high, and therefore they spread out a little bit according to their own body height. And I think this is kind of a beautiful concept I never thought about, but you know, that's making it. Oops, I just hit my microphone. I haven't done that in a while for the live stream. I mean, I do that all the time for the video. I do that all the time in live stream, but I don't do that too often in videos anymore. I changed the position of my microphone a bit. If the sound might be a little bit different right now, that's down to it. And also the last episode has been super low. I'm very sorry about this. I received an Elgato update for the microphone, and they cranked up the volume of the headphones. And I didn't notice that, and I was like, oh my god, why was my microphone so loud? And I just toned it all the way down so my ears wouldn't bleed. What I didn't notice is that my headphones were cranked up like twice as much as before or so. And so it just seemed, for me, it seemed fine, but apparently on YouTube it was way too low. So sorry for that. It should be fixed for this episode. I took the old values and should be fine right now. So yeah, as you can see, this is another little viewing spot over here, which is totally beautiful. I love it. It's looking so slick and so nice looking over there. Absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, so that's that for the time lapse. I really hope you guys enjoyed this. There are a couple of little things I did in between, but you'll see them once we are in the real-time part in a couple of seconds. So let's jump over there. In today's special episode of Zoo Sicily, we're going to bring in dolphins into this area of the park. Well, technically, they're not in the park. If we have a look at a map of the Mediterranean Sea, you can see around Sicily there are quite some spots for dolphins. We're going to focus on the southwest part, as you can see here, and we're going to turn this area into this area, with a wonderful restaurant on top, looking down into the area of the coast. I'm very excited to bring this to you, so let's get this started. Alright, today's video is going to be a little bit differently structured. Since I had so much material, I have to structure that in different parts. And we're going to start with the, well, obvious terraforming part. We had to change this entire area and include a new part of the sea. So you've seen the map a couple of seconds ago. Also, thank you for still being here in the video. Hopefully you stick with me through the entire video. I'm trying to be very precise in what I've done to give you maximum inspiration and explanation at the same time. So remember the map we've looked at the beginning. If you haven't seen that one, make sure to, go back and have a look. So we imagined that this is the part of Sicily where we are on the southwest part, the coast, you know, looking down to Africa, if you will. If you've got very good eyes and you're very high up, you could see. And so we have to adjust this a little bit over here. And we are imagining that this is the part where you look down to, and imagine that this is a very well-known spot for our beloved dolphins. Now, as I've said, they are not really part of the, you know, of the zoo because they are living in the free, but more about that in a second. As this is done, now the next part to focus on, obviously, is some rock work, because as you can see over here, as a little hint, this is going to be Sicily, and as you know, I have established a certain look to this whole area in the front with the whitish stones, and forgot again how they are exactly called in English, but these type of stones are very common for this area, and I wanted to make it look a lot more like that. And also, since the very beginning of Planet Zoo, I'm still not a big fan of the very repetitive texture. So if there's anything that I really would love to have improved about the absolutely phenomenal terraforming tool in this game, it's by far the best terraforming editor I have had in a game so far. The quality of the textures do not quite match the quality of the textures that the game offers in general. So I would really love to see a bigger pattern of textures and stuff, but you know, we can somehow get over it with the usage of stones and rock work and stuff like that. The only issue I always have over here is the insane amount of pieces we have to use or abuse for that. So I might say that already, I could have gone a lot more crazy over here. You know that how I did it in Yosemite, but I would love to keep on building a little bit more in this file. So I just did enough to make it look good, but not perfect, but to sell the illusion. The focus should really be on the restaurant, which we're going to talk about in a couple of minutes, but this is really important to focus on. Now, next up is some foliage work. As I've said, I wanted to save some performance with the rocks, and so I tried to make sure that this looks like a bit more of a less lush field type of area. So it's not really overgrown too much. We have a lot of open parts, and you've seen I've been checking constantly images in the background. I tried to really match up what Sicily looks like, and I'm still very happy that you guys keep on commenting. That is exactly the same look and vibe that you feel when you're in southern Italy, or especially Sicily itself. I've gotten so many comments from you guys living there that this is all spot on, and honestly, since I haven't been there, this is a great honor to hear that. I mean, obviously, there are quite some similarities to many other areas in the Mediterranean Sea I have been to, but still not exactly this area, so super grateful for all of your comments. But as I've mentioned before, I wanted to ensure that this still looks very believable. So what I did is I tried to take some blueprints, as you can see over here, and I just kind of put them all over here. So we have some points where our eye can focus on to grab some detail, and then we can start developing a more full picture from these little spots, you know. And at the end, I used some grass pieces to really get some depth in, because as you know that the grass that you paint down with the painting tool is super gorgeous if you're close up, but it doesn't really do anything from quite a distance. So you need something that kind of creates some depth, and I will use some grass in a bit. But as always, my very beloved stone trick, if you don't know that one, if you want to get some stones and stuff in your area, but you don't want to sink them all in at once, individually, you can do it at once. So the trick is you basically take those stones and you keep on putting them to the ground, but make sure that you have align to surface always activated, and you do not move them into the ground with holding shift down, or you can do that if you want some certain effects. Once you've done all of that, you can take the whole group and raise lower or raise it as you like, and so you can always change how much of the stones should be seen, and hence you gain some control over how much detail you want to have. And also the beauty of that is you create one entire group of one piece of stone, and then you can recolor the same thing afterwards. If you do not feel the same color anymore, you can blend that in a lot nicer. This is the grass piece. I used the exact same technique for that one, just putting it down, make sure it's all aligned, and then sink that in a little bit to not make it too crazy, and then blend that actually in with the painting tool. It's very simple, but as you can see, you are creating a very nice area that is not as crazily detailed as it could be, but it still looks good. Just, you know, kind of stealing some of the pieces I've already used here and there, just to get it kind of a little bit details here and there. It's also very important that you know, blend in a couple of details here and there, just to give the feeling there is more detail. But, you know, at a certain point your eye is satisfied, and that's that. Next up in this build is going to be the focus on this upper terrace there, as you can see, where we are going to put down a couple more things before we can actually build it. It has to be supported. I wanted to make it overhanging first, but then I figured it's not exactly what I want, because overhanging might already be too modern in a way. I mean, you can technically still do that with like a very kind of traditional look, but I felt like the bridge we used in the panda area is very underrepresented in this zoo. I still like the design so much that I thought it's good to take, but I needed to straighten that piece up a little, because I wanted to make obviously a lovely area for the people to see, to find a seat later on. And I might already add this. This is going to be a bit more of a more expensive venue, so it's also excluded from the zoo technically. You can't just walk in and get something. You really have to either get a ticket for that, or just make sure that you book a table or something like this. This is, in my imagination, like kind of an in-zoo experience, but you have to book it simply because this view sells well, I guess, in a zoo, so you can use that. And this could also be a lovely venue for later, you know, the day, as the zoo may close. You can still get to this point, as we've always talked about. That is a feature of the entire zoo, that this is not only for the zoo itself, but, you know, we have a whole story behind that, and it's always important to bring in these little things, and the restaurant is one of those, as kind of a counterpart to our lemur house, which acted as another one, where, you know, that we have this wonderful plaza in front of it, which I already said this could also be a nice venue for like an event. This one over here is more like a dining experience, which is not so loud, and we have some animals in here that wouldn't cope well with like a big event, but like a normal restaurant would be okay-ish. We do have the sand cat over here, and we do also have the fennec fox, as I remember correctly, hopefully. Those two are living in here. I still like the idea that we have them in this tiny spot. I think it's a very nice spot. Imagine if, for example, the parents book the seat, the kids can still roam around and look at some animals, or actually try to catch the sight of a dolphin. I mean, how amazing would that be to have a seat over there and you can see some dolphins living in the wild? As promised, let's quickly talk about exactly this. The dolphins are obviously something that you want to see in an area like that. Like, it's the Mediterranean Sea might not be the most well-known spot for dolphins, but for me personally, I'm not sure if everyone is like that, but it's such a special experience if you see them in the wild. And as you know, well, I have to make a little break. Let's quickly talk about dolphins in general, shall we? I made this video a while ago, I think over a year ago, where we talked about if like citizens and like in general orcas and dolphins, if they would belong in zoos. And you know, to keep it simple, no, I don't think they belong in zoos, but I think they could belong in a zoo game if implemented correctly. If you want to have my whole opinion on that, make sure to watch the video. It's too long to do it in that one, but if there is a certain story around that, like for example, like a rescue lagoon, or kind of a, you know, whole lagoon experience in which you have them to make them ready for the wildlife again, or whatnot. You know, there are ideas to make this, and also do the same as with the polar bear, give them crazy restrictions. However, for this zoo, I didn't want to go even into this discussion, but I wanted to have dolphins in here because they are so tied to the Mediterranean Sea. They're one of the most famous animals for the Mediterranean Sea area anyways, so I wanted to have them in, and we have a beautiful mod for that, obviously. Also, big thanks to Leaf. He actually adjusted the mods just for me, so big thanks to you, mate. I have this updated one in the final walkthrough, so be excited for this one. It's gonna be very short, but also very cool, because we have a lovely view from this terrace over here. Now, I have two parts of the terrace, because as I said, you need to book a table in the restaurant, so not everyone would be allowed to just straight up walk into this and annoy the people while standing next to them. So I figured we need also like a viewing platform that is separated from the actual dining experience. And so we have this natural kind of overhang over here, which also gets some support. These are like the support arches we used for the Colosseum, for the lions. Big spoiler ahead, we're gonna change this one. The lions are still... It almost feels like the cat house, the big cat house in Yosemite, which used to be lovely, but at the end I just felt like it's out of place. And I just don't feel it, and I think we have to redo it at some point, but it's not going to be too soon, just as a little spoiler. We also have to talk something more about this build, because in the next part of today's video, we're going to talk details. Oh, I'm just so in love with that. Let's focus on this detail part here. I had the idea to make this a dining experience, and I figured, you know what, it has to be one. So I thought, you know, we have these cool pieces from, oh boy, what was that? I think it was actually the Southeast Asia pack. I forgot which one that was, or the tropical pack. No, they are from the tropical pack, and I have never really used them for many things, but I figured this makes up for like a very cool deco. Excuse me. It's been something I've been looking forward to do, and it just turned out so beautifully. It's a tiny bit of an overkill, but this is simply due to the way the pieces are designed. They have a tiny bit too much wave in them. How do I explain that the right way? They are not flat, so they look like fabric hanging down somewhere, and I'm going to use them on a straight plate, which physically is not really correct. Physics had another idea. They should be a little bit more straight. So I ended up doing it still. As I said, it looks like a dining experience now at the end. I'm quite happy with it. I might actually change the color of this one a little bit more. I forgot the name in English, by the way, but is it kind of a table carpet? I forgot. That's a German name, literal translated. I'm extremely sure that this is not the correct way to pronounce that, or to call it actually. But yeah, we're gonna put some candles on, some typical Mediterranean plates and stuff, and yeah, just making it look like a bit more as a proper, more expensive, more real restaurant, if you will. And also implemented obviously the cooking experience. And this one over here is something I wanted to do again in a while. We have our winery that already has like a kind of self-service area. I imagine that this one over here has no self-service area, but what it does have is a kind of very cool yeah, is it salad bar or is it a fruit bar? Let's call it a fruit bar. I think we've got more fruits in here. Speaking of the different form factor over here, you can tell the solution I used for that one is a different one. I just at the end ended up using plaster pieces. To be fair, they look quite decent, but I did not want to do that for the other tables. I just didn't feel it. It looked too plain and too straight, so I kept the way I did it. I kept the first iteration because I liked it more. But yes, you can see it looks very neat. It looks very cool, and I think it gets this Mediterranean vibe across, and that's all I wanted to do with this one over here. I don't want to call it realistic. It's not as far, you know, but it's I think it really sells the idea, and it's adding so much value to this build specifically. It's looking really good, and you could have gone a little bit more in detail, especially with the more decals and stuff, but I'm quite happy with how it looks. We will be doing a suppathon this afternoon, starting at 7 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And depending on how generous people are and how much they want to sub, there is a good chance we will end up in Sicily again. And this might then be the point where we're going to fix some of the issues. If you want to see the full suppathon plan, you can find it either on my YouTube wall or in my Discord, or maybe even on social, on Twitter and on Instagram's that other platform, right? Yeah, so I will have shared that hopefully yesterday evening, because I will have to do it after the recording. Yeah, time is crazy. But yeah, just as a little side note, and we might end up doing a couple of more detailings here in this park. And I'm also looking at a stream in the near future where we're doing all the backstage thingies in Sicily, which is still open, and we have to fix it now because otherwise I will never do it. But yeah, so we are almost at the end of the time lapse, and I think you got a good overview of what we've done, but there's some kind of little tweaks I did in between. So let's jump right into the real-time part. This is an orangutan in Sicily, and a siamang and a tapir, and together they are in our arboreal gardens. If you wonder how they got there, well, today we're going to look at how this has been done and how this has become one of my coolest builds in a while. So we are starting with the general layout. We'll also look later into the general building, the fence and barrier design, the towers, how I actually did the climbing towers. Then we look into some habitat detailing and the finishing touches to make it a realistic build. Now, with the music change, welcome to today's voiceover. We are starting with a little bit of the layout, and as you can tell from what you see on screen, I opted for a garden style that has different elements, like different circles that come together to one coherent build later on, and the connecting factor is going to be the climbing frames. You'll see that in the next part obviously, but we're starting with the layout of the housing. Now my thought behind that was I wanted to have like a little raised area from where the people can look into the indoor section, and the indoor section is also like a dual layer section. So the idea is that I make the visible part a little bit raised so that this is where the people look in and also we can see the zoo. But the lower part, which usually would be the realism stables and stuff, will be only implied. So we kind of save a little bit of work over here, but it still is part of the overall thinking process. So everything is raised. So in our imagination, the cages and stuff will actually be on the lower level, and they will have some windows to the backside because it is on a cliff. You could also get some really good daylight in there anyways, but that has been one of my main thoughts behind this. You can see now a little bit further into the build. I cut out a lot of thinking, a lot of processing, because I changed a couple of things a million times. I tried to incorporate as many new pieces as possible, but I also wanted to make them kind of logically used and not just for the sake of being there. So I ended up trying out a lot of things, and the only thing I really loved was the brand new lower area stuff, while Alexa in the background is doing some stuff here. I hope you don't really notice that too much, but yeah, so it's really very interesting to understand how this building has been built and how this building in general is is vibe-wise, it's actually Sicily, but then again, it has a lot of influences from the newer packs as well. But it was really hard to opt for this specific style. We are using, as you can see, stuff from the Twilight set. We're using stuff from the brand new Oceania pack, but we're also using a lot of the in-game pieces that have been here from the very beginning, a lot of standard pieces to make it somewhat realistic. But yeah, it turned out to be very nicely looking. It is one of the more modern builds of Zoo Sicily, I would say, but it remains very much fitting into the style of Zoo Sicily itself, and I'm quite proud of the finished result. You'll see that in the real-time part. I think it really integrates super well into the overall style of Sicily without being awfully copy-paste from the other buildings, so it has its unique style while being very good or very well integrated into the style of Zoo Sicily, as I just said a couple seconds ago. So I'm very proud. I also left some things open over here, and they won't be closed because we are talking about animals that are pretty smelly. So we have these openings here, and in fact Sicily is not going to be that super cold, and once it's super cold they can still go into their implied inside stables. Now I'm going to put down a couple of rocks over here, but again we have to imagine them being the virtual barrier to what is realistically the lower area. If you now do peek in the background, there is a brand new kind of rope frame in the center. You'll see it in detail in our real-time part. Unfortunately, I lost the recording, but I can tell you, my god, that was quite the hell to build. I made a very cool like rope canopy of the new rope pieces from brand new Oceania pack, but it was a hell to make it look good and to fit in. Like, I opted for a circular approach at the end to make it rather simple, but it still looks good. So you'll see that throughout the time lapse a couple more times, but yeah. Now, as promised, we are speaking about the barriers right now, and I went for, as I said, a bit more of a modern approach of a lower down habitat that is separated by these kind of concrete walls. You would see that very often in modern zoos, that they work with these kind of modern concrete walls. For once, it's relatively easy to build these because you just kind of make the frame and then they pour in the concrete and everything is set in place, and then you can use that as a foundation to put on your fences. But it also helps obviously to keep the animals relatively nicely separated from the people, at the same time as giving them some privacy, because always like lowering or raising the platform is having good effects on, for example, the noise reduction, noise level of people and stuff like that. So that always helps. And as you've seen, I've also put down some glass panels in front of it to further reduce the noise that would get into the habitat, and also to keep people away from jumping down, because necessarily it's not like super steep and super deep. I didn't want to make this like inaccessible in a way. I wanted to keep it very much close to it, but yeah. As I've done all the fencing, I went in and also connected some of the viewing galleries with some unique styles, as you can see over here, using one of the fountains the other way around. And then I started putting down some bamboo to the back of the habitat just to make sure it's kind of visually separated. And as promised, we also have another circular little habitat element on the other side of the pathway. This is going to be the location to where all the animals will climb and go over to, simply because we need to have like a destination that makes the whole garden like kind of a garden in order to make them go somewhere. Because if you only have these arboreal platforms, they not really necessarily go on top of that, because they have not really a dedicated location to go to, so they don't really have a destination to go to, and this is why I opted for this second layer habitat on the other side of the plaza. The problem though was that keepers cannot access this one, as always, and then you can't really put anything in that a keeper is required for, and also our tapirs wouldn't make it over there simply because they cannot climb. But I think this is one sacrifice that we can make, because the siamangs and also our friends the orangutans will go over. Also, before I forget to mention that, I know that siamangs and orangutans usually do not go together. Like, I did not really understand how it was all done in you know, in the Zoopedia. For whatever reasons, it just didn't work. Oh no, actually siamangs do go together with orangutans, but the tapirs do not. But at the end of the day, I'm like, you know what, they will get along. They'll get along. Anyways, we are looking at the towers, and I might say, as much as I love the design, it's broken. It doesn't work. It did work, and then there was an update or whatever happened, and it's not working anymore. I will reach out to Frontier and send them the map over. I have no freaking idea how to fix it. The moment I finished the work on these towers, I broke the brachiation, and I broke also this platform in general. Like, it just doesn't work. For whatever reason, for the siamangs it perfectly works. For the orangutans, nothing I tried works. I couldn't get it back to work. They can't use the platforms, they are just climbing over them, but nothing else like that. You'll see that eventually in the real-time part. And I spent now 2.5 hours trying to fix it, and I literally just gave up. Visually, they are stunning. I love the design. It went through a lot of iterations that you won't see. You see already one of the final designs, and yeah, I gotta admit, this has been inspired by a video I saw online a couple of days earlier, when there was like orangutan yeeting a possum down off like one of these, I think it was Singapore or something like that, or was it Korea? I'm not sure where the zoo was. I just saw that video on social media. I was a little bit shocked, but I heard the possum is actually alive, I think. But that was wild, and I saw that and I was like, yeah, it's not the most funny video, but it was very inspirational because of that tower in the middle, where the orangutan actually went up. I was wondering why the possum was up there in the first place, but that's definitely something not to talk about right now. But yeah, I ended up with this wonderful design, and then I made a connection with these wonderful climbing pieces. And fun fact, at the beginning, as I said, they did brachiation over here. I did do a lot of tests before I went on, and I kept building and building, and I did not touch these things, and all of a sudden it was broken. For whatever reason, I don't know. But yeah, as I said, you better keep with me till the end of the video where we look at this for the real-time part. But oh boy, does this look good. Also, if you're wondering why there are so many cuts in here, the material would have lasted for over 40 minutes of time-lapse if I would have sped it up 9 times. Now, you can calculate yourself how much valuable content I have, and I'm not even speaking of the recordings that I would throw away anyways. That was a long build. I spent the entire week and more building solely on this build, so I really hope it's paying off, but yeah, it really needed a lot of detailing as well to sell the idea. Sometimes you really notice that all the details make the difference. And specifically in this build, you can see that putting in effort to make also the garden in between look very clean and finished. And I mean, clean is not the right word. I think finished and done is the better word. And also, you always go for a certain level of overgrowing, I guess, in a way, or like weather effect or age. I don't know, and maybe age is the right word. If it's relatively new, there wouldn't be that much grunge and that much details, but if it's already quite a little bit older, you would put a lot more plants in. The plants would have grown further into their, you know, real size and stuff like that. So these are things to consider once you build this. And I remember that I thought this could be like a newer one, but it's not technically new, you know, it's not a new build. It already has been here for like 2 or 3 years, and therefore there is already a little bit of weathered effects on most of the things. Stuff has aged and there's a bit more foliage grown around, but it's not like super big, you know, it's not like super overgrown. You've got the usual stuff like bracken and stuff, and you know, obviously the trees and so on, I imagine would have already been here. So that is the consideration I did. But yeah, as you can see, there was this wonderful platform that kind of dips into the whole habitat, so you have a way better view. Like with all the circles, this ended up being like a little almost like a land tongue, if you know what I mean, like almost like a tongue that goes into the habitat in order to give you like a super nice view of the animals roaming around, because from there you can also see the tapirs, you can see the sea monks, and you can also see obviously our best friends, the orangutans. Actually, the orangutan is the kind of hero of this episode. I could have opted also for a habitat solely with them, but I figured it turned out to be a little bit too big for only having the orangutans in. Fun fact though, it's almost gigantic if you look at it, but from the traversable area, it's just about enough for the orangutans. I was shocked when I looked at that. I was like, okay, that seriously needs to be 3 or 4 times the size. Nope. Because of all the restraints and all the stuff where they couldn't climb, and this is a perfect segue into this part of the video, I needed to make this mountain a lot more accessible for animals, so I opted for a bit more detailing that equally at the same time wasn't even detailing, it was also helping them to get up there, improving the traversable area. And then we went back into the already previously mentioned area below this circular pathway, or terrace I could call it, in order to make this realistically their stables and their backstage area. As you can see, I'll fix a couple of issues here, putting some doors in, making sure everything has like a proper ground concrete pouring, so to say, where everything would be built on top of, you know, that's the wording. And then putting some gates in, putting some other kind of yeah, what's that, like a garage door? I don't know, it's like a gate where they would technically go in. And then we've got, obviously we've got 3 of them, because we've got the orangutans that would have 1, that might be this to the right hand side, and then we've got something for the sea monks and the tapirs on the left hand side. So everyone is separated in their own dedicated winter area, if you want. And then I figured, you know what, last but not least, we do need like a little climbing frame in the center of this canopy over here, where the people can get up close, and potentially even they have like a winter canopy that can be put over it, so maybe protect this from rain, so they can go outside, get some fresh air without being pouring wet and stuff like that. So this is the idea. I did not put this on top because I wanted to keep it relatively light and open, but you can imagine that they just have that huge kind of canopy or foil or whatever they have to put on top of that kind of, yeah, tent, whatever that is. And I ended up going for like an idea with some beautifully designed, as I find them really beautiful, hammocks, as you will see in a second. Now we finally have the chance to use these small rope pieces in order to make like a really cool looking hammock. And I opted also for like a triangular look. Actually, I do think this really looks fantastic. And they work. They do have, or they do create a traversable area for the animals. So at least the lower one, you'll see I have 2 of them, but the lower one actually acts like one. You can also see the strategy I use to build these is like always using one side, then push them in, lower them slightly down, and then also make sure that everything kind of aligns perfectly, so that at the end of the day, each step you go to the center gets 1 piece less from the sides, and so you can also merge them nicely together, and you still maintain this kind of little incline towards the upper edges of this triangular shape. And there you can see it looks really cool, really smooth. And then I added some of these just to ensure that this would be hanging realistically on these you know, logs or whatever. Well, that's already been it with the time lapse. I really hope you guys enjoyed this so far. Also a bit more structured today in order to follow the steps that I took to build this. And I would hand you over now to the real-time Rudy. Be excited. It's looking shockingly good. I really love it. So yeah, enjoy it. It's time to turn this blank green canvas in something really cool, like this wonderful king penguin habitat, which is actually eco-friendly. But how we got there and what's the plan behind this, you'll learn in today's video. So let's get going. So this habitat has been a very hard challenge, and there are many reasons for that, which we'll get to in a second. But before we start, we do have a little message from the sponsor, and fear not, we have to integrate that today because there are some really good games coming up I'm gonna talk about in a second. It's no secret that Assassin's Creed just dropped and you get some good value on that one, but also City Skylines is around the corner, so if you wanna pre-order that one, you can find everything in there. So actually, I'm still very happy that Instant Gaming is a sponsor of the channel, because it makes sense. But now I don't want to annoy you too much with that. Let's talk about the big challenge number one, and this is a king penguin in Sicily. Full stop. Let alone the fact that we have such an Arctic animal, or like, let's say, just in general, cold weather animal, in a region that usually is super sunny and super warm, I should say. Now, the problem I have is obviously that I want to make this zoo also kind of profitable in a way that it is not only working because the owner is super rich or whatever and can do loss wherever he wants. No, this should actually be a project in which things are working rather well, because as we set out to have the whole story around a you know, an investor who wants to make a profitable but yet great zoo, and working with the local environmental circumstances rather than fighting them, actually working with them, I set out to make this habitat eco-friendly, which I think is in general something that you guys seem to like at the moment as a challenge, and I found this is way overdue that I do this in here as well. So what I did is I kind of did several things. You've seen already in the background, you can still see that we have already quite some solar panels in the background over here. Usually there should be more, and maybe we'll do this in the future. I'm still not the biggest fan of the in-game solar panel. I mean, I get it, you know, we've got this solar array, but if you are anywhere into solar in a way, just in general, you know that one panel wouldn't do the job, you know, not at all. You could maybe like power like a, I don't know, lantern from that or whatever for the whole day, but that's about it. So these 6 panels obviously realistically wouldn't even be remotely enough to power this entire house over here. But in order to add to that, you can see this roof design, which was harder than you think and took longer than you think. This is the final version, the one I'm going with. I had some Frankenstein versions of that one, which I totally disliked, and so I completely got rid of them. But I even got rid of the footage. It was awful. Don't get me wrong, but it just was super awful. And the design I went for as a final version is quite cool. I'm still debating with myself if it's 100% Zoo Sicily vibe, but it's very hard to change that one. Maybe I'll do in the future, but I think the way I embedded it at the end of the episode, and you'll see if you stick with me, you'll see how we do this, and there are some really cool inventions I made this time, which I haven't come up earlier, so I have some new things finally at hand for you. So you'll see how I made sure that this somehow works, and I'm a fan of that. But back to the solar panels, just to fight the problems we would have with this habitat. Let's go through them. As I said, this was one of my hardest habitats in a while, simply because I wanted to make it work with the given circumstances. Now, king penguins do request quite a cool area. So for the internal area, so for the interior, that usually isn't too much of a challenge, because, you know, you can put down coolers, you just need energy for that, some cooling water, some water purification, blah, blah, blah. That's something zoos all over the world can do already pretty nicely. But in order to make sure that you have the most of the energy provided, I created this specific roof with the plants growing on top of it. This provides a very natural isolation and insulation for making sure that the energy used is actually used in the proper way, so you do not lose too much of the you know, cooling effect you've in there. So in both directions, so the heat is not heating up the building too much, so you don't need that much power to cool it down. And once it's cooled down, the cold stuff should not leave, and so the roof also keeps it rather in there. I do admit that at the end of the episode we do not have functioning doors. I would love to have had some airlocks instead of the openings over here, but as you know how the game works, we still need some traversable area. I could have gone for these kind of plastic doors that move, or like these PVC ones, but they're kind of ugly, they're kind of big, and they also cause some issues, so I did not use them over here. I went design over functionality at this point, simply because we would need to design an actual airlock that would then just not work because the animals and also equally the keeper could not go through. Now, as I said, you need all the energy, and the solar panels are just like, they are basically symbolic, okay, for like a proper solar station over there. And as I said, maybe in the future we'll get there and make some more panels into it to make it actually one. And we also would need like a bigger battery pack that I don't have in here quite yet. I really would love to see more games come up with battery packs. Like, we've got so many games nowadays that feature solar energy, but mostly none of them feature actual battery storage systems. And you don't, batteries are not always the typical batteries. It could also be like a gravity battery. It could also be like a water pump battery. Like, there are several ways to store renewable energy. And I'm very happy that at least City Skylines 2 will feature a battery park as like addition to solar and wind energy that you will require to make your city run at night, for example. But yeah, back to the habitat. This was the first big challenge. The second big challenge I had is to really juggle the pieces I wanted to use in here, specifically the rocks and the style of the rocks. Now, as you do know, that Sicily has all these kind of white, I forgot again which material that is again, but these rocks, like, very symbolic for the region there. I wanted to mix them in with also some other ones. Obviously, these rocks are not the ones that the penguins live on, but paired with some snow effects and so on, I thought it kind of works, and I do admit it works, it does work, so it's actually cool. But obviously we also needed these underwater viewing domes, and as I've already said to you guys in the overview video of the last DLC, they are kind of a little problematic because they are needy when it comes to space and how they work. But I mean, I'm glad that Frontier fixed the flexicolor issue, so I could finally recolor them properly. But yeah, I needed to make sure that they're all like kind of equally elevated and made sure that everything looks kind of realistic. And the whole idea about the habitat is that it actually is super layered anyways, because we put it into the mountainside, or hillside I should say. It's not really probably a mountain, it's a hill, but the hill itself offers like a lot of good things for this habitat. Specifically, and now we're back at the problematic side of things, we have the backstage area for the animals, which is only implied, but you'll see that at the end in the real-time part. This one is actually inside of the hill, which makes sense in a lot of ways. So it's very good to hide away from the people, so you keep kind of the illusion going with that wonderful open habitat. But then you also have this inside of the mountain, so the cooling efficiency is maxed out because, sun and stuff wouldn't do too much about it. So that makes a lot of sense. I also wanted to make the habitat very interesting for the people to look at, so it should have different layers, and that is where obviously the hillside comes in handy yet again, so that you have like a lower down viewing gallery, which is like slightly lower down for the guest, but actually you still have to go up there to go there. So you have to really play with the elevations to have different viewing angles at the habitat. And yet again, a little teaser to stick with me throughout the episode. There is going to be very much a very cool tour at the end. You will see how the different angles work together properly. I'm a big fan of how that worked out. It looks super cool. It looks fantastic. The new fur variants, by the way, just kind of make it like a new animal. I honestly love this new king penguin. It's not new, but with all the new fur variants, it kind of feels like a new species. Also, I'm sorry for my cracking voice. Not sure what's going on. It's getting colder. I guess my body is like, yeah, now your voice has to crackle. I'm still fully healthy, so that should be the deal. But yeah, now we get to the third big issue I had, and this is the styling inside of Sicily. This was potentially the hardest task for me in a while. I got some comments about the last episode, the orangutan habitat, that it didn't feel too Sicily vibe, which honestly, I could not really understand that well because it is still based on a lot of issues. I do admit that I might have used a couple too many of the Scots pine, so I got rid of those and exchanged them with a couple of more Sicilian looking trees. It was a bit of a hard challenge to exchange them simply because the Scots pines are just awesomely perfect in size and how they look. But it's fixed now, so you'll see that in a future video I already prepared. You'll see. Be excited for that one. I have another video for this weekend Hopefully I'm gonna share that with you. It's super cool, so keep your eyes peeled on the channel for that one. It's actually something different this time around, but it's very nice. But yeah, speaking of these comments, I wanted to make sure this time that is a lot more embedded into the Sicilian style. And I have to say, I don't know, you have to comment, you have to tell me in the comments. It was super hard because of that modern building vibe I went for, which was intentional. And I do think this would be one of the more modern builds in this entire zoo anyways. One of the latest additions in our like saga, if you will. And it caused some issues. I think the biggest issue I still have with it is the form factor of the roofing. I kind of wanted to go with these kind of rounded, almost like pizza piece tent vibes, and because of the form factor of a tent, which works super well for these type of habitats and especially interiors, and it also is a bit more interesting to look at. But then again, it just kind of doesn't really resemble any of the Sicilian design styles, at least not that I can come up with. It was more like of a choice that I went for. So, you know, realistically, I should have gone for a different style of the roof, and also with the kind of wood in the middle. It would be cooler to have like some terracotta tiles on top of it. I tried my best using the clay roof pieces, but we do not have a non-grid piece for that. So that was a struggle I couldn't win, and I ended up using something else for that. So yeah, I am like, let's say 85% happy. I'll definitely need your feedback. I have some ideas how to make it even more Sicilian vibe. Like, I think we need to get more cacti in. I think we need to get more decals in to make it a bit more used looking. Definitely what will help is also to get some more shrubbery to the ground. I didn't want to put any trees in the habitat specifically, simply because that is like, you wouldn't have that. Also because we are using coolers over there, that wouldn't be too healthy for the animals. But one thing I did, and this is one of the inventions I came up with, and I saw that in one of the urban. I did some research for upcoming City Skylines videos once we have the game. I did some urban research, and I came across something that obviously I can't realize in City Skylines as of now, but I found this still very interesting. I forgot which city it was, but there is some planning going on to use like these kind of canopies over here, like hanging gardens they're calling them, in order to cool down the cities. I think it was somewhere in Spain. Was it Madrid or Barcelona or something like that? I can't really recall which one it was exactly. But basically what it is they have these canopies, and they have like moss and grass growing in there in order to get some cooling effects from the nature, and also equally use this as like a you know, emission saving thing, which obviously it does do photosynthesis in there and gets rid of the carbon dioxide in the air. So it's like a win-win-win for everyone. And I thought, you know, why not use that with the new netting pieces and the grass pieces? It looks phenomenal. I love it. The only thing we're missing, and you'll see that again, yet again, another little hint to the real-time part. You'll see that from below in the real-time part. We're missing out on some kind of soil pieces. Theoretically, you would need some soil in there, and in the real life version, they do this via embedding this into the cloth that is basically the canopy. So the canopy itself has some minerals and stuff woven into the canopy itself, and there are also some little pipes in there in order to get some water in and get the water out equally. Obviously, I couldn't do that. We don't really have these thin pieces in here, so I went just with the canopies as they are. But I have to admit, they look fantastic. I really love it. I may use them throughout the zoo a bit more, simply because they are so cool. I think this is something very modern that you can maintain relatively easy. It makes a lot of sense. It looks cool from below. It casts shadow, but you still can look through it. You can actually feel how it also would work with cooling down the wind coming on from everywhere. So it just kind of cools down the breeze. Like, it's in general like a cool invention, and I really love how I could embed that into the habitat. So it does make the habitat feel a bit more green while not being more green inside of the habitat. So I think this really makes me happy. And then I went on and put some more of the very cool new lava rocks in. I just like them too much. I put some more snow effects in, but they also have a function. They act like snow cannons over here, and I put some drains everywhere. So the idea is that these snow cannons they create like a cool area by putting down snow over here. Like obviously this is like fake snow, but it just, or is it actually fake snow? It is snow, but it's like man-made snow, if you will. And then once it's starting to melt, it will go down into the drains. The drains will give it back into the water purification system, and it will be brought back into the cannons themselves. So that way you have like a 100% circle in order to reuse the water you use for the snow. So also again, energy efficiency in the focus of this eco-friendly habitat, and then making sure that the inside is also a bit more stylized. As you can see, we are just working here on the last couple of things you need. Stuff like, as you will see in a second, you know, the access for the staff members to the backstage area, making sure there's some snow. Very barebone, very simple, but that is just like how king penguins habitats are. I mean, I can't really do too much about it. This is just how they are treated in the, I mean, and this is how their actual habitat in the real world looks as well. So there's not really that much to say about it, other than that I find they still have a very decent habitat in general. Like the ones I know from zoos, they are amongst the most boring habitats anyways, because it's just bare bone Arctic area that they have. So whatever, it's not really that much you can talk about. It's not like super interesting to look at from that point of view. So I think the habitat itself does a good job to make it look a lot more interesting than these habitats usually do look. But that said, it's time to hand you over to the real-time Rudy. Something super neglected are exhibit animals. And today we are going to focus on exactly this by building a wonderful exhibit house. Have fun. And with that, welcome back finally to Zoo Sicily. Yeah, it's been a while. We've been focusing on Leafy Lake, but today we are building a all-in exhibit house with a binturong actually roaming around in there too, as a little spoiler, which is kind of cool. But I gotta admit also that this time lapse is gonna be a little bit more fractioned, because I unfortunately had a lot of crashes this time around, so I'm not really sure what exactly that was, but it's been painful because all of these crashes led to, you know, redoing stuff a couple of times, and it's not really as I intended it to be, but it turned out better than expected, because certain things that didn't work out the first time I had to redo because I lost it due to the crash. But I gotta admit, it looks really, really fun. It looks a lot of fun. It looks a lot better than I thought it was. And just in general, I'm very happy. You can see I'm buying quite a lot of exhibit animals over here. So it's gonna be like a tropical exhibit house, which I think is pretty cool. And we were really lacking something like that. I thought about making like a desert house too. Not sure if I'll be able to put this into this series because it's just too big. But in general, I have an idea of doing certain more focused houses now in the next coming, well, weeks, month, I don't know, just because I feel like it's a lot of fun building these houses. This one is like more like a smaller one without dedicated facilities for staff, for example. It's just like an old, architectural thing turned into something, and it's basically the same story as with our lemur house, just something that, used to be here or is kind of not really even it doesn't need to be something that existed. It might also be something that the zoo built, but then just like kind of inspired by the Sicilian area over here. And with the architectural style, I must admit, oh my god, I just tried so many things, and it ends up looking a lot more African than most of the things, which, to be honest, it does work, because obviously Sicily has a lot of influence from Africa too, which just makes sense. But I didn't want to turn it too much into an African-looking one. So at the end of the day, it is a fair mix between European, Sicilian style and the kind of a bit more African style, also, but with the usage of the different materials. But I gotta admit as well that with the future integration of the zoo, it's not like it at the moment it stands a little bit alone. You'll see that later on in the real-time part. It does lack a little bit of the same vibe that the rest of the zoo has, but that's just pretty normal because it's like this blank house standing nowhere. And the same that applied to our lemur house. As soon as it's integrated into the main area, it starts looking a lot better. So I'm very pleased, and if you haven't seen the lemur house, I highly recommend watching that one so you have an idea how it later on is integrated into the whole area. I also had a lot of fun trying out different things regarding the architectural style of the roof. I wanted to go with a bit more of a modern one with a lot of glass. This is
Well, two things that let me doing this. The first thing that let me do this is basically the light. Usually the indoor sections of houses in this game still don't look good. I mean, it's 10 times better than in Planet Coaster, but it still is a little bit dull, a little bit less saturated. I don't know, just the interior doesn't look as good as it could be, simply because also there's no ray tracing in this game. I mean, you know, ray tracing would actually destroy the performance even more, but just for a future game might actually be a good idea to have something like that, to have bouncy lights and stuff, to just get the feeling of still having daylight and stuff and make it look better interiors. But as we don't have it, I wanted to have a lot of glass. And the second one is, as it's a tropical house, this would also help with a lot of heat. So you don't need to generate the heat in most of the times of the year. You don't need to generate the heat. You just can use that with the roof and then just try to make sure you add a bit of humidity to it, and then you should be good. But this is one of the ideas that came up in my mind. So yeah, for the general architectural style of like the base layout of the house, I was it's a bit of a like normal cathedral ship kind of style with that long central core and then having these two arms branch out just a tiny bit. So it's nothing in particular crazy, just inspired by the general way how a cathedral is built. I left out the top bit, you know, that usually is created to, you know, have this kind of cross form, but yeah, it's just the way it is. Now, as you see that I'm going to do a lot of work in the interior and just kind of detailing stuff, you'll see that later on in the real-time part very much in detail. I want to take the moment to talk about the exhibits, specifically the small exhibits in this game. I will talk about this real quick in the real-time part as well, but I want to take the moment to really talk about those. I feel like they're really neglected in this game for various reasons. I think the most obvious reason is the boredom factor. Like, there is not really that much you can do with these things. You put them down, you put the animal in, you click a couple of, you know, enrichment items on or off, and that's about it. You can't really do much more about this. We still don't have a null variant of those. We still don't have different sizes, even though we have now a walkthrough exhibit that is bigger. I think this is one of the areas that could lead to a huge improvement of this game without integrating anything big and new. Like, let me just give you a couple of examples. The first and foremost biggest issue I have with these things is that you can't add more than one to each other. Like, you have this 4x4 blueprint and you either take it or leave it. There is no way of connecting two together, for example, to get a 4x8, for example. There is no way of getting an 8x8, for example. That would, for example, help a lot, specifically with the likes of the iguanas or the big snakes like the boa constrictor or the anaconda, because these animals are way too big for the small footprint. But then again, the same applies into the other direction. 4x4 is way too big for some of the other little critters, you know, just as a salamander you'll see in today's build, or some of the spiders. They are usually held in smaller ones. I mean, you could argue that for those, this is conservational. Like, with the conservation focus, they have like a huge habitat, and that's fine. I mean, okay, I could take it, but then just give me an 8x8 for the likes of the snakes, as I said. Now, yeah, this is one of the things. I understand why they did this as like basically an animated animatronic in there. And I can deal with this for this game specifically. I wouldn't be able to deal with this with a future successor. Let me just put that straight, because I feel like, yeah, you can get away with it right now maybe, but you can't in the future. That these animals don't really do anything else than just being animated props in a habitat that you can click together. Now, I have to say though that, you know, if you take all these things and just, you know, accept it, they are so well made, and we have got so many animals in these exhibits that is really cool, and they enrich your zoo quite a lot if you have them. So I'm very happy that I decided to do this little experiment of putting this house in, because, as I said, the animals specifically are neglected for this very obvious reason. And I feel like the improvement could be really simple by just adding different sizes for the exhibit. And honestly, if it's just for me, I don't really need that many different design options. I would be totally happy with like one design option that I can use and then be happy with it, because I can still add a couple of little things. Like, just give me a couple of small detailing options, nothing big. I can still put them in. That would be absolutely fine.
but then again, you know, it would add so much more realism to it that I remember that so many people did make these fake little ones by just putting a 4x4 down and then using walls and stuff to create some small areas. But then obviously you need to slam in, I don't know, 20 specimens to make sure that you at least can see one in this small window, which is not, you know, that's not the idea. That should not be this way. So at the end of the day, I really hope that Frontier might actually tackle this in this game, or even like if there is a new successor, this system has to be completely overhauled. I'm very sad that, you know, I don't really feel like there is a chance to get an overhaul in this base game version because, well, you know, it still would be a big stretch to put him in, but then I feel like this could be a huge step ahead for the game. And I do see it on a similar level as birds and aquatics. Like, that's exactly what we would need to make better zoos and just a better game out of this game. And also maybe manage it a little bit better by just having different options to, for example, you know, mix animals together in an exhibit area. Just like have a tropical exhibit area and then, I don't know, separate them by, I don't know, 2 or 3 areas, and then you can put these tropical animals in. I don't know how exactly it would work, but I really feel like this would be badly needed in order to make them more accessible. I loved building this house, but specifically in here, it was more about the house and the challenge to bring the Binturong in later on, rather than the exhibit animals themselves. There is only so much you can do with them, and that's a little bit annoying, and you can't really get in. Like, if I remember, for example, the Burger Zoo in the Netherlands, they have like a desert house, which is so cool because it's like this huge desert land where you've got all these different animals in there, and some exhibits at the sides and all the different shapes, and sometimes they even integrated that in these fake desert rocks, and sometimes you can just look below these desert rocks and then there's an exhibit in there. Like, that is so cool, and you can do so many cool things with it, but you know, that's all impossible because you only have these 4x4x4 meters square boxes. I don't know, it's weird. And I really wish to have like a different solution for that in the future. But with all that said, this is just like constructive criticism. I still think, and this is what I said earlier, they look really gorgeous. And you can really do some nice greenhouses, exhibit houses, as you can see over here. You can do it with it. Now, I'm doing here a little bit of a final touches here by just putting in some cool little lower fences to make them really look like this. Was the only target about this was to make these exhibits look like as if they were supposed to be this way. Like, I make them intentionally bigger and intentionally look as if they belong together, you know. It's really something that I wanted to do in order to give it a feeling of coherency, that's the word, of being cohesive, but coherency is the word I was looking for, so that this is actually like a planned house that should be looking like that. And yeah, as always, the biggest issue is that these two things don't really connect together nicely. So what I needed to do is obviously put some hiding hiding elements in between. Yeah, I just took some snakes and then plopped them between the windows, and that were some hiding animal. Oh gosh, no, I didn't. But yeah, as I can see, I was looking for some animals we could use in here, and I was like very happy with the choice of Binturong. And the rest of the time lapse now is figuring out how to put a path in, and that's about it. I will actually give you a little bit of a nice transition now into the real time part, because then you can see how it finally turned out to be looking. Alright, as promised, here we are in the... Hello everyone and welcome back to Sicily. Today, it's time to turn these two eyesores into something actually nice looking. I went back to this park a couple of weeks ago, and I found myself looking at a couple of things that I really did not like anymore. I will talk more about this, why I didn't like them, why I think they were really not that great, and also why I think that it's absolute about time to change them, and why it's also so cool to change things. But first, let's have a little look at the sponsor. Okay, I have talked about this quite a lot in the past. Ever since I built the Colosseum, or the Lion Amphitheater, I don't know how to call that, I wasn't really 100% happy with it. Like, I still believe it fits right in here. Like, story-wise and historically-wise, it makes sense to have a building like this in here. And realistically, it could actually have been here before. You know, the whole trivia behind Zoo Sicily is that we have this wonderful zoo as a planned zoo by an investor, but they agreed upon the agreement at the beginning that no harm is done to the nature, and they do actually keep everything that is in here, which is why we still have the winery there, which is still why we have some other buildings in here, which is why the lemur house is equally like a cultural institution and stuff like that. So this is all the reason. But this kind of whole build never clicked with me for many reasons. And I also finally decided to get rid of the lions in here and exchange them with, well, actually not lions, but with another type of lion, with the Kougar, the mountain lion. I feel like this is a way better choice because they would actually deal a lot better with the different inclines in here, and this would much more suit them as an animal. This is also why I needed to change quite a bit in this habitat. So you can see that I'm changing quite a lot dramatically of the whole face of the habitat, making it all look a lot more embedded into the nature and worn out by nature, I should say. I think this is the more realistic framing over here. Just making sure also a lot more Sicilified. I want to call it Sicilified by now. This is what I want to call this term. It's really making sure everything looks a lot more as it's been intended to. And so this old Romanesque building over here is just maintained in a small way, and this is realistically how you would have found this thing over here, and not in like almost 100% constitution. That is very seldom that you'd find these things over so many decades and centuries. So that's the easy explanation. But finally I had the time and the will to change this, and it was so worth it, guys. I'm very pleased now with the result. I think it's fitting so much better in this whole project, and equally it gives me the chance in the next episode to build something completely new for the lions, because I finally have the idea what to do for them. You can still see the lions in here. I'm obviously using the remaster. I just cannot stand the in-game lion. It's not possible, okay? The original game lion, like if I would wish something for the final free update, it would definitely be a lion remaster by Frontier. That would be bonkers. If they would give us this, I'd 100% love them for that. This is for me the most needed remaster we have. But I mean, if not, you know, we can still just keep the remaster forever in here and just say that this is the game's animal. Who cares, you know? That's the way it is. Well, actually, console players will care because they can't do this. But other than that, I mean, you know, this will be the story of the future. I'm very sorry for the console players that they will never be able to enjoy free build, for example. But I'm equally happy that the game at this point is at such a great, you know, constitution situation. That this makes a whole lot of sense. Also, by the way, if my voice is crackling here and there a little, this is because I'm just recovering from quite a heavy flu, or I think it was more than a flu. It was basically the beginning of an influenza, but after almost 1.5 weeks, I'm feeling a bit better right now. This is also why I need to change the content for the next weeks a little, but you'll see. I have something planned for you because I'm also now on skiing holidays. And the plan was to have something ready for you, which I totally don't. I'm recording this video the day it goes live, so there is really not that spare time in between. But I have something planned for you, so keep your eyes on the channel. There will be some fun things, including me reacting to my very first YouTube video with commentary. That is going to be hilarious, I tell you. I've already recorded that yesterday evening, and then I needed a night to sleep over that, and I just get myself sorted again. That was really the most important part here. But yeah, you can tell the refurbishment of the lion area has pretty much been worth it. And now we come to potentially the most complicated and problematic habitat of the entire park. I'm not gonna say that I hate it, but in fact, actually, I love the habitat the way it is, but just not for Zoo Sicily. So the first step is going to be the change of the roof now. The roof is going to be a huge change already, but the habitat will also receive a lot more change. And therefore, we are going to have a little look at it in the real-time part, which we are obviously going to have in a couple seconds. Or, well, actually in 6 minutes. That's where we are going to go into the real-time part. Now, as I said, it's definitely one of my favorite habitats for king penguins. I love the king penguins in this game by now with all the fur variants and so on. Love it. But again, I'm just not feeling it. It's just not Sicily. And so the roof is the first biggest change, and the building itself is fine. I think the easiest fix would be to take another animal in here. However, we don't have another animal. Maybe we are going to go in with a modded animal, and then you guys can come up with a suggestion. Or we have to change the outside as well a lot more. I mean, we have the coolers everywhere, we have some snow cannons, but there's like no way that in Sicily, with like 80% of the year, temperature-wise, the penguins could go outside. So they would actually always be inside, and this inside is way too small for them, and it wouldn't really work the way I intended it to be. Not really sure what I thought when I was building it. It should have been like an echo thing with all the energy provided by the sun to create all these snow cannons working the whole time. But I mean, that's not gonna work with like 30 degrees outside. And this is obviously the reason why I cannot do it this way. So I have to find another solution, or we just leave it the way it is and just pretend it's gonna work this way. But I mean, you know, at this park shouldn't be like hyper realistic, but more realistic than, for example, Yosemite was. And so I guess we have to fix this issue. I think it was so good that I had all the time spent on Hirschegg to really get out of Sicily as much as possible, to come back with a fresh mind, which I do have right now. And I must admit, there is a lot to fix in this park. I still love it, and I still believe it's even better than Yosemite was, which most of you guys will agree with, if I read into your comments correctly. But there is still so much room for improvement. I'm so curious, guys, what the next and potentially final DLC plus free update for Planet Zoo will be. At this point, I have absolutely no idea what this could be. Like, if you follow this ominous list of in the forums, which, if you know, I'm not sure what I should think about this, but after all these years now, I have the feeling that Frontier took this list maybe a little bit too serious, because they literally went through this list every single DLC and fulfilled the wishes of this list. And you know, this is not in particular bad or anything. I just feel like this list has been created, and if you see the number of votes that this list had on the forums, we are speaking about a couple hundred people that were involved. And yeah, statistic-wise, you could scale that and it still would represent a good chunk of the people, but it's by no means a relative or a serious amount of the target group of Planet Zoo. So it's kind of odd that this has been done for a group in the forums, which obviously are core fans, so I get it. And obviously I'm very happy with the choice of animals, but I wish they would have branched out maybe a little bit more upon their own and just brought in some more surprises. But you know, who am I to judge? I'm just happy that we get another update and that we just get another final DLC. Personally, I'm hoping that they do the kind of Planet Coaster vibe sign-off, a bigger one. For those of you who don't know, Planet Coaster ended with the Ghostbusters DLC, which was quite a huge one. It was, instead of $9.99, it was $14.99. But comparatively, it could have also been a $19.99 because it brought almost double as much content to the game than the other DLCs were doing. So in that sense, it brought in a massive building pack. Like the Ghostbusters pack was the biggest building packs and also one of the most versatile. We got a really great one. Then it got a couple of new mechanics, new mascots, new rides, a completely new type of ride with like the shooting range ride. Really, that was a gorgeous DLC, a really great one. And so I'm really hoping that this is gonna happen to Planet Zoo as well. And then there could also be quite a couple of animals in there. And at this point, I don't really think we will see any groundbreakingly new things, but I'm guessing that we are getting a couple of like fixes, you know. They might actually bring in the walrus, for example, because that is one of the semi-aquatic ones we are missing out on. I could technically see a leopard seal. That would also be awesome. And then there are a couple of other things. Some monkeys are missing, you know, along these lines. I think this is realistically what's gonna happen. While I'm sipping one of my tea here. Well, otherwise, I would be bursting into coughing. I'm still very much coughing a lot. But anyways, you can see me doing a couple of fixes here. There's not really that much to see. So let's skip over in the real-time part and see what fixes we've done and what we are going to do in the next episode. In the last episode, our wonderful lions were replaced with the Kougars. So our wonderful West African lions, well, at least the remodel, needs a new habitat. And this is exactly what we're going to do today. We are building them a wonderful sanctuary on top of the hill in our beloved Zoo Sicily. So let's just do that. And I may just add that this habitat potentially is going to be one of the coolest in the entire zoo. We are starting, as always, with terrain work, because obviously we had to shape this hill a little bit differently. Before we talk a bit more about the building itself and so on and so forth, let me just quickly thank you all for, all the messages that we should put it on this very location in the zoo, because I really feel like this added something super cool to the zoo. The idea behind this is that we have a dedicated area, basically a location where people want to go. Sylph would call them weenie, as we all know. It's not really like a weenie because you can't really tell it from too far away, but what you can really tell is that this habitat is marking a very nice endpoint in the guest journey. So this is the idea. It's kind of a dead end, but then again it isn't, because you obviously see one of the coolest animals in a zoo, and I will make sure that this is interconnected with the rest of the zoo. However, it will mark a boundary of our zoo. So this is the highest point of Zoo Sicily. It's one of the biggest habitats we have in here, and it's one of the most natural ones. So to really fit in the trivia of our zoo, that it does make sense added in here. There are a couple of little things I have to fix, but more about these later on in the real-time part. There's also like a lovely little insider. I've named some animals and changed a couple of things for the person who's listening to that. They will know exactly what this is for, but that's just like a little bit of an inside joke here. I will try to keep doing this a bit more in the future so that you guys have a bit more of a benefit watching the entirety of the videos and listening to my wonderful pollen allergy influenced voice at the moment, but that shouldn't be too much of a big deal. Also, if you hear like a little kind of weird sound in the background, almost like a humming or something, this is a 3D printer. There is going to be a video about this, but at the moment it's broken and I'm trying to figure out what exactly I did wrong, but there's going to be a video about that, so please, if you hear that. So it's just something for the future. But this build in here is the very present, and you have seen a pretty big leap forward. Now we are already starting to put some rocks in here and so on. The reason for that is I had a major crash, and I really feel like the crash is down to these wonderful viewing domes over here. I still don't know, but the game keeps on crashing for me when I use these. They seem to be very sensitive in terms of where you place them, and I didn't do this with free build. Like I wasn't using free build at this point, just to ensure that I don't have the crash, and I still have the crash. But I wanted to specifically talk about these because I feel like the viewing domes are one of the coolest additions to the game. Simply because they do something which is totally against my own, not will, but against my own ideology, I should say. Usually you need to build like a tunnel to this viewing dome in the center. And honestly, at this point, I was so glad and so happy to have those domes because I simply didn't want to build these tunnels. And it's not really because I didn't want to do the work. This habitat took some work anyways, but like terrain work and pathing, you know how finicky it can be in this game, and I'm very glad that I didn't need to do this. And it just, making a tunnel wouldn't really add anything to the game, because going into the entrance that is tucked to the boundaries of your habitat is essentially the exact same compared to what you're doing, obviously, with the viewing dome. You're just not going through a tunnel, but that's it. So this level of realism is really not required, and this is the reason why I did something else today with the viewing domes. The first time that I used them kind of inside of a habitat the way I did right now. So I tried to make this kind of rock centerpiece there, where people can then have a look at the lions, but they are most likely hidden within the rocks. And I made the rocks in a way that this is also shelter for the lions. So the only thing that it doesn't offer, and I'm not sure how the game behaves with that, but obviously the viewing domes are not one-way glass. So I'm not sure if the lions are kind of disturbed by the people or not, but and I'm also not sure if these are security glass, but obviously if they can be put underwater, they at least should be pressure resistant to a certain amount, and so I guess they are, but whatever, you know. I wanted to have the chance for the people to go within, and this is highly influenced by the zoo in Wuppertal here in Germany, which is called the Mountain Zoo Wuppertal, and I really adore that one for several, like they still have some issues with like the polar bear, for example, but the lion sanctuary they have is pretty damn cool. They have a lot of you know, privacy for them, and then you can actually walk inside of a little, it's not a mountain, it's like a rock in the center of the habitat. There you can go and you have some spots to look at the lions, and they basically don't see you, but you can see them, and I feel like this is really cool. But yeah, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is potentially one of my most, yeah, realistic ones in this specific zoo, but also most natural ones, and they look, this habitat looks really cool with all the plants and all the dirt and stuff like that I used. And specifically here in the waterfront, we will do something really cool later on with decals, something I have never done before. And I came across this idea looking at some zoo chat images. Again, for those of you, you always keep asking where I get my inspiration from, and mostly it's really looking at pictures from real life zoos, and specifically the website Zoo Chat has a bajillion of images that you can use for that. It's literally the best source when it goes to really having inspiration for specific habitats, and you can really check out a diverse amount of different habitat types, you know, sanctuaries, very city zoo-ish ones, very modern ones, very conservation oriented ones. That's really cool to find some of those, and the more you look at them, the better it gets. And also I have to give a huge shout out to Caesar Creates, because I was looking at some of his images, because I feel like he's the one making habitats look the most realistic. It's not like, I'm not saying he's making them the most realistic, because there are some other dudes out there, especially in the Bro Nation, that go above and beyond when it comes to realism. However, the look that he creates with the usage of pieces is something I always recognize, and I think he's got such a unique and distinct style that I don't even need the thumbnails or anything of his logo or so. I can determine by the image itself that it's from Caesar, and I like this a lot. I'm not sure if I have the same. I'm not sure if other people see my stuff the same. I just cannot judge this. But I have to admit that his usage of certain pieces influenced me a lot for this habitat. So I tried different things out. However, one thing I came across myself, and what I've never done before, is I used two different types of plants over here, and I found a green tone that kind of created a completely new plant for me. And remember, we did our custom plants in here already, but this one specifically is the exact plant I was looking for. It's a green tone we don't really have in the game otherwise, and so I went on doing this across this habitat, and oh my god, this adds so much Sicilian vibes. And it's kind of this greenery plant where you would have some blooming flowers in the center, but most of it is like a lot of greenery which would grow super nice in Sicily, and you have a lot of these things. I honestly have no idea how this plant would be called, but like all of my images I had as a reference, I have like a huge folder of Sicily images and Sicily nature and blah blah, they screamed exactly this, and then I used this other plant, the flower bed, in the green tones as like a bottom kind of coverage, which helped selling the idea that there were some leaves maybe fallen down and it still looks very green on the ground, but then the more you use that, it looks a bit better. And yeah, in this habitat I really overdid a lot of the foliage, because it's not going to be like a bare bones zoo habitat that you sometimes see for lions, where you just have like a huge field of grass, a couple of rocks, a couple of logs, and that's it, because that is in the nature of Sicily, and it's a lot more rich and a lot more green, a lot more diverse in foliage and fauna, and you know, that kind of stuff really sells it a lot better. And this is why I went on creating this. But now let's come to the point that I was already referring to. This is something I've never done, and I thought, you know, if we have like water in here, something that always happens once you have like a bottom of water is that on the ridge, there is like dirt created, and if the water isn't moving too much, there is a lot of different dirt that it's kind of going into the concrete and making the concrete look a lot darker and stuff. And so this is what I tried with water. And honestly, I'm very pleased with how it looked at the end. It makes it feel a lot more used and alive, and I think these imperfections make the habitat so nice looking. And I would need to go through the entire zoo and do even more of these imperfections, which in all honesty I will never do, I guess. But yeah, you will see at the end of the video, this zoo has come a long way, and I'm not entirely sure for how long I will keep on doing this zoo, because we are getting to the point where refinement is really much more needed than adding new stuff. There's potentially space for like 3 to 4 new habitats, and that's about it. And then the whole story of the zoo is done. But there's so much more that needs to be done, you know. There are so many more buildings that have to be done, some backstage stuff, some backstage connections have to be made, and just a lot of things that will be needed and will be required to make this zoo a full journey. And also, I gotta admit, performance-wise, we are still doing good. It's still very enjoyable to go through the zoo, and I kind of don't want to destroy that, so maybe I'm going to stop myself here from doing too much new stuff in order to remain in a position to tour this zoo and make some really cool videos for it. Because Yosemite, as you may have figured out, we are still lacking the final big huge tour. I even asked people a year ago if they want to tour it with me, which would have been fun, but the problem is that the performance is so bad on Yosemite by now that a tour doesn't really make any sense in that. You know, I'm trying my best now to reduce the amount of pieces. I've been a couple of times in Yosemite now to try to get rid of unnecessary bits and stuff, and it doesn't really do any good to the zoo. So yeah, not sure if there's any chance of having a tour in Yosemite at any point, but I want to avoid this issue with Zoo Sicily. So that is the main reason why we might come to an end in terms of the habitats and major additions sooner than later, but still going on and do something. And also, you know, I have the feeling that it's about time to maybe get into something new. And I don't know, I love this project to bits, and I'm not finished at all, so don't get me wrong. I've still got some ideas, but to make it a good project, I feel like it's always good to think about the future, the process, the whatever. Yeah, and also speaking of process and whatever, you can see I'm adding like a little, it's not really a restaurant, it's just like a little kiosk where you can grab some snacks and some drinks, and it's going to be like a little plaza here in front of the main viewing opportunity for the lions, you know, with a big water ditch to keep them away from the people, making the whole thing a bit more natural. You're on the raised position, so you've got a very nice view inside of the lion habitat. The lions are not so disturbed by the people because like there's like the water ditch and some, you know, a security in between, making sure we also have some more security here for the people to not jump into it. But as we know from real zoos, there's no stopping people that have a weird idea. Sometimes it's just like people having ideas that, yeah, I don't know. Let's not speak about that. But yeah, this plaza over here is basically going to be yeah, one of the nicest spots in the zoo, because if you went there, you've had a journey through the zoo, and depending on which time of the year you're here, it's kind of hot and you get a drink, and that's kind of nice. But I feel like to really show this to you in the best way possible, it's about time to go into the game. So let's just do that and jump into the real-time part to enjoy this wonderful news. Welcome back to Planet Zoo. Today with an inspirational capybara habitat build. We're going to go from planning to building to detailing. So you get all the 3 build blocks that I usually do, and hopefully can take out some tips and tricks out of this. But without further ado, let's get started with planning. And with today's music, I want to take you on a journey through Italy with my wonderful spring voice, which is exactly made by pollen allergy. So apologizing for that at this point. But we are going to have a wonderful episode today in which I'm going to talk you through the planning first, then we are going to get into the building phase, and then we go into detailing. I'm going to further elaborate on what's the difference between building and detailing, because it's quite significant. But let's first of all talk about the planning. Now, I have chosen the spot between my South American house and the orangutan area. Let's say continental-wise or like location-wise, they don't really belong really together. It's more likely that this part of the zoo was built later, and some of the more exciting, you know, species came in here, and so they decided to go to this very top area with the orangutan gardens, because they are obviously very big and they are very spacious, and they needed to have this certain, you know, location. And I always had this blank space in between, and I thought, what the heck can I do over here? And for so long I wanted to do these wonderful cute capybaras again, because I just love them, and I wanted to redo my approach back in the day with giving them a wonderful barrel kind of pool, and I'm very happy that I succeeded in doing so, even though with a little bit of a caveat, but more about that later. But the most important bit is at the beginning of every build I do, I block out the sections. You can see I'm already doing a lot about the pool over here, more than you usually would think in planning, but I need to have a feeling of how much space this area requires, and how much I can do with the planters, and how much traversable area will be ending up in this habitat. So I'm starting relatively detailed for planning, to be honest, but I'm using bigger blocks. Okay, so this is the most important bit about planning. Use bigger blocks to really block out the areas that you most definitely will have blocked away. This way you will already pretty early on in your build define what is going to be traversable and what not. This way you will also avoid the problem of running into the traversable area issues later on. If you don't know what that is, each animal has an individual path finding in your habitat, and depending on their capabilities of climbing inclines or being able to climb in general, or swim or whatever, they have different abilities to go to certain areas of your habitat. It's defined by which materials you use, and how steep the inclines are, how shallow the water is, and so on and so forth. And the game will always calculate this in life. So as you throw in a log, for example, the game will calculate if your animal can technically go or jump over the log, or if the log is too much of an issue for them. So, for example, if you have a tiny animal like a prairie dog, let's say, they can't obviously jump over a log, so you can use a log already as a pretty solid barrier, while obviously a zebra or an elephant can just easily walk over it. Well, easily is kind of a thing with this game, but you know, you get the idea. And this is why I always in the planning phase try to be very focused on making sure that what I do is already pretty much taken up all the space that the habitat later on will take up as space anyway. So every area I plan out is already with the idea in mind that this is the sole part which may not be traversable. And this is why I put the path in the middle, define where my, where my bridge goes, and I'm also going to define where certain elements of the habitat go. And this is one of the last things I do over here. I wanted to put down the most prominent of the barrels, and this is the barrel pool for the capybaras, in which they can go and have a little chill, and hopefully let the hot water dribble on top of their heads. And I tried various ways of doing so. As you can see, I took this little fountain over here, which looks absolutely fantastic. The problem though, and you'll see that later on this is changed, the problem is the barrel and this piece, they do not count as water. Now, this is not really that much of an issue anyways, but the capybaras, for whatever reason, didn't recognize this as spot to use this enrichment item of this little hot tap. So I needed to change this later on to get some actual water in. And also, my little trick of putting some oranges in, which are done with the tennis ball, as you'll see in a couple of seconds, doesn't really work out that well, because the fountain is a solid piece. You can see that now by putting down the piece. You can see the ball is not in the water, it's actually rolling on top of the water and not even on the water. Like, there's even a couple of centimeters in between, simply because the game doesn't recognize this as water per se. It's just an effect, and there is a invisible barrier on top of it, and this is why it just didn't work out the way I wanted it. You can see I tried to cover it up with a couple of tricks I did over here, but yeah, nothing of it really happened. But at this point I was done with the planning. I just slopped in the last wall over here, and at this point I knew exactly where my habitat is going to go. So you can see this is the outline of my habitat, and from here on we're going to take it to really build out the blocks now. So I'm going to take some more pieces, and I knew exactly what the kind of style should be. It's somewhat of a mixture of their original area which they're living in the nature, but also tied in with Sicily as a style, but also with the South American house that people are actually coming out of. You know, in this house we have the sloth, we have the capuchin monkey, I believe it is also as well, or is it the siamang? Actually, I think it's not even a South American house. Was it a South Asia house? I completely forgot. But we've got a couple of animals in there too, and it just kind of fits into this space. And I really like the fact how it ties into the house itself. The house doesn't feel so detached anymore now, and this is what I wanted to achieve with this build. Using a lot of different wooden materials was really my target over here, making sure to really capture the essence of, you know, Sicily and this area around here, trying to avoid too many of the African influences here and really sticking to, you know, Italian, European vibes almost. I mean, almost in terms of the Mediterranean vibes in Italy are pretty strong, and also very influenced by, you know, different kind of cultures that have been there along the time, like Roman culture, obviously, a bit of Greek culture, a bit of African style as well going in here. So you kind of have a versatility to build this, but I wanted to stick as much as possible to what this zoo mostly is going for, and this is a pretty Sicilian style. But as always, if there are people from this region, Sicilian people, in the comments watching this video, first of all, hey, thank you for watching again. Hope you like this series still, and you feel carried home by the episodes. Let me know in the comments down below if this still feels and is believable. You know, at the end of the day, remember, this is a zoo, so there is a certain freedom of doing things differently, but you know, we plant-wise and color-wise and soil and dirt-wise, we have to stick to what Sicily would be offering anyway. So it's not like super green, you know, there is a bit more sandy and dirt available, pretty much due to the fact that this during summer and so on can be pretty dry. So that is something we need to keep in mind too. But also the usage of stone is very heavy. You know, we also had some ruins already throughout this entire build, and I just wanted to do something different this time around, and this is why I decided to really go into, you know, the building mode like that. Now, you see me placing some trees right now, and this is where I need to quickly talk about what separates the building phase from the detailing phase. Now, we've been planning at the beginning and blocking out the areas. That is step number one, what I usually do. And once you've done that, you are very much into the next part of your build. And this is making sure to put certain things already in place. Which plants do you want to have in certain areas? Which kind of details you want to have in terms of not detailing, but in terms of details, which means which building pieces, which logs, for example, or if you want to have like a building in there even, put it back in. And also making sure to really gather all the different styles that you want to go for. This is very important to really get a feeling for how the habitat looks. And at the end of the building phase, you will be, I'd say, 85% done with your habitat. And granted, many people wouldn't necessarily see the difference between the building phase and the detailing phase immediately. If you put these two pictures next to each other, like, you know, the building phase, end of building phase and end of detailing phase, normally at the first glance there is not really that big of a difference, because the detailing phase is really going into smaller bits, like some transitions, some blending areas, you know, areas between two elements of your habitat, making sure everything feels coherent, getting rid of certain little, you know, glitches or incoherencies, or just like little things that you're not happy with. But at the end of the building phase, your main look of the habitat should be defined, which in our case is happening just on screen right now. You can see I'm putting even some greenery in, I'm reorienting some of the stones and so on, and putting in the facilities for the guest as well, making sure to adjust the watercolor, you know, accordingly, and then just putting in some last bits. And then we're going into the detailing phase. Now, as I said, we are now done with the building phase. It looks pretty good, but at this point, it's where like the little details come in. This is where you use some decals, use some very tiny bits, and I'm gonna start over here with making sure to make this area look a lot more used. At the very beginning, I'm just going to put some dirt effects in, making sure that some certain things are a bit more realistic. You know, we've got the moss on the water front, and realistically from there also moss would start growing up these concrete barriers. And then I thought, you know, this little beach vibe over here feels a little bit too strong, like the edge feels a little bit too harsh, and so I decided to put some rocks in to blend this nicely together so you don't really see that hard edge of the ground so quickly. And I also decided to put some more of these wonderful rock pieces in. Well, actually these are these stalagmites and stalactites or whatever pieces, but they look fantastic. And then I decided to use some more greenery and some more darker greenery to get some nice details in between of the rocks. I used some moss on top of this wonderful log over here. You know, if it's raining, for example, the whole time, and this is kind of a realistic log, you would have the issue that things start to, you know, get some moss vibes, and, you know, putting these things in because I wanted to make the habitat feel not completely brand new, but just like a little bit aged. Then I had this wonderful tree I used so often throughout the zoo, so I wanted to get in some more consistency. And as we have these trees growing here quite a lot, we needed one in this habitat too. And it also helped to blend in the building a bit nicer because the building felt a little bit detached at this point. And so you can see I'm using some of the dirt pieces over here to really make the building feel a bit more, you know, old and used. And then I figured at this point I kind of needed something that secures the wall from the capybaras. And, you know, I don't want to have the capybaras you know, snack on the wall or just rub themselves on the wall or so. A, that would potentially hurt them with like the stone sticking out because that's a stone wall. And B, I didn't want to have the, you know, wall being destroyed by them. So I decided to go for a little bit of a wooden element. And then I figured I need to do certain blending elements on the other side too. So I copied over the pieces and made sure that the other little water entry area looks pretty much similar to the other ones. I also used a bit of terrain paint to blend in areas a bit nicer. And then I figured I needed a bit more of shrubbery here and there, and also some more little details, like for example putting down some oranges in a little basket over here, which they could potentially feed from. And yeah, as of now you can also see that this barrel over here has already changed. There is now a proper water volume in there made by barriers. And I figured at the end of the time we also needed some pottery, because at the end we are in Sicily and we need some of these terracotta pots. This is just what it is all about. And you know, just gonna quickly fill them in, nothing too crazy, just making sure that everything looks fine, and getting really into the super small details, making like a custom little curb over here, ensuring that this is properly framed. And I was really happy with it, and so I just decided to get a little bit of a little step in here to make it a bit more interesting to look at. And you can really tell how these little things now blend this all together, making sure to put some of these pieces in. I wonder, this little grass piece, it's definitely a grass piece, but it looked a little bit like lavendel, and actually I'm really missing out on some proper lavendel pieces, or lavendula, how do you say it in English? Whatever, I think you guys know, or lavender, it's what you say, lavender. It's lavender brown from Harry Potter, I should have known. Lavender pieces, that's what I was thinking about. But yeah, I think they look more like lavender than the actual lavender piece does, so this is why. And at the end, putting some logs in, making sure like some areas look like, you can also see I have you know, put the little leaf pieces everywhere around to also make sure that some of the foliage realistically lost some leaves, so you have them on the ground too. Like it wouldn't be cleaned every single day, so that's why. And obviously, whenever you want to make something realistic, put some needle in, or nettle, however you call that in English, because that shit grows everywhere, and so in your zoo. Just put it down. Unfortunately, it's there, but it also adds some bits of realism. And yeah, last but not least, throwing some decals in, and we are done with this wonderful habitat. I really hope you enjoyed this little journey through Italy today, finishing this off with a wonderful cinematic. And if you want to have more inspiration and more tips and tricks like that, I would highly recommend to click to the top card right now, because there certainly is a video for you that you may want to watch now to get more inspiration for you Planet Zoo builds. And I'm very interested to see what you guys come up with. talk to you in the next one. Bye. Welcome back to Zoo Sicily, everyone, and welcome back to our Italia-inspired zoo. This build has taken quite a while, and I've been doing a couple of breaks, which I'm going to talk about why, but it's been cooking for a while now, and potentially it's been the reason why this episode is going to be rather special. If you are a fan of Zoo Sicily, and you've been close to this project, you will want to listen to today's episode, because I have to announce something about this project, but more about that later. Let's talk about this build in specific over here. So we had the last DLC of this game the last DLC of this game was the Barnyard DLC. I've been doing some stuff in, my old barnyard area, but with the music in the background and obviously the zoo in front of you, you will already know, and you could have told from the thumbnail anyways, that this is going to be not the typical kind of American styled barn, or also not the typical like German styled barn. This is really a Italian, actually Sicilian styled barn I'm going for over here, or it's actually like a very old farmhouse instead. Like, it's not really a barn in that sense, so it's really like a farmhouse, and I wanted to utilize that to create a building that really resembles the tradition of the region and of the area, and pair that with a little bit of an animal encounter. So this whole thing has been turned into an animal encounter, and all 5 habitats surrounding this like old building, almost like a ruin, are actually accessible, and in it they will have animals, obviously. By the way, I'm very good at counting. I think it's 4 habitats, not even 5, and it's like the pathway into it is not really a habitat, but other than that, we have obviously 4 wonderful habitats. One is a shared habitat that's going to have the goats and the sheep in, then we will have the chickens, and we will have the donkeys, and obviously also the pig. I left out the alpacas and the Highland cattle. I just didn't feel they would fit that well in here, so my decision was against them, but other than that, I am very happy with all the farm yard animals. I will say that this build also took a while, because I wanted to really get the feeling of this area right. And I may say that I'm very happy at the end, but I'm not 100% happy. However, the reason why I'm not going there is that I would need a lot more pieces for that. And piece count and performance, as you all know, is a very significant thing in a game like this. And Zoo Sicily still does work kind of well, and still has quite a okay-ish performance. Like, it's not like super nice, but it's definitely good enough to keep it very nice and also have a very solid FPS. You'll see that later on in the real-time part. It's all good. Like, you can move around, but there is obviously the same danger that we had in the realistic habitat zoo as well, where everything was fine until I built this latest habitat with the night house, and all of a sudden the performance was like, yep, I'm out of here, and that's been it. Was a nice time, never see you again. And I do want to kind of try to avoid that with this project. And that said, we are at the news, I should say. Well, you see the building, I'm going to talk a bit more about the architecture once we are in the real-time part, and also later in this build. You'll see it's taking a lot longer because I took myself, actually I forced myself to really take my time this time, look into some examples, making sure that everything is exactly how I feel it should be. So I was really paying attention on some details earlier on than usual, just to make sure everything looks right. And you'll see that also specifically with the roof design, that everything is very custom in this build, and I wanted to make it feel exactly this way. However, now about the announcement. I have really made up my mind a lot about Planet Zoo recently. You may have noticed that the amount of videos about Planet Zoo has actually gone down, while the overall amount of videos on my channel hasn't. And frankly, the views also haven't been any worse. In fact, they have been better than ever before, mainly due to other games, due to some first looks, due to some, manor lords at the moment being very prominent, and I still do enjoy that quite a lot. But and just to tag out the the fear that some people may have, and maybe some people already clicked away now. You surely shouldn't have, because the opposite is the case. Many people may actually think now, oh my god, is he gonna stop with Planet Zoo? And the answer is no, obviously I'm not. But I feel like we have to change something, and I feel like we are at the point again where I have too many projects running simultaneously. And also looking forward to the next Frontier game being announced rather soon, I assume, because obviously we have reached the, actually today, it's the 1st of June. So that means we are legit in the next fiscal year of Frontier, which means the next game is about to be released from now on. I mean, obviously we know it's not going to be tomorrow, but since we are in the new year, we know that in the next, or within the next 365 days, a new CMS game from Frontier is going to be released, which will definitely take some of my attention and my time. But I want to be in a different position than I was with Planet Coaster back in the day, where I went fully on like, oh yeah, it's gonna be no problem, I'm gonna still play the same as before, which is a blank lie, because there is only so much time you have in a day, and I only have a certain amount of time in a day. And to actually make things a lot more streamlined, we will, and I'm sorry it took so long, but I wanted to give you a bit of a background, we will start a brand new zoo very soon. More about that in the coming days, but you can already give me some ideas what you want to see. I haven't finally, I have a very specific idea, but there are some things I can still adjust. But I would be more than happy if you guys could put me down an idea of what kind of zoo you would love to see from me. I definitely want to be taking it in a way like ZSH Plays does it. I'm quite sure you guys are aware of San Bernardino Zoo. And I think I really like the approach that he brought to the table, like really focusing on that zoo and bringing every single week an episode of that one zoo, really taking it to the next level. And you know, I've been doing that in the past with Yosemite, for example, but I feel like it's time to really end all the other projects and make sure that they are fine, and then go on to one single big project that is mainly our focus for the upcoming month. And I feel like this is the most fair way to treat this wonderful game. We know there is at least one more DLC coming, which we are all very hyped for. So this is exactly what the new zoo will also be taken in. So the new zoo will then be leveraging actually everything that the game does. So I have the feeling, you know, Yosemite at some point had to be stopped, because we reached a point in which Yosemite was feeling old and we couldn't really do too many things. And to make the whole thing more modern, I would have actually needed to completely redo, let's say 30 to 40% of the zoo, because I've been doing so many things implied that all of a sudden were doable, which is just the way it is with this game, because Frontier is watching our videos. We know that they're watching our videos, and they take inspiration from that. And so it's just logic that over a time, it just makes sense that they take inspiration from what we do to bring it into their games. And, you know, but at the end of the life cycle where we are right now, I think it's a fair moment to start over a new project that is benefiting from everything that the game is offering and will be offering, frankly, in the future. So that is going to be my approach. We are going to start a new zoo. However, this is by no means the last episode of Zoo Sicily. This is going to be the last major build, I want to say. And the next episode, or maybe 2 episodes, I may actually put it in one. I'm not sure if I'm able to, but the next 2 episodes will be focusing on finishing Zoo Sicily. I see a couple of ideas to bring at least in a couple of animals, not in the typical way, but in a different way. So like just some hygiene animals, that like what you would call it. Anyways, I'm gonna try something. If it's not gonna break, if it's not gonna break the game, I'm going to do this. But yeah, I think at max 2 episodes, and maybe I'm even going to stream again. Time at the moment, as I said, is not really easy to stream for me, but if there's a chance, I will potentially stream this, and we're going to fix a lot of these areas. And at the end of the episode, I will quickly give you an overview. If you're interested of Zoo Sicily, or about Zoo Sicily, and you want to see where the project is at the moment, stick till the end with me. I will be showing this off. So yeah, that's where we are at the moment, and I really hope that you guys can understand this decision. And I mean, I gave you enough reasons now, and a big description, and a bit of background why I'm going to do this. But you can see this as a brand new start of one big project, and you have the chance to shape it with me by actually giving me your feedback right now to tell me what type of project would you love to see. As I said, I have a very specific idea in mind, but it's not like, as I said, I've not started, so at this point there is still room for change, and I'm very interested to see what you guys will come up with. But obviously, just to give you a heads up, I'm not going to do a Northern American style zoo again, because I have done this pretty much, or like, it's not northern, but yeah, well, it is kind of, with a zoo, Yosemite Valley, and a Mediterranean zoo, as you can imagine, is kind of not in the mix too, or either, because that's just been one I've been doing. So just as a heads up, that these two themes will not play a role in my decision making whatsoever, but everything else could be a thing. So let me know what you guys would love to see the most, and from now on it's time to talk about this wonderful build. You see that we're already over halfway through this episode, and almost only the main building has been done, and this is exactly what I mentioned earlier. This has been the reason why this build took so long. I've actually started quite with the early access of the barnyard already, but yeah, it's just a couple of things just held me back. I wasn't like, I did a couple of iterations before that one. You can see that by laying out the circle over here, which is going to be deleted later on. It's just for me like a placeholder. That was already the third or fourth iteration in this region. And also the farm at the beginning has had a different location, which I also wasn't really too happy with. I'm going to show you later on. But yeah, so the build itself should really resemble like one of these kind of old southern Italian Mediterranean farmhouses, where you will find a lot of ruins actually around this area. Like a lot of these have been used in the past when climate was a bit more forgiving. Is that the right word? I don't know. But when climate has been rather okay enough to keep these farms going, most of them had animals, but some of them also had like obviously some crop fields and stuff like that. So they also didn't work out that well as climate change starts to happen. And so you will find a lot of these ruins around Italy, but also Spain, and just like Mediterranean. But I tried to really focus on some of the images I found on Pinterest and Google, and just trying to mimic the idea. So again, as always, if there are people from Sicily, and I do know that there are a lot of people from Italy, and specifically the southern part, watching this series, as you guys obviously are aware of your own region, I'm assuming, and I've gotten so much nice feedback from you guys, and really telling me that this entire zoo is capturing exactly the essence of that region, which was for me personally the biggest challenge, and also the biggest fun. Is that the biggest fun? The most fun? The most fun in this project. My English is not working today. I've actually carried a lot of big stones into my garden just an hour ago, and I'm feeling like completely done right now. I just got them from like, I don't know if you guys know that, but it's like it's a small service from eBay. The big kind of eBay in Germany doesn't really play a role anymore, but they have like they had a different offering a couple of years later, which was like only for private people, where private people could exchange their stuff for like lower prices and stuff, so like purchasing from private. And I found someone who offered some stones literally 200 meters away from here. Like I found it online. I was like, hey, wait a sec, that's just two streets away from me. So I wrote this guy, and they were having these stones for like a very small amount of money, and we still need some stones in the garden. So I was like carrying them over. Just a bit of trivia here, why I'm a bit exhausted. But hey, you need to work for the beauty of your garden. At some point I'm going to share an image of my garden, but being a content creator, I've done that wrong in the past. Like I'm not so big, okay, don't get me wrong, but I've had people messaging me in the past, and also sending mails, like actual letters to my house, which was very confusing because I was completely confused how they found my address. And so I was like, ooh, maybe that's not too good of a thing to put it out everywhere. So I've been becoming a bit more aware of the fact I shouldn't share too many information out there to make it too easy for people to find out where I'm living. Like if people want to, they will find anyways, but you know, don't need to make it too easy. However, speaking about too easy, it wasn't too easy to make this area look exactly like what I had in mind. And at the end of the day, I went for a design that was a tiny bit more overgrown or a tiny bit more lush than what you usually would find, I guess. But I just felt like for this zoo endeavor, I had the idea that this looks a bit nicer to have some more foliage just growing around, just making sure, because you know, this would be maintained, it's a zoo, you would have people watering everything, so there's a chance of it becoming more green anyways. And so that was the main idea to do that. But at the end of the day, I'm very happy with how the design turned out. I'm very happy with how the layout of the pathing just ties into this area now. I even went with the in-game railing and I was fine with it. So yeah, a couple of things I really enjoyed doing. And you can see here, there's a bit of a skip forward. I was going through the zoo and I was checking out some items we were using throughout Zoo Sicily to basically recycle them in here, as I didn't want to do more shelters and stuff like that to not make this design suffer in any form. And by suffer, I mean I still want to make this barn, or how do we call this, farmhouse? I don't know, ruin of a farmhouse, whatever we call that. I wanted to maintain this as the star of the show, and this was the reason why I decided to go with only some leftovers from other projects. I just felt like this is good because they are all so subtle that they don't really play a role. And you can see I'm using the Wombat house over here as for the goats and the sheep. I thought that was a good idea, even though the back of the house isn't too realistic anymore. For me personally, that was just to give them some actual shelter for the game, as we still have welfare turned on. But in my imagination, the barn itself can become a shelter for the animals anyways. And you know, we're living here in Sicily, so the only shelter they would need is for some storms and some rain and, you know, thunderstorms, whatnot. But other than that, they will be good in this region. You know, they would be getting a bit of shelter, but other than that, these are animals that live outside anyway. So yeah, that was the idea. However, you can see we're getting to an end. Just a couple of details here and there, using some tricks I've not used too often lately, but I felt like there's a good way to make some more details work in here. And yeah, so that is how we get already towards the end of the time lapse, and I'm gonna then take you on a little stroll through this area. And before that, or at the end of this, we will actually have a look at the overview of Zoo Sicily, how the whole thing looks right now, and what's the plan for the future 2 episodes, and how we're gonna end this whole thing. May come a little bit crazy, or maybe a bit spontaneous for some people, but honestly it hasn't. For those of you who know me, you can always tell by the amount of episodes of a certain zoo, you know exactly how I feel about this project. And you know, Sicily hasn't been tackled too often lately, which is always a sign that I'm starting to think about a project. However, this has been it, so let's meet again in a second in the zoo. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Zoo Sicily, and welcome to the first of 2 fixer-upper and finishing episodes. Now, in this first episode, we are going to make our way up from the area where we have the lemur house. We're gonna make our way through to the terrace area right next to our seals, and from there we are going to move on to the entrance area, and from which we are going to go into a parking lot section. So quite a lot of stuff to do in today's video. So without further ado, let's quickly talk about the first part, and this is making sure that all the landscape around the upper area is there. So this upper area, which is all the way up to the lemur house, has been established at the very beginning of Zoo Sicily, and Sicily, I should say. People have corrected me so much. I needed to make the intro the same, but from now on, I'm going to try to say Sicily. I never really understood what exactly was the issue, but here we are. In one of the first of the last episodes, I'm finally able to hopefully pronounce that word correctly. Nevertheless, we are going to build a wonderful nature. So today's episode, for those of you who struggle to fill in gaps and to struggle to make a coherent image, this is your episode, because you're going to learn a lot of techniques and ways to bring things together without actually using too many pieces. What you're going to see at the moment on screen is that I've created some smaller blueprints of certain plant combinations, which I'm going to scatter across the zoo, because it has 2 advantages. So first of all, it's going to make areas look nice in no time by just plopping them in. I'm going to do the same over here with some of the rocks, as you can see. But the second important thing is you bring in coherency. With these blueprints, you use the same like combination of plants all across your zoo. It's very important that you keep rotating them and keep changing them so it's not looking repetitive. But it's very important that you do have a certain variation in them. But as long as you use the same combination, it's gonna always look and feel the same. You also have seen that I integrated a second kind of fake entrance to the backstage area that is behind our Sicilian alley, which I'm still very proud of. I think it's still looking fantastic. And yeah, we we also have to work a lot around these areas here, making sure that the pathway looks a lot more interconnected. It's like the next episode is going to be even more loaded with these kind of things. I'm almost done. Like there is a chance that this is going to be out on Sunday. So I'm going to make a huge Sicily week or two in the upcoming weeks. I'm gonna, you know, ask some people to maybe do some tours, and I'm gonna provide people with different elements. I will put something in my Discord where you guys have a chance to be a part of it. So also stick to the end of the episode. I will ask you guys for something if you want to be part of Sicily. You may actually want to listen to that at the end of the episode. But yeah, all in all, I tried different techniques. Also, here's one wonderful thing I want to highlight for everyone who's struggling to have this. Use the freaking fences in the game, like the barriers, to your advantage. Sometimes you don't need to do that all piece by piece. It is just too much, okay? So if you do everything piece by piece, it would take an eternity and also takes up so much of your piece count and resources. Specifically, if you're on console, this will save you some pieces in the complexity meter. So make sure that you focus on that. Next up is one thing that I've neglected over an eternity, and that is the terrace up in the seal area. You know that we have a couple of seals and sea lions in here. We do have the gray seal, the sea lion, and the Mediterranean monk seal, which, as you may know, is not an official animal in the game. It's a mod I'm using. I just wanted to have some more variety in here. I may actually do change all the animals at the end of the day with unmodded animals so that everyone can play the park. So maybe this habitat has to be repurposed into, I don't know, maybe I'm going to do another one of the seals, and I'm checking if I can do some cool fur variants in both. I don't know, something like that is just on my mind. But yeah, you can see with this area over here, I intentionally left something in, which I'm going to talk about in a second. The game crashed on me, and I lost a bit of process with this specific building over here. But I left this in because I wanted to use this as a chance for, yeah, like something you barely see with my builds is the iterations I've done. I mean, I keep saying that, and people always have the feeling that everything you see is right the first thing I'm doing, but that is just not the case, you know. If you've been a part in my live streams, you know that, but many people haven't. So I do a lot of things. Sometimes I'm not happy with how they turned out in general, and then I'm just going to redo them. But also, it's not very seldom that I have some crashes or just simply me forgetting to save the game. That also happens. If it's late at night and I just need to go to bed, I'm like, oh my god, I need to end, you know, because in the evening I'm always like, I could play forever, you know. Once I'm in the flow, I could play until next morning, but I, you know, being a responsible human being, I know that I have to get up at some point to go to work, and I go to bed, but then I just force myself to stop. And sometimes I'm just doing that so radically that I completely forget to save the game, which then means that I have the autosave, which is most likely 15 minutes later and, you know, earlier, and so it's gone. And as you can see over here, exactly this happened. I lost the last 15 minutes because I forgot. And the good thing is, I wasn't even unhappy. I was kind of happy because I didn't feel it, you know. I remembered I checked my footage and I was like, I just don't feel it. Has to be done in a different way. And so I rebuilt this, and it took me less time than the first approach, but it also looked nicer, like a much nicer than the first approach. And I'm very, very happy with the terrace over here. If I'm a good person, I will actually do some before and after cuts right after we switch over into the next area. I wanted to do this, so if I think about this, I may actually do it, but yeah, we'll see that. Sometimes I forget to edit that in because of time reasons and time constraints. But yeah, these little things over here, guys, are so essential for the feeling of an area. And that isn't only true for Planet Zoo. It is also It's also true for potentially Planet Coaster. And talking about this because Planet Coaster 2 kind of has been confirmed. Well, I don't want to do a full video about this, but this epic leak is, in my opinion, it would be super weird if that is wrong, because why would Epic have something like this in the database if it's not true? It just doesn't make any sense. But anyways, back to this build over here. I wanted to make it feel very Sicilian in the way that I put a couple of plants in here, and also something I haven't done for such a long time. And I don't know why, but I thought it's fitting right in this area over here, and this is gonna be a tiny little aquarium in the middle where we will have some fishies. I will try to find some better footage. I, for the moment, have some old footage of mine that I used for the Koala tunnel, the underwater tunnel, which I'm still pretty proud of, but I thought, you know, I'm gonna do this again in here, and I just figured that the footage I had is not really fitting because it's too big. You'll see that in a second, but you know, at the end of the day, I'm just going to leave that in as the moment as a placeholder for the moment. It's going to be better once I have fitting footage. I wish to have some actual fish in the game though, and then to film it and put it in, but as we don't have it, we have to do it the way it is. I also have a weird bug at the moment, which is kind of odd, and I have to actually get back to Frontier. Whatever I do, whenever I do paint my picnic benches over here, they will always, if I load back into the file, they will always be back to the default green. It is so odd that I always, like, I make them brown or whatnot, and then when I'm back, they're all back again in green. It's so odd. You've maybe seen that in the last episode when I was doing the barnyard area. It just kind of turned out super awkward over here. But yeah, so next up is fixing some of the rock work over here and some of the areas that it didn't feel well. You can see this is again the pattern I've been talking about earlier. Just use all the blueprints you have and then scatter them across your zoo, because why would you do something again if you already have it? As you can see over here, I do exactly the same. Use this what I had on the entrance, and then I scatter some other stuff in. I delete some pieces to make it not look repetitive, and all of a sudden it's all done and dusted. But yeah, so that makes us talk about the entrance area, which we will do exactly now. So this is the piece that has existed for the longest, because this has basically been the very first building we've ever done in this wonderful project. And so, obviously, this has a specific and special place in my heart, but also in the story of this zoo. So I'm very happy that I'm finally able to finish this off, and I want to take the time to quickly talk about this, simply because when I was starting this project, I had a very specific idea in mind that this whole zoo is built on a higher elevated area, and then we will have a little serpentine road leading up to this entrance area, and it's a bit of a remote location, and so the entrance itself should feel like a very welcoming thing, you know. We have this little turnaround here and roundabout at the end of the road where, you know, the buses can do exactly this and just turn around and go to this little stop, and then people from the stop will roam in. So I think it's a good idea to have this this bus now as a spawner in here. I mean, we used to have the spawner for over 2 years now in this project, just randomly placed in this area. So it really feels like completion right now, being able to call this an entrance area as it is. And I've put a couple of things in here, though I must say, and this is one of the things I wanted to talk about with you guys, for those of you who want to become part of this project, I will put a couple of more things out at the end of the video, but for now already, so if you want to become a part, make sure to do some entrance related items. So what I'm missing in here are some signs, you know, some stop signs, so like bus stop signs, like little things, you know, that you have in an entrance area. Maybe a zoo map or something of that sort would be very awesome. So little kind of details that I would scatter across this area in an entrance part, and this is something I'm missing. But other other than that, I'm already pretty pleased with how the entrance area turned out so far. You can see I'm using the wall design that I've already been using years ago. So just to fill that in, I wanted to kind of build these terrace layers out a little bit more to make sure that this all looks coherent and nice. And just like I had a struggle at the beginning to find out what's the right kind of a balance between plants and layers of dirt and stuff, because Sicily in a way isn't so lush as you would think it is. It's like, you know, being so far south, it has a very hot summer and therefore also a lot of sandy areas with like not that lush of an environment, bit of grass, bit of dry grass as well. So making sure that this is resampled in here. And I finally found a good use for the gabion wall, just as already talked about before. This is one of the things that I want to do, utilizing some of these more easier tools like fence tools. Like I wish to have something like this in the game in the future. Maybe even Planet Coaster 2 can provide me with this. Like I love my piece by piece, don't get me wrong, piece by piece is one of the most important things in this game, but I would also love to see you know, maybe some cool fencing tools or so, because that would absolutely make my day and make building so much more productive. Anyways, skipping over to the next part, as said at the beginning, this is the wonderful parking lot we are working on. I've talked about this parking lot ever since I have done the first one, and I always said that this first one was only the placeholder for what it will become eventually. And here we are finally after I don't know how many episodes, but this is going to be the parking lot. And let me tell you, I'm so pleased with the result, because I can see myself really on one of these parking lots, like standing there and, you know, getting out of the car, being very excited, getting into a zoo. And we have this plateau over here, which I think works fairly fine. That is very cool how it turned out. And also I still like the design I did for the parking lot at the very beginning, so I'm going exactly with the same. We're going to put some more electric chargers on there as well, for making sure that we have also some EV parking. You know that I'm an owner and lover of my EV. I do have both, by the way, an EV and a normal good old-fashioned ICE car, but I love my EV, and so trying to fill in the Laura here and making sure that we have a modern zoo that offers specific areas for electric vehicles to charge while they're in the zoo. And technically, and maybe I'm going to do something like this, it would be really cool to have like some solar powered plants in the closed environment, so that this is also renewable energy that we are going to feed into these cars. So that would be lovely. But you can see now, putting a couple of lampposts in here and so on, it really gets this feeling. I also put down a couple of picnic tables, because sometimes, and if you got kids or you know this from your own family, sometimes before going into the zoo, or maybe even after the zoo, you just spend a couple minutes there, eat your own sandwiches, or just like relax for a bit before you're driving, making sure that the car is packed completely, and just, you know, having a little bit of a moment, because sometimes people travel quite far to a zoo. You know, there's quite a distance that they have to travel until they're there. And we had these backstage buildings in here also from the first episode ever, but I never finished this area off. I just really left it in the dark, so to say. I covered this a little bit with the land around, so people weren't able to see it that dramatically, but I just always felt that this is not really exactly nice looking. We do have a transformer over here. We just need that thing to create some energy in this region too. I mean, it's kind of funny though, because I always thought that these southern regions have a lot more renewable energy, that this is the case, but it's actually, frankly, it's not. And specifically Spain, for example, is also pretty far behind when it comes to EVs and renewable energy, which always caught me by surprise. I know that they're catching up quickly because they have the resource, like the resource sun and sunshine hours, like is very, very available in these regions. So I was wondering why they didn't have that for longer. But so, yeah, to have something like this, we also need these type of transformers, because realistically, we need to have a stable source of energy that is not dependent on sun and wind only. So just makes sense, but this is only like a tiny one. If you want to be a very crazy person, creating a little energy outpost or like an energy supply station, that would be ridiculously great, you know. Also, by the way, if you want to hand these things in, make sure to come to my Discord and just drop me the link via you know, tagging me in my Discord channel in the Planet Zoo thread, that you have created something and just link me the blueprint. That would be amazing. But like this would be something really cool, but it's not a must, you know. It's definitely a very nice detail, but it's definitely not a must. Yeah, you can see I'm also scattering a couple of little rocks here and there, making sure everything looks nice and coherent now. There are some little bits I forgot. I will actually go over this in a live stream. That's going to be the last thing I'm going to do. When everything is done, we will make one last live stream to put some Easter eggs in here, to put some very finishing details in. But I'm very confident that this will be very soon, to bring this project to an end. Because I have decided what we are going to do with the new series. I'm not going to reveal this now, but it's going to be very cool, and it's going to incorporate a lot of the ideas you guys come up with. It's going to be pretty different to what many people suggested, but I have a feeling that the idea I have is going to be good. It's going to be the one that makes a perfect new zoo experience for us that we haven't had in the past so much, at least not in that sense. So yeah, I'm very pleased. But yeah, you can see this area now looks so much more finished, having this little shade with the wooden logs, and just, yeah, putting some backstage stuff here and there, making sure that this all looks a lot more as if it's actually backstage and not just a beautiful facility area, because it is, you know, putting some thatch in. And then I found like these tires also as a great idea. They could be good items, you know, for some of the habitats, but they've maybe stored them in here. I tested a couple of things, but ended up putting some mulch in as if there's some dirt in there. And yeah, so that's that. And then I started creating a little bit of a nicer environment here for the other backstage area leading up to our penguin area. And this is where we also need to do a little bit of backstage magic next episode. This is going to be this. And for those of you who are interested in the next episode, we are going to finish off, as I said, the backstage here for the penguins. But also we are going to make our way to the waterfall area. So we're going to build a beautiful, beautiful natural waterfall that is feeding into the sea. And then we will also create a lot more lush blueprints that we will use across the zoo to combine empty areas. And once this is done, we are pretty much ready for finishing off the zoo completely. And again, as mentioned before, if you want to become part of it, little details, as I mentioned before, are needed. So if you guys want to create some park maps, that would be amazing. If you guys want to do some custom education boards, that would be lovely. If you have custom bench cover designs, let me know. Like these little things that you have next to the pathways are exactly what I'm looking for. And two specific things I'm looking for are, one, are sprinkler designs for our planters, because that's realistically something we would need, including the pipe work, and also some energy transformer stations. But that's that. Hopefully you guys enjoyed today's episode. You have now an overview of the finished, not finished, but at least the result of today's work. And I can't wait to show you the next episode. If you're here to look at that, make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And I'm very, very excited to see you in the next one when we are finally finishing off this project. Hey everyone, and welcome to Zoo Sicily. This is the last episode of this wonderful series, so a big thank you to every single one of you who clicked on this video or of any other video in the whole series. It's been a wild ride over the last 2 years, I should say, and this park has elevated my building style, my capabilities even more than Yosemite Valley ever did. But it's time to say farewell. However, despite I said something different in the last episode, we will have a final animal that we are going to put in at the very end of the episode together. It's going to be in real time, and we're going to have a look at the finished park just very briefly, because obviously there will be tours and so on, and I will fix a couple of little things which I don't make an episode of because that's just annoying and not necessary, like fixing some work zones, blah blah blah. However, in this video we are going to tackle the last areas that have been remained untouched so far, and I'm going to talk you through my experience of doing this, because honestly this is the first time I ever finished this in a way that I did this time. Like for Yosemite Valley, you know how many times we went back into the project. I called this finished for like 10 times or so, and whenever there was like an update, I went back and redid some things, up until the point that I even redid the entire monkey area and ripped away this ape house. So that's not gonna happen in this project. So I really tried this time around to finish off really every single area. And also, by the way, sorry if you hear all this kind of little sniffing and pollen allergy this year is beyond crazy. I've never had it that long and that annoyingly. It's always like a constant level. It's not like super heavy that it makes me really completely break or whatever, but it's still on a level that is annoying all the time and I can do whatever I want. My voice will not match up. Anyways, just like a little side note. However, back to the build. I really went through the entire project and really tried finishing off most of the areas in a way that I never did before. And this is really like looking at all the little open gaps and finding a way to do this in an efficient but still good looking way. Like, I didn't want to go too crazy on details and stuff like that simply because the performance of this park is starting to become a little bit of an issue again. It's not as bad as it is in the realism optimized zoo, like in the, we still don't have a name for that, but in the realistic habitat zoo, it's by any means as bad as Yosemite Valley was, but it's becoming a little bit of a chunky one and a bit of a leggy one when you're in play. And so I don't want this. I want this still to be a park that can be accessed by many people. So my computer isn't the beastiest anymore. Over the last 3.5 years, I haven't updated anything on my rig. So I think many people will be able to enjoy that in a good way. I also still have a i7, or is it an i9? I think I have an i9 by this time, but the new Ryzen CPUs, or basically the last 2 generations of Ryzen, have been way better than Intel for gaming. So if you're rocking a Ryzen, you will be a lot better up for this project. And I'm still debating with myself for my next computer if I'm going to go Intel again or if I'm going to go Ryzen. I feel like there is a chance that I'm going to go Ryzen this time. Simply because it's better optimized for games, and I can definitely take the couple minutes more render time if the gaming performance is that much better, as it seems to be. If there's any one of you having a good experience and comparisons, let me know in the comments down below, because I find it a bit of an issue. And if there's going to be a Planet Coaster 2, I want to be prepared. Anyways, let's talk about this backstage area for a second. You can see I put a couple of these water pumps down because this is an area behind the 2 bigger penguins. So it's the African penguin backstage and the king penguin backstage area. So I figured it would be good to have a bit of nice, water pumps there and just try to fill in a lot of things with nature, making sure that this whole project feels a lot more as if the buildings and so on have been built around nature. You can see I keep the buildings rather simple. Yeah, I could have gone a lot more into detail, but to be completely honest with you guys, barely anyone is going to see this. This is merely for the background, more for the feeling. If you do some aerial views, that it doesn't look like untouched or unfinished. From above, it looks super finished. So there's really no need for specific details on the roofs and so on, or some shingles or whatnot. It's like that would be overdone. And I do love projects like Wallaby Zoo, or if you look at what people in Bronation do, and also what LiDAR always does, like these buildings are absolutely crazy in detail, and I do actually love this. But if you look at those zoos these people are building, they merely contain of like 4 or 5 habitats or whatever before the performance is completely going off because of the usage of all the pieces. And this is why, for this sake and finishing the zoo, I really opted for not going too crazy, but still, and this is, I'm sounding a bit like a broken record here, but it's again what I wanted to achieve, making sure it's looking good to a certain degree, but not going too crazy in detail, as to provide a overall good feeling. And like this whole fiction about this zoo should stay true, but then again also making sure that it's not too crazy, and also for you guys a bit more achievable. If you watch this episode for inspiration, for example, you can definitely take out of this a lot, how simplified I did certain things to achieve a very good looking planter, for example, mix and matching certain elements. And specifically when we come to the waterfall area later on, you will see how easily you can get something like this done in a relatively short amount of time, and it looks really decent, I must say. I am a little bit surprised by how great it does look. I wasn't expecting that at all, but yeah, it just turned out good. Also, I finally got into the flow of listening to audiobooks again and making sure that, I am in a good flow. This is, for me personally, I think one of the biggest strengths I have in this game or in these type of games is as soon as I'm in my zone, I'm becoming super efficient in building. And again, I talked about this in the past already. I have this problem, and this is a pattern. It's a bit more personal about me right now, but you know, whatever. I've done this for so many years. You know so many things about me. There's no issue in telling you guys this. But I've a very specific trait to me, and this is as soon as something becomes boring to me, my performance really drops down, and the effort I need to put into something becomes increasingly high. So as soon as I reach the point where anything like a topic or a job or even a build or so on isn't challenging me to a certain degree anymore, and I have to bring up energy to keep on doing this despite the fact that my whole system tells me it's boring and it's not challenging me, I'm becoming super sloppy. Also very weird mistakes I'm doing then, not thinking about certain things. And I learned this over the years, and so in any case, like not only with YouTube but also in other areas of my life, I understood this. And to tackle this, I always try to do something else then, and just to make sure that my whole system keeps on being challenged before I move on to another thing to finish that off. And I still do have a little bit of energy left for this project over here, and so I decided to finish this off instead of doing two things I had in mind. And this is something I wanted to talk about. Is for the longest time I had in mind to create an area down below where the waterfall is coming a thing in a couple of minutes. I thought about making this into a huge elephant area, or like an African savanna area, because I felt like we have such a huge space available, and that would be almost like a reserve could have been done in this region. And I really thought about that a long time. It would have been a cool touch to this park, but I figured that I did not have enough energy left. And in my head, the new park I'm building already in the background, and this is again exactly what I'm saying, I have already started building the new park just to keep on having a bit of energy for this one. So the new park is becoming a big thank you to you guys. You will see that in the first episode already, but it's also already having so much power to me that I want to do certain things. And going into this project and making this savanna habitat would have cost me so much energy in comparison to what I can achieve with the new project, so that I just decided against it and focused my energy I still have left for Sicily to finish off this park what it deserves, you know, making sure that certain areas get the touch and the detail that it deserves. Specifically this area over here I'm very proud of. I really try to go over it quicker because I thought like, yeah, it's just like a little cross over here before the tropical house. But then I was like, no, that and this could be cool in here. And let's take some of the old fences and just put them in. Make sure that the connection to the panda area is nicely done, and so on and so forth. So I'm really, really proud that I decided to finish this off in the way I did, and it just adds so much more character to this area now. I decided to really make sure that there are a little bit more benches over here, and the whole zoo feels so much more complete now. And honestly, I'm very proud. I'm very proud that I went through this now, and again, this is my first project that got to this level of completion. And I'm very, very curious to see what other people say when they are touring this, when they're looking into this, and when they're just having a good time in Zoo Sicily. Oh my god, this is actually, pronouncing Sicily is now a thing. I understood what's the case, but then saying Zoo Sicily is actually a tongue breaker. I don't like this. We have to do something else. The next project will have a way more simple name. Hopefully it has. It depends a little bit on my skills in a certain language, but we come to that, okay? I keep teasing, but I'm not saying what that is. You can guess in the comments what the next project is. It's gonna be, on the one hand, it's gonna be surprising, I guess, but then again, it's not going to be surprising at all. It's very obvious. It's a very obvious choice. If you know my channel, if you know what I've done in the past, it should be an obvious choice, but yeah, more about that. Also, if you know my audience, if you know the audience of the game, again, it's going to be a very, very obvious choice. But I'm very curious to see how that turns out. Well, This over here is the only little cheat I did. As you can see, I used all the trees to cover up this very ugly staircase because the staircase itself has no real need. It was down there just to put the dolphins in, and I'm not even sure if I keep the dolphin. Maybe I'm gonna rip away this entire area and just leave it as is, because otherwise people would have to download the dolphin mod, and still not the biggest fan of the mod. I mean, people can't do anything about this. It's just the way these type of animals work in the game, because we certainly don't have them. Well, now we come to my favorite part of today's episode, and this is the waterfall area. I think I talked about this from the third episode on, when I was doing the river. And the river episode still has a lot of views actually, which I still find very interesting, because it's not been my favorite. There are a couple of little touch-ups I need to do, specifically in the underwater viewing, but we'll come to that at the end of the episode. However, making this waterfall was super peaceful now, and I'm very proud of the result, as you will see in a couple seconds. I must also admit that I'm also very happy and thankful that the idea continued through the entire series and wasn't changed upon my own stupidity or whatever, and I just left it open for me to fix in the future. But hey, here we are. As promised, I'm gonna talk about this real quick. Now, I'm using all of my rock formations, obviously, as they have been proven to be good throughout the entire series. And I use these waterfall pieces. You can see I formed a group out of them to be very quick in recoloring them in a second. You'll see I'll do this as soon as I've done all the rock work in. I'm going to choose all of them and making sure that they are color-wise aligned, as you can see. And as soon as I hit play and you see the VFX getting in, this whole thing already starts to look realistic. And then I used some of my blueprints with the with all the foliage pieces, and I start putting them in. And once I've done this, I started to add some detailing, which means a couple of other foliage pieces that are not blending in with these huge blueprints. So just to break the mood a little, to make sure that it's not looking too repetitive, putting some focus points in as this tree in the center, and then also putting some other ones in to get a bit of a color variation. Just some purple flowers as well. That was very important, to just break a little bit with the overall greenery, and then that's it, that's done. And to be honest, once I've done this, which I'm very proud of, I just decided to copy paste this down into the other part, just simply because, again, at some point you need to think about what does it add if I would do it yet again completely anew. What would this add to the overall park? And honestly, I think only one of 100 persons in the world or people would actually notice if I would have done a different one down there. So at the end of the day, I think copy pasting that for the lower part is absolutely legitimate, because again, no one will ever notice if they're not going super closely, or if they have watched the episode though, but whatever. And I'm just like, you know, that's the way of doing it, and just making sure that everything looks kind of nice and finished. And you can see this is the way I did this. Over here I needed to cover this up a bit with some water effects, and you know, it's not really super realistic with how the water flows over there, simply because of the level of water, but hey, whatever. Anyways, as promised, let's go into the park and have a look where we ended at, and I'm super curious to show that to you, so let's switch over. Alright, you made it 10 hours through the speed build of Sicily, and this is the final result just in front of you. We are not going to make a full-flown tour or anything. If you're interested in another very long video, there is a tour obviously on my channel and on various other channels, because a couple of YouTubers have actually toured the zoo with a different focus, some of which looked at the scenery, some of which looked at the habitats itself, some others on the special effects. And yeah, just in general, that was a very fun thing to do, giving that to other people and see what they did. But we are doing a quick flyover. Now, with the new computer, the performance is quite okay. You know, I'm not overwhelmed. Like, it's not going to be super nice, but it's decent enough to have a little flyover. And I must admit, I think that my graphics card is about to die, so sooner or later I will have to replace it. But yeah, in the entrance area, before actually in the zoo, we have the peafowl roaming around. As in many zoos, you'll find them roaming around in free, and they are living basically in the entrance area. They can roam around mostly everywhere here. We do have our entrance buildings over here, a lot of facilities that are needed, you know, for like the kind of organizational stuff. Over here, we do have a bit of a backstage area, which I did very, very, very late in the time lapse. You've seen that couple of things over here just to finish that all off. And, you know, our very big parking lot over here to the side where we have the beds and some EV chargers. The design is kind of borrowed by something I've seen in some photos on, you know, Google Maps from Italy. Not sure if they're still existing, but like these are like little plug-in EV stations where you can bring your own cable and plop them in. And all the way here to the end, we have some picnic possibilities. You know, if you're getting out of the car and maybe even that early that the zoo is not even opened, you just grab a little breakfast here. And the same goes for the evening, obviously. And if we fly back to the entrance area, as I said, we're not going to make a full tour, but this is more or less like the Australian area, starting with the Wombat over here. We do have the Platypus on this side, which very rarely is out, but there you go. They're in the water here, so you can see them there. And then on the other side, we do have the Koala, which is rarely ever in the trees. For me personally, it's never in the trees. Here you can see them going to the ground here anyways. And then we do have the habitat I talked about a lot in this 10-hour wonderful supercut, because that was something that I needed to re-record. And here you go. Here you have it with the wombats and the cassowaries and the emus. It's wallabies. Sorry, I'm confused. Not wombats. Wombats are for. So yeah, but that is just to finish off the Australian kind of things. And then you go down here. You have got a bit of an underwater viewing into the river. There are some otters sometimes over here. There's otter, for example, and some cranes swimming through here eventually. So that is kind of nice. And then we have our big winery in the middle, which is also focused as being one of the bigger restaurant areas. And then we do have obviously meerkats and artworks living around here, but I'm also very proud of these kind of barrel designs for our exhibits. Finally, something where I was very happy. And then we also do have a bit of a nice area to grab some plates and, you know, get some food if you fancy doing so. And then there's also this little backstage tour here, which is implied that you can have like a little talk over here in the vineyards. And in those vineyards, I think the skunk is living in here as like a little idea, and also some prairie dogs. Not that they necessarily fit, but I just had the idea that some animals could live in here. And then look into the right-hand side. This is our amphitheater, which used to be the West African lions, but ended up being the Kougars, and I completely redid the entire area so that the Kougars do actually have a proper habitat separated to the hyenas. Sometimes they still get stuck in that. Yeah, as I said, sometimes they actually get stuck in here. Don't ask me why. They're just like jumping in here and then they get stuck. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab you real quick and go back into your habitat, please. So that's that, and then we do have our hyenas over here on the right hand side. This used to be the Nile crocodile, but I turned that into a rhino habitat eventually because I got rid of the mod. And also something I'm very proud of is obviously our serpentine pathway leading up, going through the butterfly areas, which I think is one of the best realizations of like open space walkthrough exhibits. Like if you look from over here, it's kind of very organic, and it's very hard to tell that there are these like kind of straight things in between. Like these are 3 different exhibits just above each other, and then connected very nicely with the pathway leading up to that area of the zoo. I mean, just look at how this area looks in general. I'm such a big fan of this area in general. This is one of my absolute favorite areas. Did I open the menu again? Yes, I did. Oh my God. We could also, let me just quickly do the following. I'm going to use the Ansel video mode here. It's such a shame, though, that this is not available in Planet Coaster 2, though. But we can actually use this to just have a bit of a nice, look at that. This view over here. This is absolutely killer. I love that. I love that. It's kind of cool, you know. We are in a 10-hour video, so I don't need to even care about spending time on making a photo here. But anyways, I don't want to keep this last bit too long because I don't want to sacrifice the tour. If you want to watch the tour, you better do so. Then we also have a bit of facility here with a special little area where you can watch inside, or have a look inside of the hyena. There you can even see one. Look at that. But the indoors is not done, so please just don't look at that. I never found the time to do so, and I just kind of successfully ignored it. One of the better habitats I did for the African penguin. I love it still a lot. You've got this very nice viewing from over here with an educational point. There's also a full tour guiding through the entire zoo, by the way. And then if you go in here, this is like a real proper backstage thingy, you know, where they live inside and then they can actually go here to the backstage. It's kind of nicely done, so it looks properly like an indoor section, and from the outside it looks like this kind of fake faux rock area, which is exactly what it's supposed to be. Then we have our giant aquatics area here on top of this crest hill. I think it still looks very cool from the side. You've got that super nice terrace over here. You know, it's just so cool to have this look. I mean, you know, it's implied that this is the Mediterranean Sea. Unfortunately, we did not have, as of the time starting the zoo, we didn't have a fully oceanic biome. By now we could kind of fake it with some of the maps available, but then I also faked like a little bit of a nice kind of aquarium over here, just having some fishies swimming in. And then we do have obviously our 3 areas for the seals and sea lions. And then we have one of my most proudest creations ever, the Sicilian alley. I mean, let's just do the photo trick yet again, because it just is so good looking. Like if you zoom in a little, just look at that. You shouldn't praise yourself too much, but honestly, come on, I'm proud of it, okay? I'm just freaking proud of it. This Sicilian alley looks like something I really wish to go on holidays to. Like if you have this, just like the overall feeling of it is just so good. Also my custom made plants over here. Yeah, it's just so good. And then flying through here, we also have wheelchair access. Try to do a lot in the zoo with like always having ramps and so on to get some disabled access everywhere. We do have our lemur house, and then we go to the top of the zoo where we do have our kind of old farm area, which is almost like implied as if this has been here and has been introduced into the zoo and reimagined as like a little farm with like some Sussex chicken over here. And then we do also have our wonderful animals over here. Look at them. The donkey is so cute. I love it. I love this pattern of the donkey as well. Some goats over here and some sheeps, and just like, yeah, it all feels very nice. And we also have some piggies. They have that sunken wheel in here and looks all a bit more dirty, you know. I'm very happy with how that all turned out. I'm just very happy. This thing over here is like a little bit of an exhibit hall in which also the binturong, if I'm not completely wrong, it also is living in here and can just roam through that thing if they fancy doing so. They rarely do it, and they're mostly boxed. Oh, look at them. But they're just, this time around, they're down here. That is very interesting. That is very interesting. So yeah, going out of this, this is our new lion habitat, where I relocated them after I decided that they don't really fit too much into the amphitheater anymore. So I put them over here, and I think from a reality standpoint and from a design standpoint, this may actually be my favorite West African lion habitat I've ever done. Like the one in the realistic zoos is also pretty damn cool, but this one over here I think excels in the looks of it, like the transition between a Sicilian area and also making sure this looks like a proper West African lion habitat with all these like little details here and the area they have. I just really love it. And there's also some viewing domes hidden in here in the middle, which I'm also kind of a big fan of. So you've got one here and another one here, and if you're like obviously in these domes, you're somewhat hidden from them, and you can have a glimpse into the social life of your lions. Look, oh my God, what is that? We are so lucky. We are so lucky to just get that view over here. Just imagine you going in here and having that view. So cool. And then you switch over into the other bulb. Let's see if we can see something over here. Not really though. We do hear some penguins in the far back. And then there's even another bulb, very, very nicely hidden in here. And then you can potentially get very close. Oh, look at that. Just, oh my God, this is so good. Yay. Some raws over here. And then we also do have the backstage area with some gates and stuff in here. You know, very, very nice. Very happy with how that turned out. Then the one creation that, you know, people are a little bit split about, I did change it after a while. That is the king penguin habitat, and obviously from a energetic standpoint or eco standpoint, this is maybe not the bestest idea ever to have a habitat like that, because you need to cool everything off the whole time. And then we also have some coolers out here. I changed the roof because we didn't like the first roof design, so I changed it entirely. There are a lot of solar panels over here for the massive amount of energy required to cool it all down, and there's also a indoor section which can be sealed off and closed off to make sure that they still have a good area indoors when it's too hot outside. But I do understand the criticism of it may be being a little bit out of place, but I'm a big fan of how it all turned out in general, like with these shades over here with overgrown, like a little trick that they used to do in these southern regions a bit more, with planting some moss and stuff on top of those, which helps cooling down tremendously. And then we do have another area down here with a bit of an African area. We do have the sand cat, which is boxed there. Let's not just do that. Let's just not do that. They are always escaping, by the way. I don't even mind to do that. Also, it's called like my brother's cat, by the way. It's a Carney. And then we also have the fennec fox, which lives in that thing. And then we have our wonderful, cool picnic area that rarely anyone uses, but with this insane view in the what used to be Dolphin Lagoon, but I got rid of this mod simply because it didn't work exactly how I intended it to. And then we have this absolutely gorgeous jaguar habitat over here. Oh boy, this was one of the few things. Look at that, there's the black panther down here. This is one of the few habitats that took some full 3 episodes or 2.5 or so, but it was all built around this viewing in here, which was meant to be exactly like a little bit of a trick in which you think like that the jaguar is roaming free behind that little pond, but in fact there is just like a glass between, obviously, because you don't want them to be going just to hunt for the people. But I think when they go past here, that just looks fantastic. And then there is like a little bit of a bedding hidden down here, so they very often lie down here, and you have got that very, very cool view. And what I did back in the day is I prompted an AI image of a cozy kind of Sicilian jaguar habitat, and then there an image came out of this, which was the base inspiration for that. And so I kind of created this, and yeah, I'm very happy with how that turned out. The whole thing just looks really fantastic. If they just go through here, that looks so cool. I don't want to force it now. It just rarely does it when I want it to, but yeah. And then last but not least, we have a last area which goes down by the river here, which I imagine being a bit of a more just kind of stripped down area, which was done later or so, just kind of fill in these habitats. But before we go there, on the very end of our zoo, there is this huge arboreal gardens, which I'm a little bit, let's say disappointed is not the right word, but like it's in the it just hits in the fields that like this was so late in the process of the zoo that rarely anyone really watched the episode. But if I need to judge what's the best area in the zoo, there's, for me personally, almost no choice other than saying this. This habitat over here, this entire area just came out absolutely chef kiss, in my opinion. Like, if you go here, this is, by the way, the capybara area. I'm still very happy with it, like with all these barrels where they can live. But yeah, I'm not going to go too deep into that. The arboreal garden over here, this is where you go in, features like multiple of these sunken areas, and then they are all connected with these arboreal platforms that they can go from A to B to. And after some fixing now, they actually do use this now swing in from platform to platform. And we do have some sea monks in here, we do have some orangutans in here, and also in that biggest area we do have some, where are they? Where are you? There you go. We also have some Malayan tapirs that can roam around. It's a very nicely designed habitat. Then you go down here, you've got another very cool look into an indoor section, or like semi-indoor, semi-outdoor with some hammock designs. And then there is even a proper indoor section with some implied habitats down here. Like, this is the idea that underground you would have all the proper storing of these animals if they need some desperate needed privacy inside of the mountain, obviously. Yeah, just what shall I say? everything about this just turned out to be so freaking beautiful. The path design in between looks really, really damn cool. The overall behavior of the animals using these like different areas just very nicely. It just all came together so fine. And again, as I said, I'm a little bit sad that not too many people really saw that and interacted with these videos, because they turned out super nicely. But yeah, so this is that. Then we also have our how was that? Casa Tropicana, that's the name, where we do have some very cool what's the gibbons, and this was the gibbons in here, and paired with the sloth. And the cool bit is they do share some climbing opportunities. So sometimes it just really looks like, there you go, I have hidden some of the climbing frames inside of the climbing frames of the walkthrough exhibit of the sloth. So it appears like that they do share the opportunities to climb around. And even though it's just implied, it totally turned out very nice, because it just gives you the idea that everything works a bit nicer together, and that the sloth actually could theoretically climb through the entire thing if they want to. Also, you guys have a good time, don't you? You guys have such a good time. This, by the way, my friends, is my personal expectation for Planet Zoo 2, if it is ever going to happen, that this over here, a sighting like this, is not a predefined exhibit anymore, but actually a behavior of these animals, and you can actually see them climb into one of these hanging things that you put down yourself. That's kind of the level I expect from in the next game, because that's what you need to. Then we do have our big panda area. This is one of the more realistic habitats, which has the opportunity to be separated in several areas to separate the animals from each other, so to stop aggression from happening. We do have our mixed habitat for red river hawks and the gorilla, which is another very cool habitat when it comes to like the terrain interaction and so on. I feel also like it looks really fantastic. There are some very rare viewing opportunities for our guests to see the animals, but from where you see them, it's really cool. It's really damn cool. They have like this very nicely raised area. Then you've got that area here where you can almost see them on eye level, and then you see the river on the other side where the parking lot is. And if we do fly to one of the latest habitats I've integrated, it's the porcupine with a little bit of a glass bridge, which only works with the mod. So if you want to enjoy the zoo, you need the Hex PZ Plus path mod. Otherwise, this park won't open. But then you also get these kind of cool glass bridge designs, which is something you can't do without the mod. But yeah, boy, that is quite a tremendous zoo, and quite a large zoo in total. If you just go, I mean, that was a quick journey flying over, but if you actually tour the zoo, that's pretty damn long. And I don't even know if I have covered everything, but it doesn't even matter, because that, my friends, has been the super cut of the Zoo Sicily. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And as said during the video, if you really want to support this channel and the content and all the stuff I do for you, you can also leave some super thanks on this video, which is direct help for me personally, without me being dependent on the views and on what the marketers are willing to pay as for the advertisement. So yeah, thank you also just for watching the video to its fullest, let alone this would help the algorithm to go crazy for the content. So thank you so much. And if you haven't gotten enough from my voice yet, which would be very surprising, but if so, there obviously is a lot more on the channel, and there will be more supercuts of more zoos and projects in the upcoming weeks. Thank you so much for watching. And now enjoy the silence from my voice. Thank you so much, guys. Bye.